Good afternoon, everyone. आवाज ठीक है? Yeah. So my name is Rajesh Govindraj. So I'll be taking the discussion of Geography and Environment section of this 2022 Civil Services Prelim GS 1. So I hope all of you have written the paper. All of you have written? So, ठीक है. So whoever has written, how was your experience? कैसा रहा? So how was your experience? Okay. It's a bit of uncertain than the previous years. Anyone else? Elimination was eliminated. So that's a good statement. ठीक है. So yes, overall there were many surprises and some questions on predictable lines and many questions on unpredictable lines. So overall, from Vision IAS, we were of the collective opinion that the cutoff should be around 85. Okay, the cutoff should be around 85. So there are a few reasons for that. So based on the analysis of the previous papers as well as the current trend. So this year, the General Studies paper 1 was moderately tough. It was moderately tough. And second, the number of vacancies are higher this year. Okay, so good for us. And third, CSAT was also considered to be almost as tough as GS. Okay, this is considered to be tough as GS by many. So because of all these and the overall performance of the students, based on this, we have come to conclusion that it should be around 85. So coming to the overall analysis of the General Studies paper 1, so I would say, as I said earlier, the paper was moderately difficult towards moderately difficult. It is not completely difficult. Okay, very tough बोलना भी मुश्किल है. So but moderate, average है, ऐसे बोलना भी मुश्किल है. So in between that, it is moderately difficult. So few of the sections we have seen decrease in overall weightage. For example, modern Indian history has seen decrease in number of questions, right? And we have also seen few of the sections where increase in number of questions. Luckily, geography, where we have seen increase in number of questions. And IR, international relations, usually neglected by the students, that has also seen increase in the number of questions. So other than this, we have seen various other sections on the expected lines. So for example, polity and governance, almost on the expected lines. And environment and ecology, yes. Economics, again on the, I'm talking in terms of the number of questions. Okay, so of course there's individual analysis would be there. Each of the faculties would take up this. And in fact, even science and technology was also nearly 10 to 11 questions are there. So that is also expected. Jitna expected tha, utna hi hai. So in fact, art and culture, ancient, medieval. So all of these, the jitna weightage expected kiya tha, utna hi hai. And including current affairs, of course. Current affairs, you can see that overall the paper is driven by current affairs at all the different, in all the different sections. So one important change which we can observe in this paper compared to the previous ones which we have seen is that lesser choice for elimination. So elimination is eliminated. So lesser choice for elimination. So basically in this case, you have to be very, very sure of the answer. Then only you should go for marking. So all these years, usually many of the students used to attempt maximum 100 out of 100 हो सकता है तो मार्क कर दो, ऐसे भी बहुत लोग करते थे. So अभी इस बार वो चांस बहुत कम था. Because you cannot just take a random guess, that is not suggested. And in many of the answers, you should know all the 4 attempts, तब भी आप पूरा attempt कर पाते हैं. So in these kind of questions where there is no choice of elimination, you cannot go for guess at all. नो गेस वर्किंग, इवन इफ यू आर लेफ्ट विथ 2 ऑप्शन 3 ऑप्शन, गेस वर्किंग कर ही नहीं सकते. So here I would say where you have no idea at all, you have to skip that questions. It is very important that you skip such questions where you are totally taking a random guess. तो उस type of questions थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा था इस बार. And in some of the questions it required little bit in-depth analysis. Okay, so not knowing not just the topic is not sufficient. Of course there are few questions where knowing the topic is sufficient. You know the topic, you will get the answer. There are few questions, but in many other questions you have to know in depth. Okay, detailed analysis मतलब in depth detailed provision पता होना चाहिए. For example, Wildlife Protection Act है ना, so you need to know specific provision, तभी आप कर सकते हैं. So like that. So this is overall analysis, and if you ask me what is the suggestion overall प्रिपरेशन कैसे होना चाहिए था इस पेपर के लिए, एंड ऑफ कोर्स फॉर दोज हु आर वाचिंग दिस फॉर नेक्स्ट ईयर, हु इज गोइंग टू अपीयर फॉर नेक्स्ट ईयर, अ सिंपल सजेशन, you need to prepare in a very comprehensive manner. Okay, gone are those days where you prepare section wise in a compartments. Okay, मैंने पॉलिटी कर लिया, ठीक है, मेजॉरिटी हो गया, तो एनवायरनमेंट कर लिया, हो गया, तो इकोनॉमिक्स कर लिया, तो हो गया. So there is no such compartmental preparation anymore. Everything is integrated and you have to go with comprehensive preparation. Right? So comprehensive preparation matlab the entire UPSC General Studies paper 1 is one subject where there can be multiple interlinking, and there is no specific areas where one area would end, another area would begin. For example, geography and IR. So many of the questions of IR are related to geography, right? So in fact, 1 or 2 questions of science and tech also can be related to geography. Right, so there is too much of interlinking, and so once you start to see this general studies paper as a one whole comprehensive subject, then only you will get into that in-depth analysis and trying to connect different things and develop that interest in the subject. वो ज़रूरी है. You cannot prepare in a compartmental manner. Okay, polity एक book पढ़ लिया, polity खत्म है, ऐसे तो नहीं है. It's not about that. ठीक है. Second, you have to regularly read newspapers. Okay, that is must. So we have been telling, even in our current affairs classes also, we always tell the same, there is no alternative to newspaper. Even though our vision is magazine, so we give out as a compilation, okay, that is just for revision purpose. But on the first hand, you have to give a thorough reading of newspaper on daily basis. You have to see the topics from both prelims as well as mains perspective. Okay, both prelims as well as mains perspective. So there would be certain information which can be asked in prelims, there would be certain analysis which can be asked in mains. Overall, what is the topic? ऐसे आपको पढ़ना है. And you have to develop that gradual awareness about the current happenings. Whether you are able to make notes out of it or not, it's totally fine. For revision purpose, you can refer to the magazine, but you have to read the newspapers. नहीं, the thing is, it's not that the questions are directly taken from the newspaper. Okay, but if you were reading the newspaper, you would be aware of the many of the things जो otherwise नहीं होता है. Okay, some of the topics which are relevant, which has been asked, are inspired from the newspaper. वो पढ़ लिया तो newspaper से वो aware हो जाते हैं. Of course, उसके बाद में detail में पढ़ना है, वो अलग है. Questions are going to be a little bit detailed, but that will bring you some awareness. That will make you in touch with those topics which you otherwise miss. Right? So it's about developing that awareness of current events. For that, you need to read newspaper on regular basis. And third, most important, practice. Questions जितना हो सके उतना practice करना है. इससे क्या फायदा है? So when you attempt a question, when you try to eliminate the options, you think about those options in multiple different ways. And when you read an explanation, you also read the different other information related to that option. So बहुत बार क्वेश्चन से ये एक्सप्लेनेशन से क्वेश्चन निकलता है यूपीएससी से. So this practice of solving question will give you a lot of information and will also get you in habit of solving the question. Right? It is not just elimination. So that information, revision, recalling, है ना, बहुत सारे चीजें आते हैं इसमें while practicing the question. Fine. So practice is the most important thing. ये तो करना है. And without that you cannot go to the examination. Of course there are few sections where the questions have been predictable. कुछ sections तो है ना, there were certain sections where the questions have been predictable. अगर अच्छा से वहाँ पर practice कर लिया तो बहुत सारा निकल के आ जाता है. Right? So there you don't have to spend much time over there. So this is the overall in general about general studies paper 1. So of course our faculties will take up the respective subject analysis in their sections. So I'll be talking about geography and environment. Let's begin with geography. Okay, so we have some graphs here. Let me just show this also. So overall, why we have chosen the difficulty level to be moderately difficult? Because we can see so nearly 30% of the questions are in the portion of easy. So easy का मतलब ये नहीं कि ऐसे क्वेश्चन देखते ही आंसर मिल जाएगा. सो इजी का मतलब ये नहीं कि क्वेश्चन देखते ही आंसर मिल जाएगा आपको. But with a proper preparation, you can easily get the answer here. There is not much tricks in the options. पढ़ लिया ये टॉपिक पढ़ लिया तो आंसर मिल जाता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल मियावाकी मेथड हो गया, इट्स मेथड ऑफ फॉरेस्ट तो पता था. ओके, सो इवन बायो रॉक द कोरल रिस्टोरेशन के लिए क्वेश्चन देखते ही आंसर मिल जाएगा. सो लाइक दैट यू विल फाइंड नियरली 30% ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस विच आर इन द इजी लेवल. सो मीडियम देयर आर अराउंड 42%. सो वेर यू हैव टू prepare thoroughly and you will get the answer. Okay, thorough preparation से थोड़ा सा detail analysis से मिल जाएगा. And around 25 to 26% of the questions are difficult. Okay, difficult in the sense that so even with a thorough preparation you might find it difficult and you may make mistake here. So you have to answer very carefully. And this is the overall section. You can see section wise breakup of the paper. So one of the highest weightage you can observe. Environment, economics and current affairs. Current affairs of course it's there in all the sections, but purely current affairs we can say around 15 questions. And overall international relations, the number of questions have increased. Modern history, the number of questions have decreased. And science and technology as it is, polity governance as it is, and geography has seen number of questions in increase. Okay, rest I think it's all the same. So talking about the geography section, the syllabus mentions that it is Indian and world geography covering physical, social and economic geography of India and world. So basically it should cover the physical aspect, social aspect and economic aspects of geography. And that is the basic syllabus of geography. So, but usually prelims area is majorly concentrated about the physical aspect and economic aspect. There would be very less number of questions in social aspect, right? So that too, this year the number of questions are majorly concentrated towards locations, location based. There are a total of 11 questions in geography. Okay, there are a total of 11 questions in geography. Out of 11 questions, I could take out only 4 questions which are from the conceptual or conventional part. Four questions are conceptual or conventional part. Okay, मतलब you read proper geography, NCERT से पढ़ते हैं, GCLE से पढ़ते हैं, जो भी पढ़ते हैं. So with that you can answer this. So rest 7 questions are, sorry I think this is 12, एक current affairs भी include कर दो, there are total of 12 questions. Rest 8 questions are totally location based. And they are equally world geography as well as Indian geography. They are equally world as well as Indian locations. Okay, both the world locations and Indian locations are equally given importance here. For example, the questions related to the conventional aspects. We had a question on seasons. Easy attempt. It was easy attempt, right? And there was also a question on the tea producing states, and a question on monozyte. So we covered in economic geography, right? And the clouds. The clouds. Usually these are covered in the traditional part. And the questions in world geography, locations. We have many of these questions totally derived, inspired from the current locations, except Afghanistan border. हमने class में भी cover किया था, है ना? Afghanistan border था. But otherwise, there are one or two locations which are climate related location. वो जो लेक था अफ्रीका में वो तो बहुत मुश्किल था, right? Agree? So it was very difficult one, right? So overall you can see that there were more inclination towards the location and information type of questions, and that makes the entire section of geography difficult in nature, right? थोड़ा सा difficulty लगा होगा आपके लिए. And the sources for these, the conceptual conventional type, you could have read from NCERT or the basic sources. But for this, it is majorly Atlas and current affairs. The role of current affairs is too much, I can say. The locations which are majorly in news. But in addition to these 12 questions, I can take out at least 3 questions from IR, which you can solve using geography. One question on the boundaries of, one question on the borders of ocean, जहाँ से territorial sea exclusive economic zone होता है, हमारा oceanography में cover हुआ था, है ना? That you can answer using geography. And another question on the Senkaku Islands. Okay, we have classified it in IR. Okay, because it's related to international relations. That you can easily cover using the map, है ना? And even the countries in news. Okay, different countries in news for what reason? So that also we could have easily covered using geography. So overall weightage of geography has increased. So I'll give you detailed analysis about these geography sections. Overall कैसे था, इसमें और क्या करना है? So we'll talk about that in the end. Before that, we'll see the questions. Sorry. So let's discuss the questions one by one, then we can come to the overall analysis of geography completely. So question number 23, I think this is particularly with respect to set C. Set E, C or A? Okay, so accordingly you can see the questions here. So in this question, which one of the following lakes of West Africa has become dry and turned into a desert? Lake Victoria, Lake Fagubine, Lake Oguta, Lake Volta. See, the question talks about a specific lake from Africa, and unless you know about this, you will not be able to get the answer. Lake Victoria to pata hai, most famous. This is the third largest lake in the world. So ये dry होना तो मुश्किल है. तो ये eliminate कर दिया तो you are left with 3 options. It is difficult to eliminate among these 3. Actually, there was one UPSC question on the same lines in 2018. 2018, this question was asked, which of the following lakes have dried up immensely due to the human activities? Aral Sea, Black Sea, Lake Baikal, and the answer was Aral Sea. 2018 में आया था. The same kind of question has been asked again, and this is the lake Fagubine. Okay, so this is a lake in Mali. Mali. Where is Mali? The northern Africa, Sahara. Okay, it's a proper Saharan country, and it is just towards the north of Niger River. You know Niger River? So in this part of Mali, you have this lake Fagubine, and this lake has started to dry up in 1970s. Okay, this is Niger River, so very near to Niger River. In fact, this was fed by the Niger River, the water channels from the Niger River, and during the rainfall, जब बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश होता तभी वो आ रहा था. So, but due to the continuous deposition of sand, these water channels has been completely filled, and now there is no water movement from the Niger River into this lake, and this started to dry up in 1970. अभी तो पूरा almost dry up हो गया. So because of which it has created migration, out migration of the people in the surrounding region. Okay, this is what is Lake Fagubine. So, so whether it is an easy question or not, definitely not easy. So that's because this news was not there in Indian context, and of course this is important news at the international level, but most of the Indian newspapers had not covered this. So that means your preparation should not be restricted to Indian newspapers alone. I am not suggesting you to read any of the international newspapers, of course, but if there's any news related to the climate or extreme events which are happening, in this case very very rare such kind of event is happening, जैसे एक अरल सी हुआ था दूसरा ऐसे हो रहा है, in that case you have to keep your eyes and ears very open, है ना? So that is this case. So that's why we are saying this question to be totally difficult nature. So next one, Gandhikota Canyon of South India. So this is actually a news a question which is related to history also. It is related to history also. This Gandhikota is located on Penneru River, and this near to this Gandhikota there is also a fort which has been the center of battles for all the surrounding kingdoms during the medieval times. Okay, so Penneru River, of course, you might have heard. The thing is, they're trying to connect the rivers with various other aspects. Though usually hota hai, rivers are connected with national park. Last year, Kaveri Basin mein question aaya tha. So rivers are also connected with some of the important cities and the mountains and all. So you need to interlink the rivers. Indian rivers, you have to read them in detail, Okay, that is not sufficient even if you are just remembering the origin and the tributaries. You have to go in little bit more detail. Okay, so this is the best example. But still, this is one of the difficult question, but it is one of the very beautiful canyon. It is also called as the canyon, the Grand Canyon of India. Fine. So this kind of questions definitely should be covered in your mapping part. No, but that is not Gandhikota. Yes, yes. Kaveri River also makes canyon, and that is near to Hogenakal. Okay, but Gandhikota is on this Penneru River. It's in Andhra Pradesh near to Kadapa. Okay, so रिवर्स रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन, रिवर रिलेटेड जो भी एस्पेक्ट होता है थोड़ा सा और डिटेल में आपको देखना ही पड़ेगा. द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, द पीक्स एंड माउंटेन्स. दिस इज अ इजी क्वेश्चन ऑफ कोर्स, है ना, जो नॉर्मल मैपिंग से ही हो जाते हैं. यूजुअली नामचा बरवा यू कैन इजीली मार्क. हिमालयाज आर सेड टू बी फ्रॉम नामचा बरवा टू नंगा पर्वत. नामचा पर्वत इन द ईस्टर्न मोस्ट एक्सट्रीम, नंगा पर्वत इन द वेस्टर्न मोस्ट एक्सट्रीम. सो नामचा बरवा ईस्टर्न मोस्ट एक्सट्रीम है, तो गढ़वाल कहाँ पर है? वेयर इज गढ़वाल? उत्तराखंड. Okay, so first option is wrong. So first of all, what is the difference between Garhwal and Kumaon? Uttarakhand region is divided into two parts. The eastern part is Kumaon and the western part is Garhwal. Okay, eastern part में है जो हमारा नैनीताल and all these, है ना, including Nanda Devi. So that's it. That is Kumaon. Garhwal is in the western part. So Nanda Devi, it's in Kumaon, right? The important peak, Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve भी है. And No Creek, where is No Creek? Meghalaya. No Creek is part of Garo Hills. Okay, not Sikkim Himalayas. Okay, third one is also wrong. The answer is B, 2 only. Garhwal is just the region. Is just the region. Okay, the western region is called as Garhwal and eastern region is Kumaon. It's part of Uttarakhand. Okay, I guess this is a easy question. Fine. Overall, you can agree. Normal mapping से ही solve हो जाता है. So this is again a difficult one. Levant. I'm sure many of you might have read about Levant, which is a local wind, है ना? But Levant is also the region referring to Eastern Mediterranean region. Okay, the countries of Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, Jordan, all this region we call it as Levant. But the thing is, this is a term which was used historically, not commonly used. You won't find it in Atlas. Fine, that makes this question little bit difficult. Okay, it makes this question little bit difficult. Fine. So of course ये जो places in news है उसमें तो हम इतना डिटेल में जाके देखना बहुत मुश्किल है कि इस पूरा क्या बोलते हैं and all. वेस्ट एशिया तो वैसे ही न्यूज़ में ही था, right? So, but overall it gives us a hint that we need to take world geography a little bit seriously, which is usually neglected, right? So here the answer is region along the eastern Mediterranean shores. Question number 27. Consider the following countries. ये तो easy था. This is part of traditional mapping part. हमने क्लास में ही करवाया था इसका. Right? So where do we have this? This is all Central Asia. So here we have Afghanistan. We're talking about Afghanistan. Afghanistan makes border with Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan and Tajikistan only. So it has no border with Kyrgyzstan, which is towards the north, right? And where is Azerbaijan? This is Azerbaijan on the other side of Caspian. So ये तो बहुत दूर है, right? Afghanistan has border towards Pakistan, Iran as well as India through Wakhan corridor, right? So only these three countries of Central Asia. कौन कौन सा? Turkmenistan and then Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. So the answer here is Azerbaijan नहीं है, Kyrgyzstan नहीं है. Answer should be C, 3, 4 and 5 only. It's an easy question. We can say easy question. Provided you have done world mapping. And provided you have done world mapping, and world mapping में there are some regions which are very very important. Southeast Asia, West Asia, Central Asia, Central America. इतना तो करना ही है. इतना तो कर लिया तो मिल जाता है, right? It's part of traditional mapping. That's why we can mark it as easy. Question number 28. Monazite. Monazite, you might have heard that monazite is a sand. Okay, it's basically deposition which is found along the coastal regions. And this sand is a mixture of all the different types of elements, including rare earth elements and most importantly thorium. India contains world's largest thorium deposits and all of them are in monazite sands only. Monazite sand. सबसे famous केरला के है, आपको सुना होगा, right? So from this we can extract monazite and we can also extract various different rare earth elements. Rare earth elements are used in high-end technologies, right? So presently the largest supplier is China and India is partnering with Japan to produce this rare earth elements in India. Fine, that is monazite sand. So coming to the question, monazite is a source of rare earth elements. This is right. It is also contain thorium. The third statement, monazite occurs naturally in the entire Indian coastal sands. ये थोड़ा सा doubtful है. In India, government bodies only can process or export monazite. That is right, because it is a very strategic mineral and there is a restriction that not everybody can extract this. Okay, there is a body called as Indian Rare Earth Limited. Indian Rare Earth Limited under the Department of Atomic Energy. Under the Department of Atomic Energy. Only this body can extract this and use this or process it or export it. Okay, that is fourth one is right. Now come to the third part. Monazite occurs naturally in entire Indian coastal sands in India. So if you go with the earlier method of UPSC statement, जब भी extreme statements आ जाते usually गलत होने का chances है, तो this is the key here. This is one of the few questions जो आप eliminate कर सकता था, है ना? So when you going by the entire Indian coast, कुछ तो गड़बड़ था. So if you had seen, so even if you had not studied about this, ठीक है? So थोड़ा सा सोचो. Indian coastline is of two types. One is on the eastern coast, it is emergent in nature. On the western coast, it is submergent in nature. Submergent क्यों है? ज़्यादा erosion है. Emergent क्यों है? ज़्यादा deposition है. The entire eastern coast is emergent in nature. Along the western coast, Kerala is emergent in nature. There is a deposition over there. So other than these parts, no other states has monazite sand. है ना? So majorly in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha and West Bengal. So not all the coasts. So the entire Indian coastline बोलना गलत हो जाते. So that will make the answer B. ठीक है? So it is difficult to say entire Indian coast. So this is also the overall presence, overall reserves of monazite, and as against the popular belief, Kerala से ज़्यादा, in fact Andhra Pradesh में सबसे ज़्यादा monazite sand है. Okay, Andhra Pradesh has the highest, and then comes Tamil Nadu, and then Odisha, and then Kerala, and West Bengal, and finally some part in Jharkhand along the riverine regions. ठीक है? Question number 29. In the northern hemisphere, the longest day of the year normally occurs, and this is almost repetitive of what was asked in 2019. राइट? सो हम तो क्लास में डिस्कस किया था इसका. सो ऑन दिस 2019 क्वेश्चन वाज 21 जून को क्या था ऑप्शन? The sun does not set below the horizon at Arctic Circle, right? So it was based on a simple topic of season, so which has been asked multiple times in UPSC. What about this? The northern hemisphere, in the northern hemisphere, the longest day of the year normally occurs first half of the month of June, second half of the month of June, first of the month of July, second of the month of July. कब होगा? 21st of June. 21st of June is second half of the month of June. Simple है. You should just know about the concept of summer solstice and you should just remember the overall dates. ठीक है? So why we have the longest day? Because on 21st of June, the entire Earth's position is totally tilted towards the sun. And the entire northern hemisphere experiences the longest day because the overall tilt is maximum and the entire portion, the maximum portion of the Earth gets maximum sunlight. So that is what we call it as the longest day. ठीक है? Question number 30. So this is a question I would say which can be covered both in environment as well as geography. So but geography में इसमें रखा कि क्योंकि these are the older Ramsar sites. Okay, पुराना Ramsar sites है, which we can consider as a traditional part. जो नया Ramsar sites है, you have to study more about them in detail. But older Ramsar sites, you just have to know the location. Location पता है तो easily answer हो जाएगा. These are the very famous lakes. कहाँ पर है होकेरा wetland? Where is it? It's in Jammu Kashmir. Renuka wetland, it's in Himachal Pradesh. Rudra Sagar, Tripura. Sastamkotta lake, it's not in Tamil Nadu, it's in Kerala. Answer is only 2 pairs are correct. ये तो खतरनाक टाइप ऑप्शन है. सो पूरा पता होना चाहिए तब भी आंसर कर सकते हैं, राइट? So such kind of locations, it's better to do it with mapping, and that is also the easier way of remembering these locations. Question number 62. Consider the following states: Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, Tripura. How many of the above states are generally known as tea producing state? So now this statement generally known as है ना, वहाँ पर थोड़ा सा tricky है. Because if you ask me, there is also some tree producing areas in Andhra Pradesh. There are some tree producing areas in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, Andhra Pradesh also produces some of the coffee. एक जगह में coffee मिलता है, Araku coffee you might have heard, है ना? But that does not make Andhra Pradesh as the tea producing state. Generally called as, there are few states which are called as tea producing state, or few states which are called as coffee producing state. So that is in terms of overall proportion. So what are the tea producing states then? In the south we have Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. These are the 3 major tea producing states. What are the conditions required for growing tea? It requires a good precipitation above 150 centimeters, but the temperature is not too hot. Coffee requires little bit higher temperature, but tea requires little bit lower temperature. So even in Western Ghats also, coffee is grown in the little bit lower elevation and tea is grown in the little bit higher elevation because it requires little bit colder conditions. However, in the northern parts, we have enough cold conditions. It is grown in West Bengal near to Darjeeling. Majorly Darjeeling tea, सबको पता है. Other than this, Assam, the entire Assam Duar regions. So other than West Bengal and Assam, in many other parts of northeast, it is grown. That includes, you can see here, Tripura, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Manipur, Nagaland. There are some regions where tea is grown. Combined together, we call them, all of them are tea producing states. Yes, they are tea producing states. In the north, we have majorly in Himachal and some parts of Uttarakhand. Himachal, Kangra mein, very famous tea. Kangra Valley is known for tea cultivation. That's why Himachal is also called as tea producing state, but not Andhra Pradesh. Fine. So going with this, Andhra Pradesh is not, Kerala, Himachal, Tripura, only 3 states. So if you know the conditions required for growing tea, you can make a guess, but still it is difficult to eliminate. It is still difficult to eliminate. You should know exactly. That makes this question difficult. Again, river based. One more question here. This time it is based on reservoirs. Different types of reservoirs. So Ghataprabha reservoir. Ghataprabha is a tributary of Krishna. Ghataprabha, Malaprabha, right? So that's a tributary of Krishna in Karnataka. Okay, this is Krishna coming from Mahabaleshwar. And one of the earliest tributaries is Koyna. Then comes two important tributaries. One is Ghataprabha, another one is Malaprabha. So Ghataprabha coming from this northern part, and here there is a dam on Ghataprabha near to Belgaum of northern Karnataka. Okay, you don't have to know about this much of detail. Even if you know Ghataprabha is a tributary of Krishna, ye kafi tha. And it's a tributary of Krishna which joins Krishna within Karnataka only. Andhra Pradesh jana mushkil tha. Andhra Pradesh or Telangana. Okay, so there you could have easily eliminated this. So there are no tributaries of Krishna in the name of Ghataprabha joining in Telangana. There is a tributary of Krishna. Ghataprabha joins Krishna in Karnataka itself, and there is this dam, and the dam's name is Hidkal Dam. It's called as Hidkal Dam. ठीक है. Second, Gandhi Sagar. Gandhi Sagar कहाँ पर है? This is Gandhi Sagar. And it's in Madhya Pradesh. On which river? Chambal River. Chambal River coming from Madhya Pradesh. And here there is a dam just before it enters Rajasthan. Okay, that is what is Gandhi Sagar. And the third one, Indra Sagar. And fourth one is Mathon. Indra Sagar to famous hai. Why Indra Sagar is famous? It is the largest reservoir of India. That's in Madhya Pradesh on Narmada River. Indra Sagar is in Madhya Pradesh on Narmada River. It's not in Andhra Pradesh. What about Mathon? Mathon is in Jharkhand. It's on a river called as Barakar. So why it is important? It is historically important. Damodar was earlier called as the sorrow of Bengal. It was earlier called as sorrow of Bengal. Then later we started this Damodar Valley Corporation, through which we constructed 4 dams on Damodar as well as on the tributaries of Damodar. So this is one of that dam, which was constructed in the second 5-year plan. Okay, that is the very famous Damodar Valley Corporation. Fine. So coming to the answer, Ghataprabha is wrong, Telangana mein nahi hai. Gandhi Sagar is right, Indra Sagar is wrong, Mathon is wrong. It's not in Chhattisgarh, it's in Jharkhand. Now comes the tricky part. Many of you might not have observed this knot. Right? Many of you might not have observed this knot, and you would have made a mistake here. So इसका आंसर, if at all this not is not given, it would be one pair only. If it is given, it should be three pairs. This is one of the very tricky part. You don't read the question carefully, definitely you make a mistake here. Three pairs are incorrectly matched. Three pairs are incorrectly matched. Question number 81. Again, even though this is conceptual, it is little bit tricky. Thoda sa tricky hai. You need more clarity in the subject, then only you will be able to answer this. So you have studied that clouds reflect the light, the incoming light ko reflect kar leta hai. And clouds also absorb the light which is coming from the radiation. Now comes the tricky part, which clouds reflect the radiation and which cloud absorb the radiation. Thoda sa in-depth hai. You need to understand in in-depth manner, then only you will be able to get the answer. So first of all, let's say these are the clouds and near to the surface. If this is near to the surface, the clouds near to the surface, they are low-lying clouds. For example, stratonimbus or altus. Stratonimbus or strato or just stratus or nimbus. All of these are low-lying clouds. High clouds, कौन सा हो सकता है? Cirrus, cirrocumulus, cirrostratus. Fine. What is the characteristic of high clouds, high altitude clouds? They are very thin and they are very light. They are very thin and light. Usually feathery like appearance, right? So these are near to the ground, usually they are thick. The thin clouds will not be able to reflect the incoming light. The incoming light is high radiation, high energy radiation, high frequency रहता है, short wave होता है. So that will easily pass through this. It will easily pass through this because it is thin cloud. However, it will not be able to pass through the thick clouds, which will get reflected easily. Fine. And the outgoing radiation, there is huge quantity of outgoing radiation. Of course, some part of it is reflected back here, but majority of it is reflected back by the thin clouds. Okay, majority of them are reflected back by the thin clouds. It is not the clouds which are very near to the ground. So that makes both the options wrong. Both are incorrect. The option says high clouds primarily reflect solar radiation and cool the surface of Earth. No. High clouds usually are involved in heating up of the surface. They are involved in heating up of the surface. Second one, low clouds have high absorption of infrared radiation. It is not the low clouds which are high clouds. High clouds have the high quantity of heating. Okay, they are able to absorb and keep the entire lower layers hot. थोड़ा सा in depth है, that makes the question difficult. ठीक है? Answer is D. This is again a difficult question because you would know about Anatolia, you would know about Catalonia. The other two, if you don't know about it, you cannot take a guess. है ना? So let's say you know about Anatolia. Anatolia तो टर्की में है, Catalonia इटली में नहीं है. Catalonia के बारे में UPSC में क्वेश्चन आया था ना? So there was a question 2 years before. The regions in news and the country. Catalonia was actually had opted for referendum. अभी भी उसका इश्यू चल ही रहा है. They want independence. It's a region near to the northern part of Spain, near to Andorra. ठीक है? Anatolia is the plateau, Anatolia plateau of Turkey. Okay, this is Anatolia plateau. Fine. So let's say you know about these two. Anatolia सही है, Catalonia गलत है. So you are left with one pair only, two pair only, three pair only. बस यही eliminate हुआ है. Right? So you should know specifically about the other two, then only you will be able to answer this. In that first one, Amara was part of Ethiopia, that is right. Ethiopia near to Lake Tana region, there were local conflicts going on, that's why it was in news. Amara. Cabo Delgado. Okay, let me just show it on the board once so that yaad rahe. This region towards the northern part where we have Lake Tana, this region is called as Amara. Okay, there were local conflict going on, that's why it was in news. Then we have Cabo Delgado. Mozambique. The northern part of Mozambique. So this was also in news due to recent local conflict involving extremists. Okay, this is a typical question of geography where earlier they had asked the regions in news. You just have to remember the region, not the reason behind that. Okay, simple region काफी था, but what makes this question difficult is the options which you cannot eliminate. Right? So these are the questions from geography. So other than this, there is also one question on solar flares, which will be discussed in science and technology. But here, if you know about tsunami generation, tsunami wala option eliminate kar diya to answer mil jayega. Okay, that is also, I would say, it's related to geography, and the maritime boundaries related to geography, and even Senkaku Islands covered in IR, and एक और क्वेश्चन है countries and the reason for it to be in news, वो भी IR में है. So I think these are the overall things, overall questions related to geography. So what is the final analysis? The final analysis is that the entire section of geography as a whole, if you see, total 12 questions and few of the questions related to geography. Overall, if you say, this is a difficult section. For a long time, we have been complaining that number of questions in geography has decreased. Finally, UPSC increases, and still we are complaining. Right? So that is how UPSC works. So overall number of questions in geography, even though it has increased, but the focus has been majorly towards locations and facts. Fine. So should we neglect the traditional parts? Definitely not. That's because it's just a phase, and geography, the traditional part of geography has always been constant. And the thing is, traditional part of geography में आप अच्छे से पढ़ लिया तो score कर सकते हो, आराम से score कर सकते हो. And more than prelims part means the largest section, which is a must. You cannot neglect the traditional part of geography. So what I would suggest, along with traditional part of geography, please give more concentration to mapping part. Okay, mapping should not be done as some extra activity end में कर लेते हैं. ये सब थोड़ा सा कम करना है. You need to do mapping on daily basis. Whatever the location you see in news, please try to locate on the map and make a note of this simple information why it is in news. इतना काफी है. Okay, even if you know why it is in news, in which location, ये almost cover हो जाते हैं. Nobody is asking very in detail question here. For that, you just need a simple atlas and a newspaper. जो daily newspaper आप पढ़ते हो वो काफी है. Along with that, try to read current affairs. Current affairs में जो भी मिल जाता है, that is sufficient. So, so what are the traditional sources? Overall sources considering this year's paper, NCRTs, GC Leong, and any of your class notes, whatever, wherever you have read, that is sufficient. In addition to that, please keep atlas and current locations. That is a must. You cannot give a miss. That is a clear indication here. In addition to all of this, one important source which all of you should have is curiosity. Curiosity for seeing the places, curiosity to know what is special about a particular place, where exactly it is located. एक बार atlas खोल के देख लिया तो याद हो जाता है ना? So with that mindset, definitely geography can be approachable. Okay, but still it is difficult this year. Let's hope that it would be easier in the coming days. So let's start with the next section, environment. Let me just show the syllabus of environment first. There is very interesting thing about environment syllabus, where UPSC specifically says that you don't require any kind of subject specialization, right? So, but this is considering that we read about environment and ecology very religiously, very with interest, जो हम नहीं करते है ना? So that's why of course it requires some specialization, some knowledge specifically based on the current trend also. But overall the topics are restricted to environment, ecology, biodiversity and climate change. Overall the topics are restricted here itself. The number of questions in environment, there are a total of 19 questions, which makes one of the largest. These 19 questions include the questions of current affairs. The current affairs questions also. So usually environment has nearly 50% of the questions are static based, 50% of the questions are current based. But this year the more orientation is towards current affairs. The traditional areas are still less. Okay, earlier we have seen many of the earlier years there have been good number of questions from the traditional area, but this area there are few questions which are traditionally asked, जैसे कि Wildlife Protection Act, उसका provision, basic provision तो पता था, है ना, थोड़ा सा in depth में जाना था, but still this is one of the question from traditional areas. And even the concept of wetland, okay, if you know the concept of wetland, you could have answered that question, right? There are certain questions from traditional area, but more questions from current affairs areas. Current affairs areas may be particularly the issues, environmental issues which are in news, that was given priority. Okay, for example, methane and nitrous oxide, है ना? So उसके ऊपर previous भी question आया था, इस बार भी आया है majorly. Fine. And we also have this WHO air quality which was in news, mains में question आया था, prelims में भी आ गया. This is for the first time ऐसे हुआ है. Fine. And even on the PET bottles, acid rain, these are all current related issues. And the focus has been on current related issues. In addition to this, we have also seen some of the questions on climate change, which is as usual UPSC का favorite area है. Climate change के ऊपर 2-3 questions है. Fine. And in addition to this, there were few questions which are easier in environment, which were in news. If you know about the news, you could have easily answered this. For example, Miyawaki forest हो गया, Bio-rock हो गया, and even the Gushi Marshar ho gaya. Very good. Okay, so all of this. If you know about the news, you could have easily answered them. Right? So simple news would have been sufficient. That is one section. Other than this, many of our traditional areas are totally neglected. Okay, for example, protected areas, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, threatened species, the status of threatened species. I'm sure many of you would have spent a lot of time in that. Okay, it's a sad that UPSC did not ask about that. Okay? But still, environment is one of the very diverse area. It is difficult to pinpoint to a particular area. कुछ areas में questions आते हैं, कुछ areas में question नहीं आते हैं. And this year they are totally neglected. ठीक है? So this is overall about the overview of environmental section. Let's go through the section and then we'll finally do the analysis. First one. Among the following crops, which one is the most important anthropogenic source of both methane and nitrous oxide? Both methane and nitrous oxide. So if any of you have gone through the previous paper, there was one question in 2019. Methane के बारे में question आया था about the sources of emission of methane. Methane कहाँ से निकलता है? Methane तो इस साल COP26 में भी बात हुआ था. There was a specific agreement on methane. Of course, India did not participate in that. So methane has been in news. Why? Because methane is a short-lived greenhouse gas. Okay, it will live there for 10 to 20 years. And if we target that, we can achieve the result very early. And we can reduce the global warming faster if you target and reduce the methane. इसलिए methane news में था. So again, we have a question on methane as well as nitrous oxide. So the answer is rice. So methane तो पता है because for the cultivation of paddy we use stagnant water. and when the stagnant water is used and along the roots there is some kind of decomposition happens and that releases methane. In the same way, the excessive use of fertilizers and some of the natural bacteria near to the roots also produces nitrogen, and that nitrogen is released into the Earth's atmosphere as nitrous oxide. So paddy is also the source of nitrous oxide, both methane as well as nitrous oxide. Okay, so considering that methane was in news, easily could have guessed, at least थोड़ा सा तो prepare होना चाहिए था, basic major pollutants कहाँ से निकलते हैं. So considering that, this is a moderate question and a traditional area, not totally, मतलब current affairs से current news पता है तब भी आंसर कर सकते हैं, ऐसे जरूरी नहीं है. Even if you're reading about the basic the major pollutants and the sources जो आपका traditional standard material में मिल जाते हैं, वहाँ से भी आंसर निकाल सकते हैं. The answer is rice paddy cultivation. Anthropogenic source? Yes, rice cultivation basically. Rice cultivation is anthropogenic activity, right? Because there are other natural sources of methane. Overall the question is about anthropogenic source only. In that, which one? That was the question. 22, system of rice intensification. ये भी काफी न्यूज में था, system of rice intensification, and particularly it was in news for this year in the context of lockdown. In Punjab, for growing paddy, they majorly use flood irrigation method, which consumes a lot of water, but it reduces weed. Okay, overall weed is decreased. That is why they use the flood irrigation method, right? However, the system of rice intensification is a method which uses less water, less seeds, less power, and requires less labor. But it is a very specific method. You have to do that practice in a very specific method. This method was earlier developed in Madagascar, now used in different parts of the world. बहुत जगह में use करते हैं. ठीक है? So that is what is system of rice intensification. It reduces your overall water requirement, seed requirement, power requirement. Of course, water requirement इसलिए कम होता है कि you don't have to give stagnant water. Normal paddy cultivation uses stagnant water for the standing crop, right? So here they don't use that. So जितना पानी कम होगा, power requirement भी कम होगा, right? So overall seed requirement is also less. It is said that in the method of system of rice intensification, it takes only 2 kg per acre, whereas normally it takes 5 kgs of seeds per acre. ठीक है? So that's why the answer is 1, 2 and 3. Here it is this specific method. This method is called a system of rice intensification. It's a method of cultivation of rice with less water than the normal traditional method of rice cultivation. Traditional method is used everywhere. Here it is used in very less regions. Recently Punjab mein, in many of the regions they adapted this due to the shortage of labor during the lockdown. Due to the shortage of labor during the lockdown, they adapted this method. That's why it was in news. It is also in practice in many different parts of India, but not widely used. Okay, this is something which has developed in the recent times. See, the overall the system of rice intensification involves the normal method involves they use the seeds in a nursery and there they grow the plants and then they will transplant to the field in a standing water. Here they do the direct sowing. Okay? Overall seed requirement is lesser here. Question number 41. So these two question number 41, 42 थोड़ा सा difficult level में है. Both are related to climate. And the thing is, both the questions were not a major topics of climate change जितना हमने predict किया था, because there have been many different events or initiatives in the context of climate change. ये थोड़ा सा peripheral areas में था, but फिर भी question आया. That makes both these question number 41 and 42 difficult. Question number 41, but if you have read about this, you could have answered. Okay, the climate action tracker, you just read about this, ये क्या है उससे basically निकल जाता है. It monitors the emission reduction pledges of different countries. It is a database created by coalition of research organization. Simple है. Okay, database created by coalition of research organization. So basically there are certain independent scientific research organization. They're tracking the overall emissions of different countries, which accounts for nearly 85% of the world's global emissions. They have been doing since long back, and after the agreement of Paris agreement के बाद में, this has been used to see which country has been doing how much of efforts in order to achieve the targets of Paris agreement. Okay, this gives out the overall emissions of different countries, which covers nearly totally 85% of the world's global emissions. And this is totally independent organizations. ठीक है? So the answer is ये. I told you, if you don't know about this, you will not be able to get this. यहाँ पर तो guess मारने का option बिल्कुल कम है. You cannot take a guess here. Question number 42. Climate group. So climate group is basically, it is an international non-profit organization that drives the climate action by building larger network and runs them. So it is not an initiative of any of these international organization as it is given in International Energy Agency. ये तो involved है ही नहीं है. It is totally non-government and coalition of private organizations also. Private companies are also involved here. Basically they are motivating the private companies to participate and contribute at the global level. India में बहुत सारा companies इसके लिए pledge किया है, including Mahindra. Okay, many of the companies have recently pledged their support to this, saying that they will work towards energy efficiency. Okay, that is why the second statement is wrong. This EP100 is the initiative of the same climate group, but it is not an initiative of International Energy Agency. So अगर यहाँ से ये गया तो ये भी गया, fifth one भी गया. International Energy Agency is not the secretariat. If you eliminate this, you eliminate this also. So answer is 1, 3 and 4. क्योंकि 2 and 5 इसी में ही नहीं है. What about the third and fourth statement? EP100 brings together leading companies committed to driving innovation in energy efficiency and increasing competitiveness while delivering emission reduction goals. This is the overall idea of EP100. Fine. And some Indian companies are members of this. मैंने बताया था. Right? So of course, this you should know specifically, तब भी answer कर सकता है. And this is also one of the rare question जहाँ पर 5 statement दे दिया है. Usually इतना तो 5 statement नहीं देता है UPSC. कुछ साल पहले 1-2 क्वेश्चन आया था, अभी तो यूजुअली नहीं होता है, बट स्टिल दिस मेक्स द एलिमिनेशन ईजियर, राइट? क्वेश्चन नंबर 43. Wetlands. The concept of wetland, if you have the idea, fair idea of concept of wetlands, you can answer this. If rainforests and tropical forests are lungs of earth, then surely wetlands function as kidneys. Which one of the following functions of wetlands best reflects the above statement? Either you should know about the function of wetland or you should know about the function of kidney. दोनों से भी आंसर निकाल सकते हैं. What does kidney do? Filtering. जो impurities है वो सारा filter करके निकालता है. That is, aquatic plants absorb the heavy metals and excess nutrients. Right? So the other options are wrong. Water cycle in wetland involves the surface runoff, subsulfide percolation, evaporation. इससे तो overall kidney function तो नहीं बता सकते हैं. Algae form the nutrient base upon which fish, crustacean, ये सब तो ठीक है. Wetlands play a vital role in maintaining sedimentation balance and soil sublimation. Overall तो ठीक है, but the function of filtering out, that is mentioned in option D. So you might see the other statements are also right. है ना, देख सकते हैं अदर स्टेटमेंट भी सही हो सकता है, बट दैट इज वेयर द ट्रैप लाइज. स्टेटमेंट देख के हाँ ये सही है, दिस इज अबाउट द वेटलैंड, ये सही है, मार्क कर दिया तो गलत हो जाता है, क्योंकि दे आर स्पेसिफिकली आस्किंग अबाउट ए फंक्शन दैट इज फिल्टरिंग, है ना, दैट इज ऑप्शन डी. So we all know about the wetlands. Wetlands are the intermediate ecosystem in between the terrestrial as well as the aquatic. So it acts as a transition zone between them, and in this transition zone usually water remains stagnant and there is no more vegetation biomass, and through this process the water filters out, recycles, the nutrient recycling happens over there, है ना. Question number 44. ये तो मैंने ऑलरेडी बता दिया. जैसे पहली बार यूजुअली इतना तो नहीं होता है कि पिछले मेंस में पूछ लिया फिर दोबारा नेक्स्ट प्रीलिम्स में आ गया. सो मेंस में क्वेश्चन आया था, कौन सा क्वेश्चन था? दिस वाज द क्वेश्चन आस्क्ड इन मेंस. So this was the question asked in mains, the recent main 2021, and it was also continuously in news. Overall, there was a change in the parameters, the overall air quality के लिए जितना WHO standards है वो increase किया था. And the thing is, India was yet to fulfill these parameters itself, and now we have been given the next parameters. We are yet to fulfill these parameters only. हमारा most of the cities are not fulfilling these parameters itself. So that's why it was in news. So what are the statements? अगर ये क्वेश्चन देख के कुछ लोग डर गया होगा, पता नहीं है, चलो छोड़ के आ जाओ, ऐसे हो गया, तो definitely that is a mistake. Because other than the first statement, other statements you could have easily answered without even knowing the guidelines. पहले फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट देखो. द 24-hour मीन ऑफ PM 2.5 शुड नॉट एक्सीड 15 माइक्रोग्राम पर मीटर क्यूब एंड द एनुअल मीन ऑफ PM 2.5 शुड नॉट एक्सीड 5 माइक्रोग्राम पर मीटर क्यूब. ये तो पूरा इससे डायरेक्ट है. द एनुअल मीन इज 5 एंड द 24-hour मीन इज 15. ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत फैक्ट चले हैं डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द गाइडलाइंस. व्हाट अबाउट द अदर स्टेटमेंट्स? In a year, highest level of ozone pollution occurs during the period of inclement weather. What do you mean by inclement weather? Harsh weather. Okay, that is cold conditions, winter conditions. And ozone pollution majorly happens in summer because it requires sunlight. It requires sunlight. Okay, so that makes this statement wrong. You don't have to know the WHO guidelines directly. PM10 can penetrate the lung barrier and enter the bloodstream. ये भी गलत है. See, PM10, PM 2.5, two particulate matter which are considered to be highly polluting. PM10 is larger diameter, PM 2.5 smaller diameter. PM10 can penetrate the lungs and it will accumulate in the lungs, but it will not penetrate into the blood. That is done by PM 2.5. That is why PM 2.5 is considered to be more dangerous. Third one is wrong. So second is wrong, third is wrong. इसी से आंसर निकल जाएगा, राइट? एक्सेसिव ओजोन इन द एयर कैन ट्रिगर आस्थमा. ये तो सही है. ओजोन पोल्यूशन कॉजेस वेरियस रेस्पिरेटरी डिसीजेस, ब्रोंकाइटिस इंक्लूडिंग आस्थमा, राइट? द फर्स्ट वन इज राइट. आंसर इज बी. So again, you need calm mind to think. थोड़ा सा in a calm mind without getting disturbed by the paper. You should, if you think, हो सकता है मिल जाएगा, बीच में कुछ क्वेश्चन मिल जाएगा. That is what you have to practice here. ठीक है? So finally, Gucci. So this is our mushroom, very famous. So it was in news. It was in news. इसलिए था बहुत सारा celebrities इसको खा रहे थे, and this is considered to be one of the very costly mushroom, and it is also considered to be very tasty mushroom. इसलिए news में था. So if you knew about this, overall हिमालयाज में आते हैं, पर्टिकुलरली कश्मीर का गुची इज वेरी फेमस, कश्मीर है ना, इतना तो अगर पता है तो यू कुड हैव इजीली आंसर दिस. इट्स अ फंगस, इज दैट राइट? यस, ऑल मशरूम्स आर फंगस, राइट. इट ग्रोज इन सम हिमालयन फॉरेस्ट एरियाज, ठीक है, ऐसे जनरल स्टेटमेंट है, सम हिमालयन फॉरेस्ट एरिया, ठीक है. द थर्ड वन इज एक्चुअली रॉन्ग. नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया में नहीं है, इट्स एक्चुअली नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया. कश्मीर का फेमस है ना. सो इट इज मेजरली टुवर्ड्स नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया. सो दैट मेक्स द आंसर सी 1 and 2 ओनली. पेट. सो पेट बॉटल्स तो आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, might have seen पेट, जो हार्ड बॉटल्स होता है ना, that is what is PET. It's plastic, right? It's called as polyethylene tetraphthalate, which is so widespread in our daily lives. Consider the following statements about it. Its fibers can be blended with wool and cotton fibers to reinforce their properties. Yes, yes, it's possible. Because ये जो जैसे बनाते हैं ना, so they make in terms of plastic fibers and then they model it, then they give that shape of bottle. During that processing itself, you can club it with the other fibers and it is there in the market. The first one is right. Second one, the containers made of it can be used to store any alcoholic beverage. ये तो गलत है, alcoholic beverage छोड़ो, बाकी दूसरा any drinks, any food items, it is not suggested to store in long term. Plastic is considered to be hazardous. And we cannot store any of these for long term. So alcohol तो और reactive है, it is not suggested at all. The second statement is wrong. Bottle made of it can be recycled into other products. ये तो सही है. See, PET bottles are little bit thicker. उसका plastic मोटा रहता है rather than thin single use plastic which is difficult to recycle. This can be recycled. Articles made of it can be easily disposed of by incineration without causing greenhouse gas emission. ये तो मुश्किल है. So plastic is considered one of the most damaging destructive इसलिए कि it produces lot of greenhouse gas if you burn it. And not only during the disposal, even during the manufacturing also it results in lot of greenhouse gas. बहुत सारा greenhouse gas manufacturing process में ही निकलता है. Right? So that's why the fourth statement is wrong. Answer is 1 and 3. Right? So यहां तक थोड़ा बहुत moderate and difficult questions था. आगे easy questions है, देखो. This is of course one of the easy. माशीर तो यूपीएससी भी पूछा है एक बार. ब्लू फिन माशीर कावेरी में मिलता है नहीं मिलता, इतना डिटेल में आ गया. Now suddenly it's a simple question. We have studied in detail about different types of माशीर with their critical status. IUCN status भी पढ़ा था. So माशीर एलिमिनेट कर दो, you will get the answer. माशीर, गोल्डन माशीर कहाँ पर मिलता है बताइए? हिमालयस, राइट? ब्लू फिन माशीर कावेरी, राइट? सो बाकी सारा तो बर्ड्स है. अगर ये पता भी नहीं है तो फिर भी आंसर मिल जाएगा. इट्स इजी क्वेश्चन. सो दिस वाज द अर्लियर क्वेश्चन आस्क्ड 2019 में जो क्वेश्चन आया था. ये भी थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी लगता है बट यू कैन एलिमिनेट एंड गेट द आंसर हियर. एलिमिनेशन से मिल जाता है. दिस इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द फ्यू क्वेश्चन जहां पर एलिमिनेशन पॉसिबल था. अल्फा अल्फा, वेयर हैव यू हर्ड अबाउट अल्फा अल्फा? द टेम्परेट ग्रासलैंड्स, grasses which are used for cattle feeding, and if they are used for cattle feeding they are very nutritious. Of course they are nitrogen fixation. हाँ, बहुत लोगों ने ये फर्स्ट ऑप्शन नहीं एलिमिनेट किया है बट थोड़ा सा ये तो गलत है. चलो, मोस्ट कॉमन कौन सा है? चिकपी. व्हाट इज चिकपी? चना. चना इज लेग्यूमिनस. ये तो नाइट्रोजनस है. सो यू आर लेफ्ट विथ ओनली A and B. Right? Even if you get chickpea right, ये दोनों गलत है. So इससे तो वन कॉमन है, होना ही चाहिए. Right? Chickpea is the chana. Chana is leguminous, right? Pulse है, of course. So you are left with 1, 3, 4, 1, 3, 5 and 6. Fourth one देखो, clover. What is clover? 3 पत्ते वाला होता है ना. It's most common. This clover. दिस इज नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन, बहुत कॉमन है ना, बहुत कॉमन है इन टर्म्स ऑफ ग्रास लैंड, जहां पर ग्रासेस रहता है, यू विल फाइंड देम मोस्ट कॉमनली. दिस इज केपेबल ऑफ नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन. सो आंसर इज ये. Bio-rock technology. So basically bio-rock technology is a technology used to restore the corals. So in those regions wherever the corals have undergone degradation, damaging, bleaching, है ना? So in order to strengthen the restoration, we provide some kind of support, and that is this kind of frame, okay, in terms of manufactured rock kind of structure which we put them, which will help in the generation of limestone. Lime secreting है ना, so limestone generation में easy रहता है. So that helps in the restoration of corals. So this is widely used. India में भी बहुत जगह में use हुआ है. गुजरात में recently Forest Department of Gujarat had tried this method and it has been successful. है ना? So it's used in the restoration of damaged coral. You just have to know what is bio-rock. इससे answer directly मिल जाता है. It's a easy question. Question number 50, Miyawaki. Miyawaki forest भी पता है, like it's a method of growing forest in urban regions, in a small area growing large forest in an intense method. Okay, it's also called as fast forest. बहुत जल्दी in a small area, small plot you can grow this. That method is called as Miyawaki forest. Development of gardens using genetically modified flora. Creation of mini forest in urban areas. So बाकी सारा तो wind energy नहीं है, हटा दो, commercial farming भी हटा दो. Answer is simple. Okay, it's a easy question. Question number 75, little bit tricky. You need to know in detail about this, then only you will be able to take a guess, otherwise it is difficult to guess. Which one of the following has been constituted under Environmental Protection Act of 1986? So I know it is very difficult to remember each and every organization, whether it is a statutory body or a constitutional body or a executive body and all, but at least you should know about the provisions of Environmental Protection Act. And one of the important authority established under Environmental Protection Act is Central Groundwater Authority. If you know about the major provisions of Environmental Protection Act, you could have answered this, but still this makes it whether you know it or you don't know it. You cannot take a guess. Right? Here the answer is Central Groundwater Authority. One of the major important bodies established under the Environmental Protection Act. Question number 77, Polar Code. Polar Code was in news recently because of the Arctic melting and the usage of these Arctic waters for transportation. Okay, recently International Maritime Organization had released certain code of conduct which should be followed by the ships which are traveling in these Arctic waters, which should be followed, and that is what is Polar Code. It is the international code of safety for ships operating in polar waters. Okay, again simple and direct, you know this, you can easily answer this. Fine. Greenwashing thoda sa tricky hai, because so it is not a term which is not commonly used. What do you mean by greenwashing? अभी तो इतना सारा green related आ रहा है ना, so everything is green, everything is eco friendly. That creating false impression is greenwashing, because if you create something as green, eco-friendly, people would definitely buy it. There's upcoming more market, you might get more investment. It's a kind of misleading. So nobody is able to go and check exactly सच में हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है. So that is what is greenwashing. Creating a false impression that a company's products are eco-friendly and environmentally sound. That is what is greenwashing. Many of the countries, many of the companies are following this. So कैसे? Creating a green color packet. प्रोडक्ट तो नॉर्मली रहता है, ऊपर का ग्रीन कलर बना दिया, लोगों को लगता है ठीक है थोड़ा सा इको फ्रेंडली है, ले लेते हैं, है ना. दैट इज व्हाट इज ग्रीन वॉशिंग. आंसर इज यस ए. ये भी थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट टाइप है. आई थिंक इट्स अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ बोथ जियोग्राफी एज वेल एज एनवायरमेंट क्वेश्चन. Where is this largest solar park in India? It's in Rajasthan. It's not only the largest park in India, it is the largest park in the entire world. It's in Rajasthan near to Jodhpur. The place is called as Bhadla, Bhadla, in Rajasthan, not in Gujarat. Okay, it covers a total area of 14,000 acres. 14,000 acres. So first statement is wrong. Second one, Kerala has a fully solar powered international airport. कौन सा? Cochin. Cochin. It is not only India's, it is the first airport in the world that is fully powered by solar energy. The second statement is right. Third one, Goa has the largest floating solar photovoltaic project in India. कहाँ पर है? No. It's in Andhra Pradesh, in Simhadri. Okay, it was installed by BHEL. Fine? Tricky, difficult, because you have to know about it exactly. अगर एक दो पता है तो एलिमिनेट करके निकाल सकते हैं, बट स्टिल इट इज इंफॉर्मेशन बेस्ड, मेक्स इट डिफिकल्ट. द आंसर इज 2 ओनली. हाँ, दिस इज आवर फेवरेट क्वेश्चन, टुडेज फेवरेट क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज स्लाइटली डिबेटेबल. So let me tell you about those statements which is not debatable. Second statement में आ जाओ. The question is with reference to Indian laws about wildlife protection, consider the following statements. Second statement में देखो, when wild animal is declared protected, such animal is entitled for equal protection whether it is found inside the protected areas or outside the protected area. Is it right? ये तो logical है. ऐसे नहीं बोल सकते कि शेर बाहर आ गया तो उसको मार सकते हैं. So that is wrong, right? So this is totally right. Right? Third one. Apprehension of protected wild animals becoming a danger to human life is sufficient ground for capturing or killing it. So here the word is apprehension. You have to read the statement very carefully. Of course, if a wild animal becomes danger to human life, it is sufficient ground for capturing or killing. But just the apprehension is not. Apprehension मतलब लग रहा है, सच में हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है ये पता नहीं, ऐसे लग रहा है कि this might be dangerous. So that is not a ground. It should be clearly established that this is totally dangerous for human life. Then only you can give the order. Usually India में allow नहीं करते हैं. Unless it is well established that this is a man-eater or it has gone beyond damage, beyond control चला गया. Okay, वापस recover करना बहुत मुश्किल है. Only in that case they will give the order for killing. Just by apprehension we cannot say so. ठीक है? Third eliminate कर दिया. We have second. So you have to go for first one. First one is the trickiest part. Wild animals are the sole property of government. Is it given in Wildlife Protection Act? Wildlife Protection Act mentions that any animal which is other than vermin, which is killed or which is hunted down, is the sole property of Government of India. But it is not clearly mentioned. Every wild animal which is living is also sole property of Government of India. But Bombay High Court in its judgment has clearly said that every wild animal is a sole property of Government of India. In the context of one of the cases where it discusses regarding the compensation to be given by the damage caused by wild animal. It says that wild animals, all the wild animals are the property of Government of India, तो आपको compensation देना ही है. You have to give the compensation. In one of the cases, the Bombay High Court had declared. And that is where you have to read the stem very carefully. With reference to Indian laws, it does not talk about Wildlife Protection Act specifically. So every rule of Bombay High Court or Supreme Court, it is equivalent to law. So that makes the first statement right. Answer is ye. ठीक है? It is a very tricky question. You have to read the statements very carefully, then only you will get the answer. ये तो सिंपल है, एंट के बारे में तो पता है ना. इफ एनी ऑफ यू हैड द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू सी ए एंट हिल, यू विल सी अ लॉट ऑफ फंगस. उसके अंदर बहुत सारा फंगस निकलता है. Basically what the ants do, they will bring all the food, debris of leaves, and in some places they will just deposit in that the fungus comes, and they also use it for food. It's a method of farming done by ants. So they live in close relationship, mutualism. Okay, it's about ant. ठीक है? It's a question from ecology. Usually ecology में ऐसे वाला एक question होता है about the interaction of different species or a peculiar characteristic, and this was the question. The last question, question number 100. Consider the following: carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, ozone, sulfur dioxide. Which of the above in the environment are causes of acid rain? नाइट्रोजन ऑक्साइड ठीक है, सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड भी ठीक है, इससे एसिड रेन होते हैं, हमें पता है. ओके, नाइट्रोजन ऑक्साइड से नाइट्रिक ऑक्साइड, सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड से सल्फ्यूरिक एसिड. ओके, हमें बन सकते हैं. व्हाट अबाउट द अदर? कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड, नो. कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड विल नॉट बिकम एसिडिक एंड कॉज एसिड रेन. ओके, ऐसे तो जो नॉर्मल प्रेसिपिटेशन भी हम एसिड रेन नहीं बोल सकते. कार्बोनिक एसिड इज नॉट इक्वल टू एसिड रेन. ठीक है, इफ यू एलिमिनेट वन, you are left with 2 and 4 only. Ozone is eliminated automatically. Ozone is not the cause of acid rain. Ozone is the resultant of smog. Smog formation में बनता है. Okay, it is not the cause of acid rain. The formation of ozone will not cause acid rain. Acid rain के लिए चाहिए the emission of sulfur and nitrogen compounds, which will react in the Earth's atmosphere, and that causes the acid rain. ठीक है? The answer is B, 2 and 4 only. Now the overall analysis of environment section. So overall analysis of environment section, I would say the section of environment was on expected lines. It was on expected line. That does not mean that they are easy. It was expected that environment will be driven by current affairs. It has been the trend. Environment, more than 50% of the questions would be influenced by current affairs. Fine. This year it is little bit more. And the focus on traditional areas has been little bit less, but still you have to completely depend on current affairs for environment. Without current affairs, environment is incomplete. You cannot just read some book, एक book पढ़ने से पूरा हो जाता है, उससे बाहर आने आपको. You have to read the current affairs news and understand from the environmental perspective, and then that is your preparation for environment. You have to read the current affairs. At the same time, you have to concentrate on the conventional areas also. Conventional areas भी होना चाहिए, that is the base, but upon which you have to read the current affairs. So that makes the environmental section moderately difficult again, because there are certain easy questions which we saw. Easy questions you can answer it. You know, you have basic preparations से भी answer कर सकते हैं, but there are many difficult questions. That's why overall moderately difficult. What are the sources? I would suggest keep any one compilation for the traditional area. Okay, for example, Vision IAS का जो compilation है, you can use that. है ना? Traditional area refers to the static part, ecology, environment, biodiversity, the concepts, as well as the pollution, degradation का जो static components है. In addition to that, you need to read newspaper, and there is no alternative for newspaper. Okay, and any current affair compilation is must, and there you have to pick the environment topics. Fine. And as usual, as UPSC has also suggested, you need to develop a general curiosity for all the environment related topics which are happening around you. ठीक है? So if you practice in environment, definitely there is advantage. Many of the terminologies which you would know, वो थोड़ा सा दिमाग में रहेगा ये practice, question practice करने से. So in as a whole, I would say environment, you can make it scoring if you practice well and revise current affairs thoroughly. Fine. So that is all from environment and geography section. If you have any doubts, so as usual, you can use this mail ID. And you can also connect with me in this Twitter ID. Fine. I wish you all the best to all of you. I hope all of you clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon class. So I'll be discussing the economics portion from the prelims paper. So how was it? मुश्किल लोग क्यों लगा? You said it's difficult. What? Easy, tough? Medium. What was the tough part? Medium क्यों? Okay, what was the difference this year paper from the previous years? Any noticeable change? Concepts on the tougher side. Anything else? So if you see, compared to the previous years, the questions appeared difficult because they had combined a lot of concepts in one question. If you see in the previous years, conceptual questions, they mostly asked A, B, C, D, or they've at max given 2 statements. This year there were 3 statements given, each testing the concepts. Trend-wise, the paper was on the similar lines. We had conceptual questions, applied questions from your current affairs. A lot of questions happening in the current affairs were directly picked, and certain applied things from those current affairs. One noticeable change which we have seen in the previous 2 years, the mains part of the syllabus has been missing. For example, Indian agriculture. Indian agriculture, they used to ask a lot of questions on the pricing policy, MSP related questions, sugarcane, certain patterns. Those have been missing. Similarly, land reforms. These questions were asked in 2017, 18, also in 19. But 21, 22, both years, most of the questions, they're focused on the conceptual areas. If you see out of the 14, 15 odd questions, 10, 11 questions are directly based on concepts. And why it appeared difficult? Because puri energy lagani hai question padne mein. It's not something that you just read the question, it is a sitter. RBI manages inflation, tick D, move ahead. You have to consciously read the statements, you have to find reasons. Why it was not that difficult, appeared to be difficult, because elimination scope was there. In a lot of questions, if you were able to solve one question, this portion, economics, is one area in this year's paper where you had a lot of scope for elimination. Rest, you've seen 2 pairs, 3 pairs. They've not done that in economics. Now, if that would have been the case, the questions would have been very difficult, because you would have to know all the 3 statements independently whether they are right or wrong. But mostly, as I said, out of the 15, 16 odd questions, 11, 12 questions were based on concepts. You revise your concepts and you practice them. This is the only way to solve economics. It's not something which was beyond the sources you've been reading, basic sources. The only thing that mattered here was how much you have practiced. You know the concept of depreciation, you know the concept of inflation. But what was the point here? That you've practiced those questions, you know what will happen. And why I say practice? Because you've seen from the previous years itself, this year also, the paper has been like very lengthy, very exhaustive. So you don't have time to come and revisit the question again. For example, if you're solving a question on, say, depreciation or inflation, if you formed a concept of you're trying to revise, wo dobara aake ab revisit, you cannot do it. You won't have time because the question is very lengthy. It's not just that if there's depreciation, RBI will do A, B, C, D. वो एक statement है, then you have to make the whole concept and again for all 3 statements. So be attentive. If you practice well, it'll be easy to solve the questions in one go. But overall, economics moderately tough, appeared tough, because you had to keep all your focus and then solve the question. Rest we'll see with the questions. So the first question, rapid financing instrument and rapid credit facility are related to provisions of lending by which one of the following? How many of you attempted this question? One only. 2. You got it right? So there are few basic things when you prepare for UPSC. International institutions mein, there are certain institutions which you have to prepare. These 3 are must. And there are certain new institutions also, older ones, but related to current affairs in any of the developments has been happening for these. Like recently G20 pe also they've been asking a lot of questions. So this is something which you prepare as part of your static syllabus. Something related to this in the current affairs automatically becomes important. There's a recent, for example, in yesterday's newspaper, there's a global economic prospects report by the World Bank. All these questions have been asked by UPSC in the previous years. So these bodies, any development happening. Now rapid financing instrument, this was in news throughout the last year. We had a crisis in, बहुत debates आए कि इंडिया में कब होगा ऐसा. Everybody was comparing the Sri Lankan scenario with the Indian scenario, so you knew certain crisis was happening in Sri Lanka. There were a lot of bodies which were helping Sri Lanka in that. One of the major problems which Sri Lanka was facing was on the maintaining their balance of payment. Foreign exchange reserves khatam ho rahe the, they also defaulted on their debt. One of the bodies helping them, the role of IMF is to help them tackle the balance of payment issues. One of the instruments is this rapid financing instrument. Rapid credit facility, another related term. This is also like a emergency loan given to low income countries. So this term was in news, and again, international institutions, all these are important, which you have to do. Inka koi bhi current development hota becomes important for the exam. If you see the previous trend from 2012 onwards, every year there has been a question on these bodies. Starting from 12, you'll see any publication of World Bank, publications of IMF, certain terms or certain concepts related to WTO. वो publications वाला कोटा खत्म हो गए, reports सब हो गए. So certain new things, for example, rapid financing instrument, the answer is International Monetary Fund. This is the news. In fact, if you see 30th May के दो news से question है. One was this, and the other was your the G20 common framework. Otherwise, also in the previous 1 year, this rapid financing instrument has been in news, given in PTI, PIB also. Hindu directly picked up from there. Sri Lanka hoping for a rapid financing instrument facility as well as extended fund facility from the IMF. Nothing to be shocked. The Hindu, if you're reading the Indian Express also, it has also covered that. World Bank providing aid to 700 million to crisis aid, part of it that Sri Lanka is hoping for a rapid finance instrument from the IMF, including the extended fund facility. Source is PTA, तो ये सब newspapers ने दिया है. हाँ? See, these logics you should eliminate. You have to prepare for mains also. In logic के एक महीने पहले newspaper पढ़ना, it's not them, and this is not something which they have asked for the first time. This is one news which I have picked up and given you. पूरे साल में this, whenever the crisis hit, this was demanded rapid financing facility because the situation was deteriorating rapidly in Sri Lanka. So it's not that कि एक महीने पहले newspaper पढ़ना बंद कर दें. You want to cut down on your sources to study, and then जब paper आता है कहाँ से आ गया? Anyhow, you have to prepare for mains, right? I'll show you G20 common framework also. वो भी 30th में कोई पूछा. Okay, so the next is with respect to the Indian economy, consider the following statement. Now this is a slightly tougher question. Reference to the Indian economy, consider the following statements. There's a concept called near and rear. How many of you attempted this question? How many? None. Did you get it correct? Marked B, and the answer is not B. Okay, so basically when you compare one is your nominal exchange rate. How much $1 is costing in the economy? When you compare the value of rupee with a basket of currency, that is called a nominal effective exchange rate. You're not just comparing it with one currency, for example dollar, you are comparing it with a basket of currencies. Recent changes in January 2021, RBI had made a change in how much currencies it includes. It has now started calculating for a range of 40 currencies. Earlier it was 36 currencies. It removed 8 currencies and added 4 more. So nominal exchange rate, how do they calculate it? It is this is the formula how the nominal exchange rate is calculated. This E is the value of rupee with respect to the IMF, that is the SDR of the IMF. This value is value of the currency, the country which we are doing, again with the value of the SDR. This weight is your how much trade we do with that nation. So for example, and it's a summation 1 to n. For example, 40 countries, it will be a summation for 40 countries. Rupee in terms of SDR, dollar in terms of SDR, with respect to the trade which happens between US and India, into rupee, pound with SDR, trade with UK, similarly for 40 countries. The increase indicates the appreciation of rupee. With the base year, if the value is increasing, it means the rupee is gaining in value. An increase in the real effective exchange rate indicates an improvement in trade competitiveness. What's the difference between nominal and real? Nominal? What? And real में? The basic difference between nominal and real is you account for inflation. Nominal GDP, real GDP, you account for inflation. Nominal exchange rate, real exchange rate, you account for the prices in both the countries, you account for inflation. Now to calculate REER, it's nothing but just accounting for inflation. I is equal to 1 to n. The price indices of the two. It's difficult to know the formulas. You just what we read in basic classes also, we just read the concept of NEAR and REER, that it is your exchange rate with a basket of currencies, and this is with your adjusted for inflation. But if you see the third statement, increasing trend in domestic inflation relative to inflation in other countries is likely to cause an increasing divergence between NEAR and REER. Now you don't need to know about the concepts of NEAR and REER, just know about nominal and real. The difference between nominal and real is inflation. If there is a domestic inflation is more than the outside, so divergence will happen. क्योंकि उन दोनों में difference ही inflation का है. So this statement is correct. So one option you could have eliminated this one. 2 and 3, 1 and 3, 1, 2 and 3. Now when the increase in NEAR indicates appreciation and increase in REER indicates improvement in trade competitiveness. If the value of rupee is appreciating, can your trade competitiveness increase? Trade competitiveness कब increase होगी? When your exports are improving. When does this happen? In the case of depreciation. So even again you don't know the formula, ये दोनों उल्टे काम है. इन दोनों में से एक सही है. Increase in REER indicates an improvement in trade competitiveness. Though it's not that simple because you have to account for this. But this is the logic which you could have used in the exam, but फिर भी this question is difficult. Because we read about the concept, we don't read about the movements in NEAR and REER. So answer for this is 1 and 3. That is why economics, this year was not simple ke aate hi just you mark the questions. It was like properly drink water, have that bite of chocolate, and ab economics. But questions were doable. They appeared difficult on the face of it, but they were doable. Question number 3. This is the easiest question of this paper. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. If inflation is too high, Reserve Bank of India is likely to buy government securities. Sell. If inflation is too high, what will happen if the RBI is buying government securities? they will increase the money supply, and this will lead to inflation and not control. So this statement is, you eliminate one and the joy of elimination. Otherwise also this question is not difficult. If you read the other two statements, वैसे जरूरत नहीं है पढ़ने की, if you get it from the first, but still. Rupee is rapidly depreciating. RBI is likely to sell dollars in the market. Why? The rupee is depreciating, for example, rupees 60 to 70. Why is RBI likely to sell dollars? Control? Inflation of dollars. It needs to increase the supply of dollars to bring the value back. It's based on supply and demand, the market exchange rate. So this is correct. If interest rates in the US or European Union were to fall, that is likely to induce RBI to buy dollars. Why? If the interest rates in USA, they fall, what will happen? You will have foreign inflow in the Indian market. Now what will happen due to the inflow? You will have appreciation. Then why is the RBI likely to induce buy dollars? Appreciation से क्या होता है? If there is a large amount of foreign investors who are investing in the Indian economy, a large inflow of dollars, the rupee value is going to appreciate. What is the problem of high appreciation in a small time? Yes, this is the reason why it wants to control the value of dollars, because appreciation will lead to exports going down. And that is why RBI is going to buy dollars and और इसी रुपी को कंट्रोल करने के लिए RBI sells government securities, because when it is selling dollars, this can cause inflation. This is the whole process of sterilization. Sterilization because a large inflow can appreciate the currency, which will hurt your exports. So RBI tries to control this, and they will buy dollars, sell rupee. Now this rupee can cause inflation. That is why they sell government securities and absorb rupee. The whole phenomena of sterilization. This is correct. Answer is 2 and 3. Otherwise you did not have to go into the details of this. This could have got you the answer. In fact, this third statement related, they've asked a question on capital flight related to this whole concept. Increase in interest rates. International institutions with reference to the G20 common framework, consider the following statements. Endorsed by the G20 together with the Paris Club, initiative to support low-income countries with unsustainable debt. A major disturbance in the global economy, COVID-19, जिसकी वजह से a lot of countries, they could not pay their debt. India में, if you remember, there was a moratorium on the loans. The government had announced that you can stop paying the loans for a certain time. So similarly, there was a problem. Certain countries were not able to pay their debt because of the shock of COVID-19. So one of the countries which is the major lender, China, it led a framework that we need to have a common framework to make it easier for the countries to service their debt because of the COVID-19 pandemic. They endorsed by G20 together with Paris Club. Why Paris Club was important here? Because Paris Club, India is not a member, even China is not a member. It's a club of countries, creditors, country creditors who have given a lot of debt to the normal low paying or other such countries. So together with the Paris Club, this G20 common framework was endorsed in November 2021. November 2020, 21 May it came in news. Both are correct. Low income countries with unsustainable debt. In fact, May mein dobara bhi this was covered. This is January 28, when one of the first countries debt restructuring started by China and other group of 20s with the help of Paris Club, adopted the common framework in November, bringing China, India and Turkey, which are not the members of Paris clubs, into a coordinated debt restructuring process. First test of G20 debt reduction process. Reading the newspaper, there's no replacement and there's no timeline ke kab se padhna hai. For prelims in May and June, you start with January of previous year. Reuters again, that would be covered in all the newspapers, even if you're reading the Indian Express. So there's no escape कि हम तो Express पढ़ते हैं. Be it Hindu, be it Express. And बिल्कुल basic पूछा गया what is G20 common framework. After COVID-19, Paris Club के साथ G20 for low income countries to repay their debt, restructuring of the debt. Question number 5. Which of the, with reference to the Indian economy, what are the advantages of inflation index bonds? How many of you attempted this question? One. If not attempted economics? If not appeared for it. Okay. Government can reduce the coupon rates on its borrowing by the way of inflation index bonds. Inflation index bonds provide protection to the investors from uncertainty regarding inflation. The interest received as well as capital gains are not taxable. So let's pick out the easiest. The name itself, inflation indexed. Protection to the investors from uncertainty regarding inflation. So 2 is definitely correct. Sorry. You eliminate one option. Now what exactly happens in inflation index bonds? What's different? How do they protect against inflation? Normal bonds, you have a bond price, you have the interest rate, that is the coupon rate on the bond. Isme, the difference is the interest rate, the coupon rate which you get on the bond is adjusted for inflation. Whatever the inflation will be in the market, your returns will be saved. For example, in a normal bond, for example, you're getting 2% on a 100 rupee bond. You're getting 2% coupon rate. So at maturity, you're going to get 102 rupees. If the inflation is 5%, automatically you're getting lesser value. But here you will be getting, you are just giving the inflation also along with the coupon rate. It is protecting you against inflation. Government can reduce the coupon rates on its borrowing by way of the inflation index bonds. How? Is this true? Why? Kaise? By way of inflation index bonds, this is your coupon rate. By controlling the inflation, the government will have a lesser outgo. If the government is successfully controlling inflation, the outflow which it has on the bond, it will be less. The government can reduce the coupon rate on its borrowings by controlling the inflation, as the interest rate is, the coupon rate is linked to inflation. They are received not taxable. This is wrong. There should be a reason why the government is going to give you tax benefits. Specific saving instruments, for example, sovereign gold bond hota that the government wants you to shift away from gold. So they'll lure you towards the bond with giving you certain incentives. The government is already giving you an incentive here by protecting you against inflation. Is there any reason for giving this taxable condition also? So the answer is 1 and 2. So you need to just think here. Agar ye one statement is tricky. So if you think over the third statement, any specific reason why they would incentivize that people should invest in these type of bonds? Because tax se to government would lose certain things. तो कुछ incentive होना चाहिए government को, तभी tax, they will give you a tax saving instrument. Answer is 1 and 2. Next is your industrial sector, FDI in e-commerce. foreign-owned e-commerce firms operating in India, which of the following statement is correct? They can sell their own goods in addition to offering their platforms as marketplaces. The degree to which they can own sellers on their platform is limited. Easy or difficult? This was a tricky question, difficult because this is a regulation of 2017-18. But now, since it's been so long, basics of e-commerce. So there are two models in e-commerce. One is your inventory-based e-commerce, and the other is marketplace. In the inventory model of e-commerce, the company which owns the platform can also sell through its own brand. वो अपनी inventory maintain कर सकती है. For example, Amazon can maintain its own inventory and sell in the market. In a marketplace models, it's just giving you a marketplace where buyers and sellers meet. They cannot sell their own products. They don't have any control over the inventory. In India, FDI is not allowed in inventory-based models. FDI is only allowed in marketplace. Amazon being a marketplace, in fact, that time it was a very big news because they had owned their own operatives, jiske through they were selling products. WS Retail, Cloudtail, both Flipkart, Amazon were doing it. So marketplace FDI is allowed where they can sell they can offer their platforms for meeting of buyers and sellers. They cannot sell their own goods. This is not allowed in India. So one is not correct. The degree to which they can own big sellers on their platform is limited. Now, how do you know what exactly is inventory? How much, if Amazon is owning certain company, how will you classify it as inventory? So there was a term given in the regulation itself that the vendor, if it is selling up to 25% to the marketplace, it will be allowed. Beyond that, it will not be. So कब classify होगा कि marketplace is controlling inventory through another firm? When that firm A, for example, is controlled by Amazon, how would you know that Amazon is controlling its inventory? When the sales done by A on Amazon to Amazon is up to 25%. So the degree to which they can own the sellers is limited. Answer is 2 only. It was part of regulations if you read e-commerce. Inventory based and market based, it's common. But again, a difficult question because revising 2018 related current affairs is slightly difficult. But this is the second toughest question, like after NEER. Inventory based allowed in India mein. See, this is when I'm talking about FDI. Normal marketplaces are allowed. For example, Big Basket. वो sellers को भी ला सकते हैं, वो खुद की भी inventory रख सकते हैं. Domestic are allowed, foreign are not allowed. Foreign can only provide marketplace, they cannot control. See, the whole problem was that Amazon is offering deep discounts on its website. How? Because it is controlling inventory and it has a lot of money, तो वो कर सकते हैं. So it's distorting your market. It is against the small local producers and local sellers. Recently also, the Confederation of Traders, they complained to the CCI, the Competition Commission, that they are flouting this rule. अभी भी Amazon inventory control कर रहा है. The problem is with this, Amazon will be the largest seller in your market. बाकी जो local sellers होंगे, they'll all be destroyed. So this is a regulation brought by the government कि आप सिर्फ buyer sellers को मिलाने के लिए marketplace provide कर सकते हो. You cannot control the inventory. This was the rationale behind the regulation. Which of the following constitutes real sector in the economy? Recently in 2009-20, they had asked a question on non-financial debt. In 2020, there was a question, which of the following constitutes the non-financial debt in an economy? यहीं पे why previous year questions are important. So when you read about non-financial debt, so there are, when you read about GDP, there are two sectors broadly. the financial sector and the real sector. Non-financial debt थी real sector की debt. And what are the components of real sector? You have the households, the non-financial corporations, and the non-profits which serve the household. जो भी financial नहीं है वो real sector है. And we read about GDP, the basic circular model. We read about without the financial sector, we just have the firm and the household. Why it is real? Nothing, which is not financial. No financial metrics allowed. Real economy can participate without the presence of money. You can have barter economy. Real variables are those where you don't need any representative of money to represent any transaction. This is your real economy. In fact, this 2020 there was a question on financial debt. उसमें एक बैंक की debt छोड़ के तीनों आंसर था. If you've read non-financial debt, real sector becomes easy. यही है real sector. Farmers harvesting their crops, textile mills converting raw cotton into fabrics. Commercial bank is a part of financial sector. Corporate body issuing rupee denominated bond overseas. Again, financial. Answer is 1 and 2. Basics of economy when you start reading GDP. There's a differentiation between real and financial. Because if you see real sector households, two households can interact with each other selling goods and services without money. You can give him say 5 tables in exchange of say 5 pair or 10 pair of shoes. You don't need money. That is real sector. The inclusion of financial sector is coming above the banks and all the financial institutions. So these two dealing with the financial sector, the first two dealing with the real sector. Why previous year questions important? Non-financial debt 2020 was asked. Question number 8. Which one of the following best reflects indirect transfers? Anyone attempted this question? You got this right? So this was an easy question. Covered in news throughout the year. Retrospective taxation. The government had levied capital gains tax on which company? There were 2 companies which were affected by this, and Kane India. So now this year why it was in news? Because the government has now said that we are going to cancel whatever we have to take from Vodafone and Kane when retrospective taxation was there. Retrospective taxation has been removed. Now what exactly the case was? Cayman Islands, and there was a company called CGP Investments. They were holding 67% shares of Hutch, which was holding the Hutch holdings here. What Vodafone did was, Vodafone bought 67% of this Hutch from CGP Investments. But this value of these shares were drawn from assets which were there in India. ऐसे Vodafone आई इंडिया में. CGP Investments were holding the shares of Hutch. Vodafone bought it from CGP Investments in Cayman Islands. India asked for a capital gains tax on this. That you should give us capital gains tax because your investments draws the value from the assets which were there in India. ये तब मना कर दिया Vodafone ने. There was a case. The Pranab Mukherjee was the finance minister. He introduced a law which said that previous held transactions, retrospective, जो पुरानी transactions भी हैं, उस पे आपको capital gains देना पड़ेगा. And that is why it became very infamous that time कि अब taxation, any civil law should have a retrospective कि आगे से चलेगा. ये ना पीछे वाली transactions पे भी आपको देना पड़ेगा. This was the case. So the term indirect transfer again was in news to explain what has happened here. A foreign company transfer shares and such shares derive their substantial value from assets located in India. Retrospective taxation was removed this year, so it was in news throughout. I hope this is clear how it happened. Value यहाँ से आ रही थी इंडिया से, इसीलिए मांगा था. पंगा ये हुआ कि retrospectively it was brought in. Otherwise, this is still happening. Abhi, this sort of transaction happens, India will take capital gains. Only the retrospective effect has been removed. पुरानी transaction से नहीं, but अगर अब होगी तो India will take a tax because the value is being driven from Indian assets. This was indirect transfers. Question number 9. With reference to the expenditure made by the organization or a company, which of the following statement is or are correct? Basically, we don't read about financial statements of company, but otherwise, when we read about the fiscal policy of the government, so how do we divide the expenditure and receipts on base of capital and revenue? What is the difference? Capital, it generates an asset or reduces a liability. Revenue is your day-to-day expenditure, which is recurring in nature. This is salaries, pensions. You are not creating any asset. कुछ productive capacity नहीं बन रही. Here you are creating a productive capacity or you're reducing a liability, certain loans or you're giving off. In revenue, it's just to manage your day-to-day expenditures. So acquiring new technology is capital expenditure. Adding an asset, improving your productive capacity. Debt financing is considered capital expenditure, while equity financing is considered revenue expenditure. Why? Why no? Debt is revenue. When you raise money through loans, you get debt financing. क्या है? सिर्फ आप लोन एक ले रहे हो, issuing a bond. Equity financing, you are issuing shares. दोनों से आपको क्या मिल रहा है? How can it be revenue expenditure? Are you doing certain day-to-day? One-time capital मिल रहा है दोनों से. The only difference is debt financing, you are issuing a bond. You're taking a loan. Equity financing, you are issuing a share. Both ways you are getting a one-time capital. For example, equity financing कैसे? For example, disinvestment. When government disinvests, it is getting capital, not a revenue expenditure. So answer is one only. Both are capital. Equity financing अब disinvestment से relate करके कर लेते हैं. You get one-time capital for infusion to make capital expenditure. You issue equity. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. How many of you attempted this? Easy question. Past 1 year I've been repeating in all classes. There's a status on there's a paper every year, a government paper on the debt status of India. 2019, they had asked a question on external debt. Every year in January, this year they had published it in March or April. पूरे साल में इंडिया की डेट प्रोफाइल क्या है? Both internal and external debt, there's a comprehensive analysis, there's a report every year. 2019, there was a question on external debt. That external debt is dominated in what? And similarly, the internal debt, various parametrics. Same thing asked here. First, share of household financial saving goes towards government borrowings. Any doubt in this? Whatever your households are savings, these savings go to the bank. If you go to the formal financial, we are assuming financial inclusion. This is how savings is turned into investment. This is the whole link, circular flow, savings, investment. So government borrowing is similarly a loan. So a part of financial saving goes towards government borrowing. और कहाँ से पैसा आएगा? Government is borrowing from the market. वो savings ही आ रही हैं लोगों की. वही they are borrowing. Dated securities issued at market-related auctions form a large component of internal debt. The largest component is market borrowings. Government borrows from the market. It issues what? Dated and T-bill. What's the difference? More than a year, less than 1 year. A large component of this is dated. So both are 1 and 2. I'll show you figures also for this. This table is from that report only. Status paper on government debt. Every year, in fact, every quarter they release a report. फिर एक combined report निकालते हैं पूरे साल की. So if you see the internal debt, internal debt has marketable securities, dated, treasury bills and cash management bills. Dated securities, treasury bills and cash management bills. This is for temporary management, liquidity management. See from the figures, dated is approximately 7 lakh crores. This is T-bills, 6 lakhs, this is 71 lakhs crores. If you see from the GDP to percentage of GDP, 36.3% is your dated securities. T-bills is just 3.5%. These are the things which when we read the status paper, both external and internal debt, these are your parameters. Last year they asked on external debt, 2019. Tight monetary policy of US Federal Reserve could lead to capital flight, right? What does tight monetary policy mean? What is tight monetary policy? Increasing the interest rate. Loose is when you reduce the interest rate, making it easier to make loans. If the US Federal Reserve increases the interest rate, what will happen? You will have a outflow. अपनी इकोनॉमी में अगर इंटरेस्ट रेट है ज्यादा मिल रहा है तो why would they invest in some other country? They will outflow. It could lead to capital flight. Capital flight may increase the interest cost of firms with external commercial borrowings. Now, what will happen if capital flight happens? If there is an outflow, what will happen? Currency will depreciate or appreciate? What happens if currency depreciate? For example, someone has taken external commercial borrowings, $500 ka he has taken a loan. First, the dollar was rupees 50, it turned into say 60. In the first case, how much he has to repay? 2500. In the second case, he has to repay automatically depreciation से cost of firms will be increasing क्योंकि उनको अब ज़्यादा पैसे देने पड़ेंगे. This is I'm talking about principal, वो interest पे भी ज़्यादा देना पड़ेगा if currency is depreciating. So this is devaluation of currency decreases the currency risk. Depreciation is happening through market forces, devaluation happens through central bank. So if devaluation is happening 50 to 60, is it increasing the currency risk or decreasing? ज़्यादा देना पड़ रहा है किस केस में? Second case, so it is increasing the currency, not decreasing. Answer is 1 and 2. Easy question. Directly based on currency exchange rate management. Question number 63. Even this was an easy question. In India, credit rating agencies are regulated by Reserve Bank of India. The rating agency, popularly known as ICRA, is a public limited company. Brickwork Ratings is an Indian credit rating agency. The sovereign credit ratings of India. पिछले 3 साल से this has been a debate that the credit rating of India has been poor. In 2019-20, the economic survey talked about this in detail that we have good fundamentals, तो हमारी rating improve करो. Even this year, this was in news, the credit rating, the sovereign credit rating, that we wanted to have an upgrade in credit rating because we had strong fundamentals. Based on that questions, credit rating agencies India में RBI. पिछले 3 साल से this has been used. In fact, when Arvind Subramaniam was the chief economic advisor, he has been talking about this, that we need to improve our credit ratings. So related to that question, India में credit rating agencies कौन regulate करता है? It is SEBI. If you know this, you don't have to go for the other 2 statements. Because see, these 2 statements cannot be prepared. You can't run for sources for these 2 statements. और वो पूछी भी इसलिए गई है कि आप eliminate कर लो first से. Otherwise, knowing what are the different credit rating agencies, this is difficult to prepare. Similarly, if ICRA is a public limited company, they have opened up for equity or not, these things are difficult to know. Because normally also you would not read a newspaper. Because company related information, these type of informations, we generally don't prepare. But who regulates credit rating agencies, this is important. It is SEBI. Answer is 2 and 3. PT 365 सब जगह cover हुआ है credit rating agencies. Question number 64. Bank Board Bureau. The governor of RBI is the chairman of Bank Board Bureau. It recommends for the selection of heads for public sector banks. It helps the public sector banks in developing strategies and capital raising plans. What is the Bank Board Bureau? It was a stock question, easy question. In fact, this question has been asked in one of the previous years also. 2016-15, a PJ Naik committee was there for improving the governance of banks. It said one of the problems with banking structure is that the ministry is interfering in the public sector banks. So what you can do is, all the public sector banks, they should be taken away, the government holding should be taken away and given to a holding company. बैंक इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनी, आप गवर्नमेंट से शेयर होल्डिंग एक कंपनी में कर दो which will hold the shares of all the banks so that the ministry doesn't interfere. Until you do this, you have a bank board bureau for the selection of head and also recommending certain growth strategies. This was accepted by the government. The first chief of bank board bureau, वहीं से क्वेश्चन हो जाना था. 2G scam, we don't know हुआ था नहीं हुआ था, but he definitely said. Then he got this position as the chairman of the Bank Board Bureau, and he was nowhere related to the RBI. He was the Comptroller and Auditor General. Recently also, why Bank Board Bureau was in news? Because Bank Board Bureau ka reconstitution the government is thinking about. That we are going to replace it with a new body, or iska kuch composition we are going to change. Recommends for the head of public sector banks and also other financial institutions, for insurance companies and all. Helps the public sector banks in developing strategies and capital. But again, if you eliminate one, you get the answer. Economics mein there was a lot of elimination happening. And that is why this is like one of the highest scoring sections. You eliminate one. This is the only section जिसने थोड़ा जगह है कि हाँ हर साल elimination होगी कुछ ना कुछ. Answer is 2 and 3. Eliminate one, governor is not the RBI governor is not the chairman. With reference to convertible bonds, consider the following statements. A lot of questions on capital markets this year. As the name suggests, convertible bonds, either you can take the return you're getting from the bond, or you can convert them into shares. This is the definition of convertible bond. कि अगर आपको bond का return नहीं चाहिए, you can convert equal into shares. Option to exchange the bond for equity, they pay a lower rate of interest. Automatically आपको एक option दे रहे हैं एक नई चीज पे जाने के लिए, which can give you a higher return. So what they will offer is a lower rate of interest. This is the whole idea behind a convertible bond. The option to convert to equity affords the bondholder a degree of indexation to rising consumer prices. Is this correct? So we know that we have an option to convert to equity. ये वहीं से भी you can get it. Indexation होगी कि नहीं? Will this new return be linked to inflation or not? Why? नहीं, we are not talking about bond. अगर हम equity में convert कर लिया, are we getting an indexation to consumer prices? Are we protected against inflation? We are protected because the prices of equity will be linked to market. आप जब कन्वर्ट करोगे ये इक्विटी के मार्केट प्राइसेस ही होंगे. सो इफ देयर हैज बीन हायर इन्फ्लेशन, ये आपकी शेयर के प्राइसेस भी अच्छे मिलेंगे आपको. So there is definitely a protection because when you convert it into equity, these are market linked prices. It's not that the return will be the same जो उस दिन से था, because these equity, the shares are linked to the market price. They are listed. So both 1 and 2 are correct. This is a very basic question because convertible bonds के यही दो features हैं. That it provides you indexation because you are converting equity on that day. And lower rate of interest because you have an option of conversion. In India, which one of the following is responsible for maintaining price stability by controlling inflation? Even if you are not preparing, RBI. In fact, now this responsibility is of the Monetary Policy Committee. But still, this is direct, easy question, RBI. This is the role of RBI, the monetary policy. So these type of questions, Labor Bureau types, कौन CPI निकालता है कौन सी report कौन सी, these domestic institutions, every year we get 1 or 2 questions on institutions. So which of the following industrial disputes, closure, retrenchments and layoffs in factories employing workers, it is? कहाँ मुश्किल था economics? So based on previous trends, focusing on concepts and practicing. See, practicing is important because you know how to link the concepts. And you've seen that one question is having 3-4 multiple concepts, so it needs practice, focus during the exam time. So this is from the economics section. Next is your polity section, wo isse bhi aasan tha. In case you have any doubts related to any economics or prelims or mains, this is my email address. Thank you.
So good evening, students. I'll be taking polity and international relations, questions that were asked in prelims examination, and 2-3 questions which are of current affairs or interdisciplinary, which has relevance both in polity and IR. I'll be discussing those questions also. Okay. So altogether, I'll be discussing 23 questions. Okay. What is the purpose of this discussion? Predominantly, there are two purposes. First, since you have appeared for this exam, so we are here to comprehensively let you know what is the answer and also the reason why that question was asked. Okay, first thing. Second, those who have not taken the exam, who are also watching, so everything should be a lesson so that we understand that for the future you are well prepared. Okay. Of course, we will be discussing comprehensively, and we will, whatever question has been asked, what is the reason, what is the background behind this question, what are the provisions in the constitution or even the rules, executive order, why this has been into news, whether this was expected, okay, and what is the level of question, whether, because different questions can be classified, some are very easy, some are like medium, okay. So we'll comprehensively look over a question, okay. So let's start. This will be a merged session of both polity as well as international relations. Okay. So the first question is, this question actually is related to contempt of court. Okay. So if you read the newspaper, if you ask me to analyze the question, UPSC is making it loud and clear that you should read newspapers. Many questions that have been asked, there cannot be a substitute for newspaper. For example, they are asking a question, match the following, and taking 2-3 different events and they want you to match. Okay. Many questions they have asked, they want you to read newspapers. They don't want you to go for shortcut. Okay. Of course, current affairs monthly compilation is excellent. Okay. But it cannot be a substitute for newspaper. So I would very strongly recommend going by the question of 2020 and 21 that UPSC desperately wants you to read newspapers. Especially in mains also they are asking questions. So please get into the habit of reading newspaper. Do not take any shortcut. Okay. They are asking conceptual questions. Even if they're asking a static fact-based question, something that has been into news. Okay, so they want people who are young, dynamic, and who are preparing. So everybody is at level playing field when they're asking questions which are of contemporary relevance. The first question is contempt of court. You just think that for past 1 year, how many times this concept of court was in news? Be it related to Prashant Bhushan ji, be it related to comedian, be it related to an actress of Bollywood, Hindi film industry. Okay, so this term contempt of court was consistently in news for past 1 year. So any serious aspirant would understand that this is a probable question and you would have easily expected a question. Okay, so I'll be reading out. So first statement is, pursuant to the report of H.N. Sanyal Committee, the Contempt of Court Act 1971 was passed. Ab, theek hai, this I can buy that you don't know about this committee. It is very likely that you don't know about this committee because contempt of court, you know about the provisions, Article 129, you know about Contempt of Court Act 1971, you know about civil contempt, criminal contempt, basics. You may not know about the H.N. Sanyal committee, it may happen, okay, but still you will arrive at a conclusion by eliminating the options. So let's read, it says, pursuant to the report of H.N. Sanyal committee, the Contempt of Court Act 1971 was passed. Okay, let's read the second statement. The Constitution of India empowers the Supreme Court and High Court to punish for the contempt of themselves. Time and again it is appearing in newspaper that the Supreme Court has been categorically stating that contempt powers are our constitutional powers. We do not derive this power from a law, parliamentary law, but Article 129 and 215 of the Constitution respectively with respect to Supreme Court and High Court. Why this statement was, why this ruling was there by the Supreme Court? Because if a private individual want to initiate contempt against somebody, then you, if it is a matter in Supreme Court, you need to take the permission of Attorney General or Solicitor General. If it is in a matter of High Court, you need to take the permission of Advocate General. This if at a private person want to initiate contempt. But what if the Supreme Court by itself wants to initiate the contempt? Then it is a constitutional power. Supreme Court need not take permission from Attorney General, Solicitor General, or High Court need not take permission from Advocate General. This was a point of contention many a times in past 1 year. So the Supreme Court in Prashant Bhushan case also and categorically stated ki bhai, this is our constitutional power. We don't need to take permission from anybody. If a private individual wants to initiate contempt, he will take permission. We will not take permission. So this is a correct statement that the Constitution of India empowers the Supreme Court and High Court under Article 129 and 215 respectively to punish for the contempt of themselves. Next, the Constitution of India defines civil contempt and criminal contempt. This is the easiest thing that the UPSC can ask. Whenever you will be studying about contempt, it is always said at the onset that the Constitution has not defined contempt. Contempt has not been defined in the Constitution. Actually, contempt has been defined in Contempt of Court Act 1971. The law has been passed by the Parliament of India, and civil contempt is willful disobedience, jaan booch kar disobey karna. Criminal contempt is scandalizing or lowering the dignity of the court, obstructing the administration of justice, or in any way you are obstructing the cause of justice. Then it is a criminal contempt. But civil and criminal contempts are not defined in the Constitution. They are defined in Contempt of Court Act 1971. What the statement says, Constitution of India defines civil contempt and criminal contempt. So going by that, this statement is a wrong statement. And this is one of the basic things that you will learn about contempt, that contempt has been defined in Contempt of Court Act, not in the Constitution. So this is statement 2, statement 3 can be easily. So now you see statement 3 you are eliminating. So D and C are eliminated at the onset. Ab hamare paas 1, 2 and 4. Okay. It says in India the Parliament is vested with the powers to make laws on Contempt of Court Act. Every single aspirant knows that Contempt of Court Act 1971 has been passed by the Parliament of India. So since this statement is a correct statement, 4 is a correct statement and 3 is eliminated. Which option here eliminates 3 and 4 is also there? So it is 1, 2 and 4. So option B for Bombay is the correct option. Even if you don't know that H.N. Sanyal, who was an additional advocate, so he made recommendations. Okay. So and then Contempt of Court Act was passed. If you see his recommendations, he also studied the provisions of contempt across the world. Of course, there is a controversy related to contempt. Why? Because Article 19(1)(a) gives you freedom of speech and expression. But Article 129, you have contempt powers. Article 19(1)(a) is not absolute. In Article 19(2), there are restrictions that can be imposed under 19(1)(a), and then the restrictions, various grounds are given. That is sovereignty, security of state, defamation, contempt of court. These are the grounds on which your freedom of speech and expression can be curtailed. But one word that is most important, restriction should be reasonable. So to what extent your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted if there is a contempt of court? Are the courts too, what you call, too serious, or they are too restrict? They are too, what you call, serious or strict in the manner that they are restricting freedom of speech. There is a constant debate going on among the scholars that what is a reasonable restriction? Because the act says that innocent criticism or fair reporting of judicial judgments and all pronouncement, ये act में लिखा हुआ है कि innocent reporting, or if you are criticizing the judicial pronouncements in a fair manner, it will not amount to contempt of court. So there is a controversy. So this matter was in news that on the one hand we have freedom of speech and expression, on the other hand there is a provision or imprisonment up to 6 months or fine up to rupees 2,000 or both if you are found guilty of contempt of court. This issue was in news. So this question, first statement is a correct statement going by the elimination method. Second, you know that Supreme Court and High Court are vested by the Constitution. So second is a correct statement. Fourth is a correct statement. Third is a wrong statement that Constitution defines. So we will eliminate these two. What you call Constitution of India defines. So third we will eliminate, C and D we will eliminate, and B, 1, 2 and 4 is the correct answer. So this was, for me, I would say that this was pretty easy. If you have been even following newspaper for the entire year, this question you could easily do because this was an easy one. Okay. Even if you classify in medium, only if somebody has not gone through the provisions. And this was an expected question in the class also. I have been reiterating that they may ask a question from contempt. So we'll settle for option B for Bombay in question number, here it is question number 11. Okay. So we'll settle for option B for Bombay, that is 1, 2 and 4. Next is question number 12. Now, see, there is a, first, what is the difference between lawyer and advocate? Everybody who has a graduate, who has a degree in law, he is a lawyer. But somebody who is enrolled with the State Bar Council under Bar Council of India Act is only designated as an advocate. Okay. And he only has a right to plead in the courts in India. Okay. So this is one thing. Second thing, jaise you have National Medical Council regulating the medical colleges in the country. Jaise you have Institute of Chartered Accountants of India regulating the chartered accountants. Getting it? So these are statutory institutions which regulate the medical education or accountancy education or in the field of law. So you have legal education is regulated by Bar Council of India. And a new class of lawyers, a very beautiful statement has been given in the first statement. Government law officers are legal and legal firms, government law officers and legal firms are recognized as advocates. But corporate lawyers and patent attorneys are excluded from recognition as advocate. This is a wrong statement. Why this is a wrong statement? Because only the lawyers who are enrolled with the State Bar Council under the Bar Council of India Act only are designated as advocates. The government law officers or anybody else who is not recognized as an advocate cannot practice, and they are not, it's wrong to say that they are recognized as advocate. No. You need to be registered, and also the Supreme Court has ruled that they do not have the right to practice until you are registered with Bar Council of India. So first statement is a wrong statement. Second statement, you don't even need to be very aware. You know that Bar Council of India, National Medical Council, ICAI, all these are bodies that are regulating, setting up academic standards and looking into the education. So second statement is, Bar Councils have the power to lay down the rules related to legal education and recognition of law colleges. That is absolutely correct. So this, and Bar Council of India has been in news also. Okay, so we will easily again settle for option B for Bombay, that is in question number 12. No doubt, there is no controversy over this question, and question number 12 we'll settle for B for Bombay, that is 2 only. Okay, and next year, for example, how can we speculate? This year they are asking about Bar Council. An intelligent student now will study. In 2017 they asked about Cabinet Secretary. In 18 they asked Chief Secretary. So this year they are asking Bar Council. Next year they will ask ICAI, Indian Chartered Accountancy Institute. So you must, when they are asking a question, you must be ready. Ki abhi next kya aayega? Okay, and you can very easily speculate if you have been diligent enough on that count. Okay. So question number 12, we will easily settle for option B, that is 2 only. Reason this question has been in news, because there was a Supreme Court judgments that all those who are in the field of law practicing, even those who are non-litigation thing, they cannot be recognized as advocates. Okay, it can academicians, people, for example, in our college, when we were in college, they were associate professors, they all had LLB degree, but they were not enrolled with Bar Council of India, so they cannot be termed as advocates. And this was a judgment also given by Supreme Court, and this has been in news also. And regarding Bar Council of India laying down the academic standard and recognizing the colleges, that is a very commonsensical conclusion. That the same goes for Medical Council of India, now known as National Medical Council, and same goes for ICAI, which regulates the chartered accountancy thing in India. You're getting my point? So we will easily settle for option B for Bombay in question number 12. Okay. Now, this question. This is a factual question. Okay. So this question is a factual question. It's an easy question actually. It says that a bill amending the constitution requires a prior recommendation of the President of India. We all know that a money bill requires under Article 110 requires the prior recommendation of President. First thing. Second, Financial Bill 1 requires the prior recommendation of President when it is introduced. Financial Bill 2 requires the recommendation of President not at the introduction stage but at the consideration stage. One more bill requires the prior recommendation of President, that is a bill that is to bifurcate a state. Any law under Article 3 also requires the prior recommendation of President. But a constitution amendment bill does not require the prior recommendation of President. This was an easy statement which can be eliminated at the onset. So the first statement, a bill amending the constitution requires a prior recommendation of the President of India, can be eliminated as a wrong statement. Let's switch to the next option. When a constitution amendment bill is presented to the President of India, it is obligatory for the President of India to give his or her assent. This actually is mentioned in Article 368. What is the language of the Constitution? The President shall not withhold his assent to a constitution amendment bill. Article 111 deals with the approval of the President of ordinary bills. Article 368 deals with constitution amendment bills, and it is written over there that President shall not withhold his assent to a constitution amendment bill. If it is written, then it is obligatory for the President to approve every constitution amendment bill. But if the same question would have been that every ordinary bill has to be approved by the President, then the answer would be no. Here the statement is correct because it says when the constitution amendment bill is presented to the President of India, it is obligatory for the President. It is a correct statement. So, next. A constitution amendment bill must be passed by both the houses, Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha, by a special majority, and there is no provision for joint sitting. Joint sitting is there in Article 108. There is a provision of joint sitting in ordinary bills, not in constitution amendment bills. Now this is a prelims question. Next time they may ask a question in mains related to the power of Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha and why a constitution. So you must be ready for that. There is no provision of joint sitting for constitution amendment bills. Chalo, this is a settled preposition. Why there is no provision? That is something that you need to think. Because if there is a joint sitting in a constitution amendment bill, then Lok Sabha has large numbers. So what is the purpose of having a second house? To prevent hasty legislation. Second house acts as balancing. Okay, so if there is a joint sitting, Lok Sabha with brutal numbers will overcome the numbers of Raj Sabha. That is why in ordinary laws there can be a joint sitting, but in constitution amendment bill there is no provision of joint sitting. So third statement also is a correct statement. So statement 2 and statement 3 are correct. So we will again settle for option B for Bombay, and surprisingly all initial 5 questions of polity answer is B only. Okay, so this question again, this is actually a factual thing. This is a factual thing. Second and third is correct, so we'll settle for option B for Bombay, that is 2 and 3 only in question number 13. Okay, next polity question is 14. आते हैं 14 पर. Okay. Now this question. First of all, this question is related to Council of Ministers. Okay. So what are the provisions in the Constitution? First, Article 74. The President of India shall act on the aid and advice of Council of Ministers. Then Article 75, the President shall appoint the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers on the recommendation of Prime Minister. And Article 75 further says that the Council of Ministers shall be collectively responsible to House of People, that is popularly Lok Sabha. House of People, Logon ki Sabha, that is Lok Sabha. Now, the term no confidence motion is not mentioned in the Constitution. It is not mentioned. Term is mentioned in the rules. But to ensure the collective responsibility of Council of Ministers towards the House of People, the tool that is used is called as no confidence motion. Okay, let's now read the options available at our disposal. We have Constitution of India classifies the ministers into 4 ranks: Cabinet Minister, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Minister of State and Deputy Ministers. There is no such classification. Only thing that is written is Council of Ministers in Article 75 and in Article 352. That is the only time cabinet term is used, not minister, cabinet term, ministers of cabinet rank. The term cabinet is used in Article 352, that too after 44th constitutional amendment. So there is no classification among the Council of Ministers. What will be the classification? No such classification has been mentioned in the Constitution. The term that is used in Article 74-75 is Council of Ministers. Minister of State, Cabinet Ministers, Deputy Ministers, all these terms are not mentioned in Article 75. So it says the Constitution of India classifies ministers into 4 ranks: Cabinet Minister, Minister of State, Independent Charge. So there is no such classification. So we will eliminate the first statement. The total number of ministers in union government, including Prime Minister, shall not exceed 15% of the total number of members in Lok Sabha. This was not the provision. Actually, this was in 2003. When Mr. Vajpayee was the Prime Minister, a constitution amendment was introduced in the parliament to stop, if there are too many ministers, it will be a burden on exchequer. And of course, it will also promote defection. Okay, so to avoid any unethical thing and to avoid a damage to democracy, a constitution amendment was brought and the Council of Ministers size was fixed 15% of the strength of Lok Sabha at the union level and 15% of the strength of state legislative assembly at the state level. But this year they have asked this. Now what an intelligent student would do? Next year they will ask of union territories. For Delhi, it is 10%, not 15%. So if they are asking a question for state or union government, you must also take note of the provisions related to union territory of Delhi and all these provisions. Next year they may ask. Okay, so this is absolutely correct statement. This is a wrong statement because the constitution doesn't provide for any such classification. So we will again in question number 14, we will settle for option B for Bombay, that is 2 only is the correct answer in question number 14. Okay, abhi tak these questions are least controversial. They are directly from the text or the class notes that has been provided and they have been in news. Most of the questions have also been asked in the test series. Vision IS test series, almost all the questions have been asked in directly, indirectly. Many you will find in explanation also. Okay, so if you would have gone through that, that would have been very, very easy. Okay, so here we will settle for option B for Bombay in question number 14. Okay, next question is question number 15. Now, which are the powers of Lok Sabha? Which are the exclusive powers of Lok Sabha? Okay, so let's see. To ratify the declaration of emergency, first of all, what are the exclusive powers of Lok Sabha? The moment you get this question, you should now know that what are the exclusive powers of Rajya Sabha. For example, when the Rajya Sabha empowers the parliament to legislate on state list, when Rajya Sabha passes a resolution to empower the parliament to create a new All India services. So when Lok Sabha is dissolved, meanwhile national emergency can be ratified by the Rajya Sabha. So there are provisions for Rajya Sabha also. Now they are asking Lok Sabha, next year they may ask Rajya Sabha. So as intelligent student will sit down and find out what are the possible areas in the future they may ask a question. Now let's see the options which says what are the exclusive powers of Lok Sabha. The question this year is Lok Sabha. To ratify the declaration of emergency, bilkul nahi. Declaration of emergency has to be ratified within 30 days by both the houses of parliament by special majority. So this is not the exclusive power of Lok Sabha. If the term exclusive is eliminated from the statement, then it would be a correct statement. But it is asking which are the only powers of Lok Sabha. So this is not a only power of Lok Sabha. So first statement is a wrong statement. Okay, because both the houses ratify emergency. It is not that the Lok Sabha only ratifies, Raj Sabha also ratifies. In fact, if the Lok Sabha is dissolved, then meanwhile the Raj Sabha will ratify. So this is a wrong statement. Let's see the second. To pass a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. Of course. The entire purpose of parliamentary democracy is that Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. That is House of People. So this is absolutely correct. The Council of Ministers are not collectively responsible to Rajya Sabha. And there can be no confidence motion in Rajya Sabha. There can be no confidence motion in Rajya Sabha. So this is an exclusive power of Lok Sabha. So this statement is a correct statement. To impeach the President of India. For impeaching the President, you require the highest majority in Indian political system. 2/3 of the total membership of the House. Not special majority. That is absolute majority and 2/3 of the members present and voting. To impeach the President, a majority higher than that. 2/3 of the total membership of the House, and both the houses participate. In fact, if the motion is introduced in the first House, it will be investigated by the second House. And there will be separate voting, there will be no joint voting. And this is not an exclusive power of Lok Sabha. Both Raj Sabha and Lok Sabha have been empowered equally on this count. So this is 2/3 of the total membership of the House. Both the houses separately. So again, this is eliminated. So what is the only correct thing that is there in this question? That is second statement. So we will settle for option B in question number 15. Option B, 2 only is the correct option. Okay? And why? We have given a reason for that. Okay. Now let's see. Okay. Now this is a question which is related to anti-defection. Now this is question number 16. Anti-defection is in news throughout the year. In Manipur Legislative Assembly case, the Supreme Court has directed that 10th schedule, the Supreme Court just made an observation that 10th schedule should be amended and the power should be with an independent tribunal. Anti-defection is constantly in news. Recently also with respect to Rajya Sabha elections, so much of what you call new noise is there related to defection and the parties. How many governments have changed in last 2 years related to defection? Okay, you see the governments that have changed due to defection. And what are the provisions of defection? Anything was not more important than this. In last 2 years, this has constantly been in news that defection is a problem. In Hindu, Indian Express articles have been coming. So anybody who is preparing for civil services would be prepared with anti-defection. What is the first statement? The law specifies that, first of all, where is the law? It is in 10th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Okay. The law specifies that a nominated legislature cannot join any political party within 6 months of being appointed to the House. Actually, it is the opposite. A nominated member can join a political party within 6 months, but cannot join a political party after 6 months. So again, this statement is a wrong statement. Okay. Next is the law which does not provide any time frame within which the presiding officer has to decide a defection case. Now, in 2 cases, one Manipur Legislative Assembly case, another case related to West Bengal with respect to Mr. Mukul Roy, both, and one more case related to what you call one of the disqualification of a minister by Supreme Court, rare. Time and again Supreme Court has been reiterating, even the Calcutta High Court, that the decision should be taken within a reasonable time. Okay, but the Constitution of India does not provide for any time frame within which the decision has to be taken. In one of the cases, for 2 years, anti-defection petitions were pending with the speaker, and the speaker was not taking any action because in 10 schedule time frame is not given, and this the Supreme Court has highlighted that this is not fair. The decision must be taken in a reasonable time. Many a times Supreme Court give directions also to the speaker that you take a decision within 2 months or 1 month. So this is a correct statement, and this was in news also कि 10 schedule में there must be a time within which the speaker has to take a decision. So it says the law does not provide any time frame within which the presiding officer has to decide. This is a correct statement. It says law में कोई time नहीं दिया हुआ है, तो ये तो बिल्कुल सही है. Law में कोई time नहीं दिया हुआ है. So this is a correct statement. First statement is a wrong statement because the term within, so cannot join, so can join within 6 months. So this is a wrong statement. This is a correct statement. So we will settle for option B for Bombay, that is 2 only in question number 16. Next question is question number 17. 3 months time was given by High Court also, and in Supreme Court also once directed, but this is not given in the law. This is a direction by the Supreme Court in a particular case. So if there is a time frame that is to be added, a constitution has to be subsequently amended. This was the time given in a particular case. Getting my point? Now the Supreme Court has also said that the power should be taken from speaker and it should be decided by an independent tribunal comprising of judges, or retired judges or serving judges. What can be the nomenclature? Parliament decides. So there is no provision in the law. Getting my point? Now the next question is 17. It says Attorney General. Again, why Attorney General? With respect to contempt. Throughout the year, the office of Attorney General, Mr. K.K. Venugopal, before that Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, this has been in news related to Attorney General. Okay. Attorney General is a constitutional office. Solicitor General is a statutory office. The office of Attorney General and Advocate General is mentioned in the Constitution. The office of Solicitor General and Additional Advocate General is not mentioned in the Constitution. Let's see question number 17. Attorney General of India and Solicitor General of India are the only officers of government who are allowed to participate in the meetings of the Parliament of India. No. Actually, it is Attorney General only, not the Solicitor General. And one more thing, 2013 prelims question. There was a question in 2013 Civil Services Prelims that Attorney General can participate in the proceedings of Parliament, which was a correct statement. Second statement was Attorney General can become member of a parliamentary committee, which also was a correct statement. So if anybody would have gone through previous year's question paper, then in all likelihood, even if you didn't knew anything, you would have answered this question as correct one. It is not the Solicitor General, only Attorney General who is allowed to participate in the proceedings of the Parliament. So this statement is a correct one or wrong one? Wrong one, because it is adding Solicitor. If you eliminate Solicitor General, then it is a correct statement. According to the Constitution of India, the Attorney General submits the resignation when the government which appointed him resigns. Okay. Suniye. Who is Attorney General? Attorney General is the lawyer of the government. So, whenever a new government comes, their ideology can be different from the previous government. So, Attorney General automatically resigns. Okay, because he is the lawyer of the government. If the government changes, the new government will find a lawyer who is most suitable to the policies of the new government. But it is not a constitutional provision. He resigns. That's a quite natural thing that the previous government had a different Attorney General. Present government has a different Attorney General. Attorney Generals are, in a way, they are representative of the government. They resign. But what is the statement? It says, according to the Constitution. Of course they resign, but this is not mentioned in the Constitution. So this statement is a wrong statement. This statement is a wrong statement. Since both the statements are wrong in question number 17, we can easily settle for option D for Delhi. That is neither 1 nor 2 is the correct answer. Okay, this is for question number 17. Next we have question number 18. Okay. He has a right to participate. He has a constitutional right to participate. He doesn't participate due to paucity of time. But he has a right. And this question has been asked before also in 2013 prelims. Okay, so previous year's question paper also is important. And this was also there in test series. Test series. Ab KBC, so that's a different thing. Okay, so you have question number 18, mandamus. Sabse pehle, how do we decide that fundamental rights are applicable against whom? Article 12. The definition of state in Article 12. Article 12 says union government and parliament, state government and state legislature, local authorities and other authorities. Supreme Court in R.D. Shetty case, Justice what you call Bhagwati highlighted the test that will determine whether an agency, I have been reiterating this time and again, if an agency is working is doing something which is of public character, it will also qualify as state. Okay, and fundamental rights, mandamus can be issued against that. You have habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, certiorari and quo warranto. Let's see this. It says, question number 18. I think to answer this question, Article 12 should also be understood. That fundamental rights are mostly available against the state. Of course, some fundamental rights like Article 17, there the Supreme Court has expanded the ambit. Mostly I am using. What qualifies as state, that concept should be clear. Even if an agency is performing a job of public character, it will also qualify as state and mandamus can be issued against them. Okay. Mandamus will not lie against a private organization unless it is entrusted with a public duty. Of course, mandamus can only be issued if the job is of public character. So they are saying that public, example, TCS. TCS has the Ministry of External Affairs has given the project of passport related things to TCS. So here they are performing a job that is of public character. So a private organization will also qualify as here for the sake of mandamus if they are doing a public duty. So this statement is an absolutely correct statement that mandamus will not lie against a private organization unless it is entrusted with a public duty. Now you have second statement, mandamus will not lie against a company even though it may be a government company. Why not? Of course, a government company, what is a government public sector undertaking? A general definition is where the majority stake is held by the government. So of course it is doing something that is of public character. So mandamus will lie against them. It is wrong to say that will not lie. So this statement is a wrong statement. Next, any public, this question actually can be renamed as locus standi. This question is asking whether locus standi, what is your legal stand, is there or not. So in quo warranto, why recently a petition has been filed against the appointment of Delhi Police Commissioner. Before that, Mr. Thomas, KV Thomas, Chief Vigilance Commissioner, there was a petition before 7-8 years. SEBI Chief, so time and again quo warranto petitions have been filed against public authorities whether their appointment has been legal or not, to check the validity of a person holding a public office. This also was in news. It is asking whether there is a locus standi or not. Only the person who is affected by it can approach the court, or anybody, any spirited citizen, any individual can move the court. Anybody can move the court. Quo warranto mein the principle of locus standi does not apply. This is the exact crux of the question. Why this question has been asked? Because there is a petition against the appointment of Delhi Police Commissioner. So it was in news. Okay. Any public-minded person can be a petitioner to move the court to obtain the writ of quo warranto. This is again an absolutely correct statement. In quo warranto, the principle of locus standi does not apply. Anybody can move court, not only the person who is directly affected. So this is a correct statement. This is a correct statement. We will settle for option C for Calcutta, that is 1 and 3 only in question number 18. 1 and 3 only. And next year they may ask a question on locus standi. They have not mentioned here locus standi, but actually they are asking whether there is a locus standi in quo warranto or not. Whether there is a locus standi is in habeas corpus. No, there is no locus standi even in habeas corpus. Next year they may ask the principle of locus standi applies to habeas corpus or not. So you will say no, it does not apply. Okay, so first and third statements are correct. We will settle for option C for Calcutta in question number 18. Okay. Next question actually is question number 19. Okay. Okay. It says, with reference to Ayushman Bharat digital mission, first of all, what kinds of schemes are there? There is a central sector scheme and centrally sponsored scheme. 14th Finance Commission, Vijay Kelkar ji, increased from 32% to 42%. So the amount that was given by the center to the state was substantially increased. So there is a classification in centrally sponsored scheme. Center also contributes and state also contribute. In a central sector scheme, 100% contribution comes from the center. So you must know a broad classification. If there is a question, what are the ancillary points related? Center sector scheme, centrally sponsored scheme, all this you must know, and what is the reason. Okay. Since more money is being given by the center to the states, so many of the schemes which can be center sector scheme can be sent to centrally sponsored scheme, because the center says that now you are getting more money from us. Although there are counter arguments that with the arrival of GST and all, the states have been deprived of their powers for indirect taxation, but that's a different story. So this is Ayushman Bharat scheme. Okay, let's see. Private and public hospitals must adopt it. The moment you get an extreme statement, 98% of the time it would be wrong, until it is visibly correct. How can imagine a situation, private and public hospitals must adopt it. Just close your eyes and think, all the hospitals, wherever you are watching this lecture from brothers and sisters from northeast, from southern part, from central part, northern part, western part, everybody, everywhere there is hospital in the locality, every hospital comes under Ayushman Bharat. No, so this statement is a wrong statement per se. Okay, so you can easily eliminate statement 1. What is left? B. भाई सारे प्राइवेट और पब्लिक हॉस्पिटल्स आयुष्मान भारत में आते हैं. All the public hospitals, the hospital in your locality, every hospital comes under Ayushman Bharat. No, it doesn't come. So you eliminate statement 1. What is the option that is left? B3 only. So इसमें ज़्यादा फिर भी we'll discuss. As it aims to achieve universal health coverage, every citizen of India should be part of it ultimately. How many of you are members of Ayushman Bharat? None in the class. So this is a correct statement or a wrong statement? It is available only to certain categories on the basis of economic deprivation. It is not available for every citizen. A multi-millionaire, is he entitled for Ayushman Bharat? Is the Indian state having enough fiscal capacity? Already monumental subsidies are being rolled out. Government is doing best, to the best of its capacity, for the overall welfare of the people. And the government has to divert the funds in a very rational and judicious manner. It cannot provide universal health coverage to everyone, Ayushman Bharat especially. Of course, it is providing in government hospitals, but Ayushman Bharat scheme, so it is only restricted on the basis of economic deprivation and other indicators. So the very statement over here, every citizen, is every citizen of India entitled? No. So this statement is again a wrong statement. So you have it aims to, so this 2 is also eliminated. It has seamless portability across the country. Yes. So there is a, what you call connectivity, e-service is there, portal is there. All those hospitals who are part of Ayushman Bharat, all the medical practitioners over there, they have to register so that there is a data registry of Ayushman Bharat. Seamless portability. Seamless portability means a technological program through which from one hospital to other, a compilation of data so that government has, it is advantageous both to the person who is availing the benefit and also for the government for data and all. So seamless portability as a part of government's e-services and all these things, this is visibly a correct option. So a commonsensical approach would be that B is the correct answer. Question number 19, B, that is 3 only. Okay, so the next polity question is again the most expected question. Why? No deputy speaker has been appointed in India since 2019. There is no election of deputy speaker has taken place. Every second month you will find an article in the Hindu that the election of deputy speaker has not taken place. This was a news 2 months back also. So the next question, that is question number 20, deals with deputy speaker. थोड़ा इसको ये करता हूँ, ठीक है? So first of all, in the class also we discussed, many a times we discussed, this was in current affairs also, in current affairs it was discussed that 17th Lok Sabha was constituted in 2019. We are in 2022. It's been 3 years, but deputy speaker election has not taken place. Okay, the norm is that the date of the election of speaker is fixed by the president. Once the speaker gets elected, then he decides over the date of deputy speaker as soon as possible. So the election to the post of deputy speaker has not taken place. This became a controversy. A petition has also been filed. Okay. Another thing is, this again has been, I don't remember the year, 13 or 14, this was a prelims question, that whom will the speaker tender his resignation? So the speaker tenders his resignation to deputy speaker. So controversy is that if today the speaker wants to tender resignation, whom will he tender resignation? There is no deputy speaker. So this question was absolutely expected, and I maintained this in the class also, that they will ask a question on deputy speaker because the office has remained vacant and it has been a matter of controversy. Now let's go to question number 20 and read the options that are available to us. With reference to the deputy speaker of Lok Sabha, consider the following statements. As per the rules of procedure and conduct of business in Lok Sabha, the election of deputy speaker shall be held on such date as the speaker may fix. Yes, this is a absolutely correct statement. Okay, so this is a correct statement. Just a second. So who will fix the date? Speaker will fix the date. Let's see. There is a mandatory provision that the election of a candidate as deputy speaker shall be from the principal opposition party, that is Indian National Congress, or the ruling party, that is BJP. Who was the deputy speaker in 16th Lok Sabha? He was from All India Anna Dravidra Munitra Kanzam, AIADMK. It is neither the principal opposition party nor the ruling party. So this is a wrong statement. So this is, and that too they are adding, it is a mandatory provision. So this is a wrong statement. So we will eliminate statement 2. The deputy speaker has the same power as the speaker when presiding over the sitting of the house, and no appeal lies against his ruling. Yes. The Constitution of India, as a part of separation of powers, categorically states that the parliamentary proceedings cannot be called into question in any court, and the speaker is final interpreter of the Constitution within the house. If the speaker is not there, whoever is presiding, no appeal lies against him, and she or he will be the final interpreter with respect. So this is a provision related to separation of powers, so that there is no unnecessary interference in the working of legislature. So this absolutely is a correct statement. To get this question correct, statement correct, you need to have a clarity over separation of powers. And also Article 105. Anything said on the floor of the house is not subject to any vote. So this is something which is required separation of powers by Montesquieu. Okay. So the speaker is the final interpreter of the Constitution within the house, and when deputy speaker is presiding, no appeal lies, and the deputy speaker will have the same power. So the third statement is a correct statement. Let's see the fourth. It says, the well-established parliamentary practice regarding the appointment of deputy speaker is that the motion is moved by the speaker and duly seconded by the prime minister. Acha. If there is an election, then will there be an appointment? If there is an election of the speaker, deputy speaker, then how can the motion be introduced by the speaker? Now, invite some common sense. Speaker is declaring the date of election of deputy speaker, and he will move a motion to appoint someone as deputy speaker. अगर election होगा, तो speaker खुद से बोलेंगे इसको appoint करो जी. कि election होगा तो कैसे decide होगा? How will that be decided? It will be decided by an election. So does any common sense say that this appointment of deputy speaker is that motion will be moved by the speaker? So if there is an election and the date of election is determined by speaker, so while deciding over the date, he will say, he will move a motion to appoint a particular person as deputy speaker. So this is a wrong statement, and it is seconded by the prime minister. So this is a wrong statement. Fourth is a wrong statement, and second is a wrong statement. So we'll settle for first and third option. 1 and 3 only. Puchiye. So that is the problem. That is the constitution. The student is asking that whom will the speaker tender his resignation today in 17th Lok Sabha. So there is no such provision that in the absence of deputy speaker, there is a constitutional void. ऐसा पहले भी हो चुका है. In 1969, there is a provision in the constitution that the president, if the office of president is vacant, the vice president will assume, and within 6 months, the election commission shall conduct the election. If vice president is also not there, it is not written in the constitution. So in 1969, with the sudden death of Dr. Zakir Hussain, okay, after that what happened? Then the vice president took charge as the officiating president. Then he also resigned. So the office of both president and vice president remained vacant. So immediately the parliament passed a law because there was a constitutional void. Aisa, there was nothing mentioned in the constitution, so parliament passed a law that if the office of speaker, president and vice president is vacant, the chief justice of India shall assume the acting charge of president. If there is no chief justice, then the senior most judge of Supreme Court. As if now there is a void, so if such situation arises, a law shall be passed by the parliament. There is no such provision. Presently, the provision is that the speaker shall tender resignation to deputy speaker and vice versa. Deputy speaker shall tender resignation to speaker. So we will settle for option A, 1 and 3 only in question number 20. Question number 20, option A, 1 and 3 only. Okay. Next is question number 66. हाँ, पूछिए Dinesh. So, okay. So we have question number 66. Question number 66 is an IR question which was in news in 2019 and 20. Okay. So 3 organizations have been given. Okay. Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, Missile Technology Control Regime, and Shanghai Corporation Organization. Okay. Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank is a Chinese-led bank, and India has the second highest voting share. Headquarter is in Beijing. And there is another organization, Asian Infrastructure and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. एक और है. There is Asian Development Bank. So you should not confuse between AIIB and ADB. Okay. And New Development Bank. You have heard about that also. So all these must be kept in mind. So Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank. The question is asking whether India is a member of which of the. Of course, India is a member. India has the second highest voting share also. Then Missile Technology Control Regime. You know, there has been a constant debate that India should become, if India wants to be a global leader, it has to become member of these multilateral organizations. We became member of MTCR. We became member of Wassenaar Agreement. We became member of Australia Group. We are yet to become member of Nuclear Suppliers Group, that is NSG. So all the other 3 we have already become member. So this also, India is a member, it is a correct statement. This question was asked in 2018 also. 18 or 19, this question, that India is a member of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Again, if somebody would have gone through previous year's question paper, this question would have been absolutely correct, because this is a repeated question. Okay, India is a member of all the three organizations. Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank also, MTCR also, and Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So what should be the answer out here? 1, 2 and 3 is the correct answer. In question number 66, we will settle for option D for Delhi. Okay. Next question related to international relations is question number 67. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This is a question related to Vietnam. Okay. You know, one more additional fact, that India became a member of MTCR. India is selling certain missile technology, certain missiles to Vietnam. This also is in news. Okay, now let's read the options that are available in question number 67. Okay, it says Vietnam has been one of the fastest growing economies in the world in recent years. Okay, okay, let's see the options. Okay. ठीक है, आइए. Vietnam has been one of the fastest growing economies in the world in recent years. This was a news. There was also an article that Vietnam is growing very fast. Reason is that Vietnam is having cheap labor, availability of cheap labor. It has access to ports. Also, the supply chain was relatively good. Even during pandemic in Asia, Vietnam was, especially in Southeast Asia, Vietnam was among the few countries that actually scored good on economic count. So Vietnam was being praised for that. So this is a correct statement that Vietnam has been one of the fastest growing economies in the world in recent years. Ab suniye, how can you answer this question? Nowhere in a written statement you will find that Vietnam is one of the fastest economies. It will normally not be written. If you have been following newspaper, this is a question that is asked from newspaper. If you have been consistently following newspaper, kabhi na kabhi, at time and again, you will come across that, okay, Vietnam has been one of the fastest economies. Bangladesh is also doing good. These two countries are often in news, especially in our vicinity. So, ye question jo hai, this is from newspaper. So if you have been consistently following newspaper, you will know about our neighbors, and you will be. There was also a section of this in our monthly compilation also, and in one of the test series also they have asked. So especially if you are following test series and newspaper and all, you will be able to answer. So this is a correct statement. Second is, Vietnam is led by multi-party political system. Vietnam is known for being a single party political system. Vietnam is known for being a single party political system. So what will be what we will eliminate? We'll eliminate option. We will eliminate which option? 2 is a blatantly false statement. So we will eliminate option D and option A. Ab bacha B and C. 1 is correct. B and C we are left, and 1 is a correct. So what should be the answer? C should be the answer. अब इसको आंसर कैसे आएगा? By applying basic common sense. No need even to of course you will read them, you always after reading, but even if you have a common sense, you will arrive कि चलो Vietnam has been doing good. So this is one of the fastest, is good, and Vietnam does not have a multi-party system. So this you will eliminate, you will get an answer. Okay, this is question number 67. So for a long time, Vietnam's low labor cost and stable exchange rate have been attracting global manufacturers. Of course, in all these developing countries, major factor kya hai? Low labor rate. In Western European economies and North American economies, especially United States of America, the labor rate is very high. So this statement is a correct statement. Vietnam's economic growth is linked to its integration with global supply chains and focus on export-led economy. Every time you talk about Vietnam, one word is there, that is export-led economy. So third is correct, fourth is correct, and first is correct. Fifth, Vietnam has been the most productive The moment you get most, kya hai most? Most is a extreme statement. Who will give the certificate that it is the most efficient in each service sector? Is there an organization which is saying that this has the most, getting my point? So you have a most productive e-service sector in Indo. Is there an index? So which countries are doing good? Indonesia and Singapore. And you just think in e-services, when you have a country like Singapore and Indonesia in the vicinity, how can Vietnam, which has just started, do good in e-services sector? Singapore is a monumental, it's a colossal, it's a giant in e-technology. So you cannot. So this, what is this question? This question is nothing but testing your patience in examination hall. They are giving you 5 options. The moment you see 5 options, you think isko will do it later because this is a very complex. But this is the easiest question in the question paper. Because why they are asking this question? You will be posted at district magistrate. Somebody will inform you that there is a fire. You will run after him, or you will think that, okay, what is the gravity of fire? How many firefighters we have in the vicinity, neighboring district we can. So you will think with patience and calm, and some considerate action will be taken. So in the examination hall, they have given 5 statements. Anybody will read 5 statements, they will think it is very tough. Why will we waste time in reading 5? But this is actually the most easy question yet. So we will settle for option C for Calcutta, that is 1, 3 and 4. In question number 67. Now the next question that we have is question number 72. Okay, here the question number is missing, but it is question number 72. Okay. So this question actually is something which is least expected. But suniye, in last 2 months, what is the news coming? Coal shortage. One of the major news is coal shortage, coal shortage, coal shortage. So if this has been in news, thoda background search, a student who is intelligent will make some, because consistently for 2 months one news is coming, that is coal shortage. So this is related to that only. This is question number 72. Let's see. Coal Control Organization is the major source of coal statistics in Government of India. Actually, this is a bit tough. Okay, because which organization compiles the statistics? Actually, normal student may miss this. Okay, but first is a correct statement. It monitors the progress and development of captive coal and lignite blocks. Again, this is a correct statement. It hears any objection to the government's notification. Actually, it has certain adjudicatory mechanism. Okay, so this is a correct statement. Relating to acquisition of coal bearing areas, it ensures that coal mining companies deliver the coal to end users in prescribed time. Okay, now 4. Now this is 4. Okay, you tell me that if there is this may be common sense, if there is coal control organization, railways are working under CCO, who will ensure that the coal reaches in time in captive power plants? There are bigger players. Can this organization ensure that the coal reaches time? There are multiple agencies that are involved. So it cannot actually ensure. So if you, this is question number 72. Okay. So you will eliminate statement 4. So we eliminate 4, we are getting B and D. A and C are left. Okay. Third is a bit, this was actually a tough question, but the cutoff was 87.5. So that translates into 44 questions out of 100 that you need to get this. So every question is not required to get correct. Is it possible that you would score 200, out of 200 you get to it? So what was the cutoff last year? 87.5. So there will be some very factual questions that you may not be able to answer at times. Okay. Here the answer is 1, 2 and 3, and you will settle for option A in question number 72. Option A. Okay. Then the next question we have is question number 73, which is a very, very good question. Actually, I like 5th and 6th schedule. Okay. So this is, if a particular area is brought under 5th schedule, first of all, what is the difference between 5th schedule and 6th schedule? In 5th schedule, you have tribal advisory council. In 6th schedule, you have autonomous district council. In 5th schedule, there is no election. MLAs from the scheduled tribe category, they are nominated, and there are some nominated members also in tribal advisory council. In 6th schedule, there are elections are held for autonomous district councils. 5th schedule, the TAC is just an advisory body, and 5th schedule there is no election. 5th schedule, is in 10 states and 6th schedule is in Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram. Just a second. This again is an interesting question. It says, if a particular area is brought under 5th schedule. Now the next thing is, who brings an area under 5th schedule? Who brings an area? President. President issues a notification. Which of the following statement best reflects the consequence of it? Let's see. It says, first let us eliminate. The state having such area would be declared as a special category state. Gujarat has a scheduled area. Is it a special category state? And do you think that it should be given a special category status? Gujarat? No. Anybody will read 5th schedule. It is clearly written that 10 states are have special scheduled areas. So Gujarat is one such state. Do you think it should be given special category status? No. So this statement is eliminated. Next, this would convert that area into a union territory. Is Delhi a scheduled area? Is Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep, Chandigarh a scheduled area? Okay, so this statement is again eliminated. Eliminate hoga ki nahi hoga easily? This would create the local self-governing body in that area. Okay, local self-governing body in that area is in 6th schedule. That is Autonomous District Council. 5th schedule has advisory bodies. That is advisory council. So this again is the wrong answer. If you know about the 6th schedule, the difference between 6th and 5th schedule, you will, what will create a local governing body? PESA, Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act 1996. So B, you are getting B, C and D can be eliminated. So A is the correct answer. Okay. Now, this will prevent the transfer of land of tribal people to non-tribal people. This ruled by Supreme Court also, Samatha versus State of Andhra Pradesh. And also there is a governor can issue a notification restricting any such sale. Regarding mining, the Supreme Court has given a judgment. So, may be possible that you don't know the Samatha judgment of Supreme Court. But it is written in 5th schedule that the government can issue a notification, governor, restrict the sale of land. So this is a provision that is there. You must know about 5th schedule. Also, you must know about that these three are wrong. These three are wrong statements. So what will be the correct answer? A would be the correct answer. And this is a provision under the 5th schedule. So in question number 73, option A for apple is the correct answer. Okay. Next question that we have is question number 74. Okay. 74 again was a question that was from newspaper. Okay, pure newspaper question. Okay, pure newspaper question, 74. And in current affairs also this was there. Okay, let's see. The Indian Sanitation Coalition is a platform to promote sustainable sanitation and is funded by the Government of India and World Health Organization. Ab isme there cannot be a tukka, what you call wild guess. Either the World Health Organization is involved or the World Health Organization is not involved. You only will be able to answer if you have actually read this particular thing. So this is a question which requires you to read newspaper, and monthly current affairs it also appeared. So that you should go through, because this is a factual question. Either it is yes or it is no. So World Health Organization actually in question number 74 is not involved. Multiple stakeholders, other organizations, others what you call non-government ones. So this actually is a wrong answer. World Health Organization is not involved in sanitation coalition. Ek aur baat. The word coalition. Okay, so it is inviting multiple stakeholders. Okay, but this was a question you cannot make a wild guess until you actually know the factual statement over that. Let's see the second statement. So this is wrong. The National Institute of Urban Affairs is an apex body of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs in Government of India and provides innovative solutions to address the challenges of urban India. Acha, just tell me one thing. If there is a National Institute of Urban Affairs, agar koi National Institute of Urban Affairs hai, so what it will do? It will not give a solution on transport system, on renewable energy, Precisely. It will work on innovation in solutions related to urban India. Of course, renewable energy is just a facet of solutions of urban India, but there is a ministry dedicated for thing. Don't you think commonsensical wise, if we take, this is question number 74, commonsensical wise, anybody can say that second statement is a correct statement. क्योंकि अगर कोई National Institute of Urban Affairs है, if there is any such body, it will provide innovative solutions to address. Can the National Institute of Urban Affairs provide solution for rural India? So what should be the commonsensical mandate of National Institute of Urban Affairs? To address innovative solutions to address challenges of urban. उसीलिए तो बना है. Urban affairs, matters related to urban. So this is actually a correct statement. This statement I agree that you would not be able to eliminate until you actually know. So in question number 74, we will settle for option B for Bombay, that is 2 only. Next question is question number 76. Question number 74, B for Bombay. Question number 76, dear students, let's see. Okay, so we have United Nations Credentials Committee. Okay, consider the following statements in question number 76. It is a committee set up by UN Security Council. Okay, works under its supervision. This actually, there was an article also. This works under United Nations General Assembly, not under Security Council. So the first statement in question number 76, the first statement is eliminate. ये factual question है. You cannot guess that whether it works under UNGA or it works under UNSC. So this is a factual statement and you will eliminate that. इसको मालूम होगा या नहीं मालूम होगा? It traditionally meets in March, June and September. If you know that it comes under UNGA, when does the UNGA summit happens every year? Our Honorable Prime Minister goes to attend the summit when? In September, not in March and June. So this statement is a wrong statement. Next is, it assesses the credentials of all UN members before submitting a report to the General Assembly for approval. So what is the name of the committee? Credentials Committee. So what will it do? It will assess the credentials. So this statement is a wrong, is a right statement. उसका नाम ही है Credentials Committee. तो वो करेगी, वो क्या काम करेगी? What will it do? It will assess the credentials. Third statement is right. First statement is wrong. Second statement is wrong. So we will settle for A, that is 3 only in question number 70. Even if we know that this statement is wrong, then also it is a bit tricky on this. Okay, still we will settle for 3 only in question number 76. Although this is a bit controversial, because there are no other options. Some scholars are of the view that use of the term all members, okay, is before submitting a report, assesses the credentials. So some say that all members of UN, so members, there are 193 member states in UN and there are 2 observer states, that is Holy See and Palestine. Still the best possible answer in question number 76 would be A, that is 3 only. Okay. Next question that we have to discuss is question number 78. Okay, 78. 78 I can say is a question from basic civics. If you would have done basic civics of NCERT, this question or international institutions ka pyara sa chapter, if you will do that, you will be able to answer. This is a very basic United Nations question, which I think every civil services aspirant can be easily be doing because the school level question. Let's see. The UN General Assembly, with reference to United Nations General Assembly, consider the following statements. UN General Assembly can grant observer status to non-member state. Every time the news is coming that Palestine and Holy See have got observer status, International Solar Alliance was also given. So this is something which is a correct statement. This is also given all the time. Ki observer status are granted by UNGA. Intergovernmental organizations can seek observer status in UN General. Yes, they can seek. Okay, and you have International Solar Alliance. What is ISA? It is an alliance of countries between Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, where the sun rays fall more directly than slant, so they have more potential to gain solar energy. So this was proposed by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji along with France during the Paris Climate Summit, and the headquarters is in Gurgaon. Okay, so this statement is correct. This statement is correct. Permanent observers in UN General Assembly can maintain missions at UN headquarters. This is also a correct statement. All three statements in question number 78 are correct. 1, 2 and 3. So we will settle for option D. D for Delhi, that is 1, 2 and 3 in question. Actually this was relatively easy question. Thoda sa to multilateral institutions, United Nations you must know. A brief, there is a wide variety of questions that are being asked that makes the syllabus a bit more, but this requires consistent study. Okay, so this is something which is expected. So question number 78, we will settle for option D, that is 1, 2 and 3. Next is question number 79. Okay, now question number 79 is the next question. What is a statutory body? What is a statutory body? Okay, any body that is established by a piece of law is a statutory body. Example, Securities Exchange Board of India, SEBI is a statutory body. Example, Reserve Bank of India, Central Vigilance Commission, Lokpal and Lokayukt. Then you have Central Information Commission. All these are statutory bodies. Okay, let's see now that what is the option. The Tea Board is a statutory body. So there is an act that establishes Tea Board. So this is, again, this question has to be done from newspaper, because there was an article related to what are the issues related to tea, why India is performing good, or what are the major challenges related to tea industry, what Tea Board can do. All these things were in news. Consistently in the economy part they were appearing. So this can be a bit, whether it is a statutory body or not, you will only know if you have gone through those articles. So this is a correct statement. It is regulated by Ministry of Commerce. Okay, so agriculture, and not by Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So this is a wrong state. Headquarters since childhood in school quiz competition. We used to rate a Tea Board headquarters is in Kolkata. It is not in South India. Is known for what? Tea or coffee? Tea or coffee? Karnataka is known for tea. Mainly South India you have coffee. In Darjeeling and other areas you have. So initially when the Britishers came to India, they established tea plants where? In Assam and West Bengal. So the Tea Board headquarters was established at Kolkata. And later on the production also started in southern part of the country. So the headquarters is not in Bangalore, it is in Kolkata. Okay, and it is not a it is a statutory body. First statement is correct. This comes under Ministry of Commerce. This is headquartered in Kolkata. So second and third statements are eliminated. And the board has overseas offices at Dubai and Moscow. This actually, if you knew the answer, and you will eliminate 2 and 3. So the only option that you get is D, that is 1 and 4. So question number 79, we will settle for option 1, option D, that says statement 1 and 4 are correct. Okay. Next question we have question number 82. Okay, let's see, dear students. So we have Bidi Bidi is a large refugee settlement in northwest Kenya. Again, this question they have asked from newspaper. Okay, violence going on and all. So this is in Uganda. This is a factual question. So first statement is, in question number 82, we will eliminate the first statement. Some people who fled from South Sudan civil war live in Bidi Bidi. Yes. And this is a settlement in Uganda. So South Sudan war was also in news. So second is like correct statement. There is also another refugee complex, Dadaab. Okay, so refugee complex in Kenya. Actually, this question was not on a easy side, it was on a tough side. So you're not expected to answer all the questions being honest, okay? Because the cutoff is 87.5, that hovers around 44 questions, okay? So this, if you have been consistently reading news, have an idea of the South Sudan and the issues going on over there, then you will be able to answer. Anyways, so this is a factual question. Statement 1 is wrong, statement 2 is correct, statement 3 is correct. So we will settle for, in question number 82, this is 82, 82 will settle for C, that is 2 and 3 only. That is the correct answer in question number 82. Even if you are not able to do this question, which is on a higher side, a bit tough, no problem, because you are not expected to do all the questions. Next question that we have is question number 83, the next question. This actually again is Organization of Turkic State, pure factual question hai. Okay, this you will be able to answer if you have done map properly. Organization of Turkic State, those countries that have Turkish origin population speaking Turkish language. Okay, so that is, so if you see, this is question number 83. You see Armenia. Armenia, where is it geographically located? So there is no Turkish speaking population. Azerbaijan is having, in Croatia and Romania, no. And Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan are related, so 2 and 5. So 2 and 5 we will settle in question number 83, option C. Ab ye question, it's 83. Ye question you will be, this question you will be able to answer going through the maps. Of course, it was on a, either you should have an understanding of Central Asia, or you would have gone through the global map and you at least know that where these countries, Armenia and all, and whether the Turkic population can reach to that geographical extent, then you would be able to answer. Otherwise, this is a geography map based question, a bit on a tougher side. Okay, so 2 and 5, so we'll settle for option C in question number 83. Okay. We have only few questions left. Question number 85. Again, 85. UN clause. UN clause is something which is always in news. United Nations Convention on Law of Seas 1982, Kingston, Jamaica, up to 12 nautical miles the countries have authority, up to 200 nautical miles there is exclusive economic zone. Beyond 200 nautical miles there is an international seabed authority that decides, and there was a news related to polymetallic nodules. If a country wants to extract polymetallic nodules beyond 200 nautical mile, it has to take permission from International Seabed Authority. Okay, now this question is related to United Nations Convention on Law of Seas. One such, the arbitrary body of this UN clause gave a judgment against China, which China refused to accept. Okay, so again, this was in news also. Let's see. This is question number 85. Okay. It says, a coastal state has the right to establish the breadth of its territory, C, up to a limit not exceeding 12 nautical miles, measured from the baseline, determined in accordance with the convention. Which convention? Convention on Law of Seas. Always you have heard about the 12 nautical miles, so this is a correct statement. Up to 12 nautical miles you have country's territory. Beyond up to 200 nautical miles you have exclusive economic zone that you only have the right to extract. If two countries fall within less than 200 nautical miles, then there is a case, North Continental Shelf case in international law, where equidistance formula is there. You will get equal, both the countries will get equal. So this is a principle of international law. Anyways, that's not part of your syllabus, but you must know that up to 12 nautical mile, it is the territorial sea. Establish the breadth of its territorial sea. This is correct. Ship of all states enjoy the right of innocent passage. This was also given in current affairs. So this also is the, this is the correct statement. So this statement is correct, this is correct. Let's see. The exclusive economic zone shall not extend beyond 200 nautical miles from the baseline from which the breadth of territorial sea is measured. This also is the correct. Always you have heard that exclusive economic zone is up to 200 nautical miles. So all the three statements are correct. So we will settle for option D in question number 85, that is 1, 2 and 3. Ye to aapko, you must be knowing 12 nautical miles and 200. So 1 and 3 is correct. Right of innocent passage is also a part of it. So we will settle for option. What is an innocent passage? That a commercial ship which will not harm the country can pass through. Okay, so right of innocent passage as per the UN Convention on Law of Seas. You can also read about International Seabed Authority. It can be a question in further years. Okay, so 85 we will settle for option D, that is 1, 2 and 3. Two questions we have more to discuss. One is question number 86. 86 is again an easy question. This debate is always there. Senkaku Island, okay, and Diao Island as they are known in China. Actually, in East China Sea, South China Sea, you have Parcel and Spratly Islands. Conflict is going on between China and Vietnam and other countries. East China Sea, you have these islands, Senkaku Islands, dispute between Japan and China. This is a very, very easy question of IR, and this has been in news also. Okay? And they are known by a different name in China. China called them as Diaoyu Islands, while Japan, they are Senkaku Islands. It is generally believed that they are artificial islands made by country around South China Sea. South China Sea mein the dispute is for Parcel and Spratly Islands, not for Senkaku Island. Or South China Sea mein dispute is between China and Vietnam, not between China and Japan. Now this is the answer. China and Japan engage in maritime dispute over these islands in East China Sea. A permanent American military base, this is not a correct statement, this is wrong. No such military base of America is in Diego Garcia, Indian Ocean. International Court of Justice declared them as no man's land. Some East Asian countries claim them. So that is related to Parcel Islands and all dispute is there. Here there is a dispute, but ICJ has not given any such. The ICJ here also is not there. This is PCA. Okay, so the correct answer for question number 86 is a factual statement, is option B for Bombay, and this consistently stays in news as a major point of contention among the other points, inter alia, among other things, between China and Japan. So we will settle for option B, that is China and Japan engage in maritime disputes over these islands in East China Sea in question number 86. The last question that we have is question number 87. Okay. So this is question number 87. Chad. It's not Chad, Equatorial Guinea, where the China has set up military base. So factually, this also came in newspaper. So this is eliminated. Guinea, you have suspension of constitution by the government and government by military. Current affairs mein, news mein aaya. This is a correct one. Lebanon is going through economic depression. Okay, this also was a news. This question 100% is asked from current affairs newspaper. Anybody who is following newspaper will be able to answer this question correctly. Lebanon, economic depression, time and again is appearing. Tunisia, parliament was suspended by the president. This also came in international relations. And Guinea, the government was suspended by military. All the three are correct, but this is wrong. Now they are asking how many prayers are correctly matched. How many prayers? 3. So we will settle for option. In question number 87, we will settle for option C, that is only 3. Only 3 pairs. Okay. The only message which I want to give is read newspapers. They are asking questions. They want consistent, calm, and those candidates which have been reading consistently. So there is, of course, you must, after the basics and monthly current affairs, they are excellent. Newspapers cannot be substituted. That also has to be done. Okay. And the kind of questions that have been asked somewhere, whatever is the predicted cutoff, in that particular area, you can easily score with a calm state of mind. Not too many questions are not very, very tough. Okay, so you can do that. So read newspapers, follow the basics, that is more than enough. So this was a discussion on polity and international relations and few questions of current affairs related to these two topics. Okay, the other topics shall be dealt by the respective faculties. Thank you.
So very good evening to all of you. I hope you're all doing good. You have attempted the paper? No? Okay, fine. Good that you are here to just understand how questions have come and you are now going to prepare. So without wasting too much of time, let's start with Indian history section. I will be taking up 16 questions. So if you ask in the, whole setup of UPSC paper this time prelims, history portion has been a bit difficult. Also in terms of weightage given, the history section is not having enough questions if you compare with the last year, right? Now, this is also increasing the difficulty level because if you see the trend analysis of the last 3 years, how the questions have been. In modern Indian history section, we've had, at least 8 to 9 questions, right? But this time we have only 4 questions, right? This again is one of those portions which is easily handled by the students, right? If you compare it with ancient, medieval and culture, this is the most read topic of the lot, right? So this is also contributing to the difficulty level of history. Second, if you are seeing art and culture, medieval Indian history and ancient India, more or less, the number of questions have remained the same. Again, coming back to the topics which UPSC has dealt, if you are asking or understanding the analysis, the topics have largely been on predictable lines. But when I'm saying predictable lines, the main topics being, if you know the questions, there is a question on literature, there is a question on Buddhist scholar, there is a question on Delhi Sultanate, even Mongol invasion is important when you're reading, regional kingdoms or rise of, Mongols in India or invasion of India by Mongols. So this is also a relevant topic. But terminology-based questions, pair-based questions, the options, the way UPSC has framed is again, increasing the difficulty level. Right? So what we will be understanding today is, after looking at the question, what now is to be done, right? Are we supposed to change the orientation towards, handling history questions, or are we supposed to do the same thing? That's what I will be telling you. Apart from that, even though I will be telling you the sources from which the questions have come, but when it comes to GS, you need not read all the sources which are being handled or, learned by history optional students, especially for GS. But yes, topics, most important topics, whether it is for prelims or mains, or if they are having a sync with mains, those topics I will be telling you, which are important from UPSC examination point of view, right? So let's take up modern Indian history section. AC. So there are 4 questions in the paper, and as I told you, the topics which have been dealt by UPSC are on conventional lines if you see the last 7 years of the topics which have come in UPSC. So yes, there's always an act-based question. So we saw a question on Government of India Act 1919. There was, if I don't know how many of you see our previous year analysis videos, we have this analysis done where we have generally talked with respect to history that there is a increased concentration being given by UPSC on personality based questions, and if UPSC had to make questions difficult or this section difficult, they would ask questions from not so prepared topic like revolutionary movement. So there was a question on Gadar Party or Gadar movement. However, Gadar movement is important, but the kind of personalities and the options they have given, it is making, question difficult. But if someone has read thoroughly, they will not find that question difficult. Almost every year there is a peasant movement. This time there was no question on peasant, on tribal rebellion. So that is a change being done by UPSC. There is a question on advent of Europeans. Again, the topic list which we have prepared of the last 7 years, mostly questions have come from this topic. When you talk about Cripps mission, you have transfer of power as a topic, right? So there is a question on this topic as well, right? So let's take up the questions. So first question is question number 51 of modern Indian history. It is from a conventional topic, Government of India Act 1919. This was the most easiest question of the paper if you talk about, because one has studied modern Indian history and it's not the case that one is ignoring this topic, right? So Government of India Act 1919, the question is asking you which of the subjects were transferred and reserved of it. If you may allow, there have been, at least 3 questions in the last 5 years on Government of India Act 1919 of various kinds. So this topic was very conventional. Now talking about the question, which of the following were treated as reserved subjects? Obviously this question can be attempted by elimination method as well, or, if you talk about, this is a very easy topic in all. So reserved subjects would be those subjects which will be kept by the British, right? So obviously they will not be delegating police, they will not be delegating administration of justice, neither they will be delegating land revenue. The only subject of the lot which could be delegated by the Britishers was local self-government, right? So this was the transferred subject. So any option having 2 could be eliminated, right? So this was a very easy question, and the answer to this question is 1, 3 and 4, right? Then comes your 53rd question. 53rd question, as I told you, is from, a topic which is important again, but mostly now questions are being asked on personalities, right? However, the analysis now, which I'm going to tell you, may be far-fetched because, again, Gada party is important. There has been a question asked by UPSC in the last 7 years on Gada party again by asking the headquarters, right? But this personality was indirectly prepared by the students this time. And now this is what we call as 360-degree analysis or orientation, or what you call as holistic studies for prelims or mains of an interview. Why I'm saying so? This year, Aurobindo Ghosh was in news, right? You all agree? There was, in PT 365 also, material. There was a write-up on Aurobindo Ghosh because of the high-level committee formed to commemorate the 150th birth anniversary of Sri Aurobindo, right? So there, in the PT 365 class, we have told regarding Alipur conspiracy case. Now, Alipur conspiracy case happened in 1908, where both Aurobindo Ghosh and his brother Barindra Ghosh were involved. Because they were arrested, Barindra Ghosh could not become a participant of Gadar party. That is how you could eliminate the first option. You're understanding? So when we say holistic study, or we say 360-degree analysis, that is what we mean by this, that you will not find anything in one page or one book, or you will, your mind will not give you signal to prepare. But as and when you're preparing current affairs, if you come across anything, try to do the blocks, extended blocks as well of the topic, right? So if you eliminate 1, you are left with 2 only and 3 only option, right? Jogin Chandra Chatterjee was related with Hindustan Republican Army, right? So 3 only is the answer, Raj Bihari Bose. This question was also in our test series, this year's test series, where we have mentioned also that Raj Bihari Bose was involved in Gadar movement. So when you substantiate your studies with test series and the explanation it carries, it becomes much more meaningful, for you to prepare in the right direction, right? Then comes question number 54, again on a very important topic, transfer of power. Cripps question again has been asked by UPSC in the last 7 years. And this question is also, not that difficult if you've revised this topic well. Now coming to the first statement of this question, this first statement might have been attempted by many aspirants as wrong. Why? Because this, the way it has been framed, it might have induced students to read it very generic. So first statement says the Constituent Assembly would have members nominated by the provincial assemblies as well as the princely states. So from princely states, there was nomination of members, but from provincial assemblies, the members were indirectly elected through proportional representation, right? So this is half right and half wrong. Hence, statement 1 is wrong. Coming to second statement, any province which is not prepared to accept the new constitution would have the right to sign a separate agreement with Britain regarding its future status. This is correct. Now coming to this question, you can find this in your spectrum, you can find it in your any standard source which you are referring to. So according to me, this question is easy and the answer is B, 2 only, right? Then comes your 59th question. Now, regarding 59th question, although it pertains to an important topic, advent of the Europeans, from which UPSC is asking question nowadays, specifically in the last 2 years. This question is difficult if you look in the first glance, but as I have always mentioned, UPSC checks your knowledge on chronology. Right? So if we see the first statement says the Dutch established their factories, warehouses on the east coast on lands granted to them by Gajpati rulers. Now everyone knows, and it's there in your NCRT also, about the factory set up by Dutch, French, English, right? Portuguese. So Dutch established their factory at Masulipatam, right? In 1605. Now this question is asking you whether you know that in 1605 there were Gajpati rulers or not. If someone knows this, then question becomes very easy and you directly come to the answer. But knowing this again is a very difficult task. But as I said, if you are preparing along with newspapers and current affairs, this may also become a bit easier, right? How? So as I told you, this piece of information you get in your standard sources, that where the factories were set and in which year, right? Secondly, there was again in PT 365 culture material, a news item on Sun Temple of Konark, right? Where the content was also having, this infographic on, different phases of temple architecture, where major dynasties were also mentioned. So if someone would have again learned or had the idea, or, again they were able to recall things, they would at least know that they were there in 14th to 16th century. So if their rule was only till 16th century, how can they be present in 1605? You're understanding? So that's how you eliminate the first statement by again resorting to the extended blocks you get in PT 365 or any current affairs material, right? That's why these things become important. But having said that, this question is difficult, reason being this linkage which I'm telling you is very difficult to arrive at, right? क्यों नहीं था? मसूलीपट्टनम ईस्ट कोस्ट पे है उड़ीसा. पौंडीचेरी में भी था, मसूलीपट्टनम में भी था. ऐसा नहीं है ना? तो this statement is wrong because of this fact, right? So the answer is 2 and 3 only. Right? Even third statement, the English East India Company established a factory at Madras on a plot of land leased from a representative of the Vijayanagar Empire, is difficult, but everyone knows that yes, they had a factory established at Madras. Now, whether the land was leased by a representative of Vijayanagar Empire, again, requires from you the knowledge of chronology. or common sense. However, this question can be totally solved if you know about the Gajapati rule, extent. But this statement again has importance, reason being Vijayanagar Empire in medieval Indian history section is important. So the last Vijayanagar Empire, which was Aravidu dynasty, ruled from 1570 to 1650, right? So there is a probability if someone is, marking this statement as correct, if they know about again this thing and the Madras, which year the factories was set up, they can again go for third statement, right? That's why, why I'm bringing you all these linkages, so that you know, because now you will be preparing for the next year. Chronology of important dynasties and events is very important. Second point which I want to bring out is your current affairs and its extension in static. So anything which is in current affairs and you do and relate its fundamental or static portion with it, there is a chance that you might, be able to come at the right answers more closely, right? Now coming to art and culture section, so there were these 4 questions from modern Indian history section. Now coming to art and culture sections, more or less weightage is decent enough. Yes, from art and culture section, topics like literature, which is also there in your mains, has been dealt. There is a direct link again with current affairs. Why there is a general perception among the students who have appeared for this paper that this paper is current affairs dominated, because most of the static portions have a link with current affairs, and you can see this in your art and culture section as well. Apart from this, there is a question on Buddhist and Jain scholars. There is a question on Bhakti saint. So, more or less, this section is on the predictable lines, at least with respect to topics given, right? But how deep they have gone and the kind of options they have framed is making this section difficult to attempt by most of the students, right? So the first question is question number 55. Now, according to me, if you ask, this question is easy. Easy why? You will, be amazed why I'm saying that it's easy, because none of the books you might have heard about. But when you do Buddhist literature, one kind of literature or text you have heard about are the Avadanas. Right? If someone has prepared something on Buddhism, they know that there is a Buddhist literature or text called Avadanas. If you're calm and composed in the paper, if you find this Avadana Shataka in the question, a more logical person will then see the options given if they are to attempt this question. And if you again see the options, if someone knows for sure that Avadanas are related to Buddhist text, they can, attempt this question by logical elimination. And the moment you eliminate 3, you again arrive at the answer. So that's why I'm saying, by knowing basic stuff as well, you can still, arrive at the right answer in questions which are looking difficult for too many, right? But this requires that calm and composure in the paper, right? So that's why, these things are important. But having said that, this question is difficult because you don't find these other books given in your regular textbooks. Now there is a source which we have mentioned time and again that UPSC is picking up apart from A.L. Basham, that is Upinder Singh's Ancient Indian History book. Now this question, in my opinion, and another question, has been directly picked up and made from this book. So if you see, there is mention of Trishastitlika Mahapuran, there is mention of Parishisht Parvan, the books which were mentioned in the question, right? Parishisht Parvan is a very important book written by Hemchandra, which gives the history of earliest Jain teachers and also mentions their certain details of political history. So this Parishta Parvan book is very important, right? But as I told you that you can't really prepare this content from every single book. But is one topic which you should look after and do your own research. How deep you need to go in this topic, it's your call, but definitely UPSC is asking almost every year at least one question on Buddhism and Jainism. As I told you, however, this question was easy if someone knows about the Vadanas, which was very easy to know. But if you want to know everything about it, then you need to go further, higher. Now in this journey, test series helps you a lot, because somewhere in the explanations you find extra content, right? That's why we always emphasize that for history or art and culture, you should stick to standard sources and the test series questions which you are practicing along with their explanations, because other than this there is no other route to prepare this, right? Because this is not conceptual, it's more factual, and the more facts you see about Buddhism and Jainism, there is a higher chance that they stick to your mind for a longer time, right? Now again, in the PT 365 material, you had reclining Buddha. So in the class notes, I have mentioned about Buddhist literature and Avadanas. So if someone is knowing the basic Buddhist literature, they could easily attempt this question, right? Then comes your 56th question, a pair type question which UPSC has asked very differently, and this requires precise understanding and accuracy, which in these type of questions and specifically this section is very difficult to achieve, right? And yes, this question is a blend of Buddhist, Jain scholars' knowledge as well as Vaishnav scholars or Alvars, right? Again, if you talk about this question, Aryadev and Dignag both are Buddhist scholars. Nath Muni is a Vaishnav scholar, so only two pairs are correctly matched. But as I told you, there is a source called Upinder Singh, this book. It again carries the name of Aryadev and Dignag as Buddhist scholars, right? So probably the paper setter was referring to this book, and those two questions which I have talked regarding the books as well as the scholars have been picked up from this book, right? So that is about it. Then comes your 93rd question, again on literature. And Sangam literature's importance cannot be understated. Every test series, every book carries something about Sangam literature, and Sangam age was also in the news for the last 2 years because of the time period controversy it was attracting to, right? So this question is again on moderately easy level. If you have prepared Sangam literature and you know about the features of Sangam literature, then this question is easy, right? Why? Because first statement says, A statement says, now the question is asking you which one of the following statements is correct. That means, first of all, make up your mind that 3 statements will be wrong, right? You just have to channelize your energy that out of the 4 statements given, which one is correct, because the remaining 3 are incorrect, right? So first statement says, Sangam poems are devoid of any reference to material culture. Now what is material culture? Material culture is evidences which you gain from any literature regarding their seals, pottery, economy, right? Definitely there has been a question even in your mains regarding Sangam literature, that Sangam literature gives you more knowledge about socio-economic history than connected political history, right? So if someone knows something around that mains question also, A statement would have been marked wrong, right? Now coming to C statement, Sangam poems have no reference to warrior ethic. If someone is preparing Sangam literature, they know that there is 2 classification, Akkam and Puram poems. So Akkam poems are love poetry and Puram poems are poetry on war, right? So C is also wrong, right? D, Sangam literature refers to magical forces as irrational. This is also wrong because in Mani Meghalai you have references of magical powers, right? So the only option left was the social classification of Varna was known to Sangam poets, right? So B statement is correct. And again, this was there in our test series and any standard test series which you follow. So I don't think so this question was difficult. Again, this book carries the content on Sangam literature, which gives you the answer of all the statements possibly given in the question, right? Now coming to 94th question, a very interesting question, but very difficult. Indirectly, it has link with current affairs. You must be wondering again how this has link with current affairs, because this you have never heard of, right? Definitely this book you have never heard of, but why, faculties, different faculties from Vision Eyes platform are telling you that you need to read newspapers along with your current affairs magazine is because of the reason that, now questions are coming out of those news which are in controversies or gaining national opinion or public opinion. Now, Yoga Vashisht was a book translated into Persian by Nizamuddin Panibati during the reign of Akbar. There have been Persian translations of this book even during the reign of, Dara Shikoh, Jahangir. But during the reign of Akbar, this scholar Nizamuddin Panibati translated this book in Persian, right? So Akbar is the right answer. Why I'm telling you again it has current affairs link? Because if you remember when COVID just struck India and we had no president or, steps to resolve this issue, our Honorable Prime Minister told us to do certain spiritual things. What was those spiritual things or, things which, attracted collective consciousness were lighting the candles, beating the thalis, yes. And this had again, scientific backing. Why? Because when this was struck, former Indian Medical Association Director Dr. K.K. Agarwal referred this step as logical because he mentioned a chapter from Yoga Vashisht book which talks about collective consciousness. So if people are collectively coming together and giving message to their bodies, then you have more probability of killing those cells which are, reducing your immunity. So this book was, again quoted during this call of collective consciousness, and this was mentioned in few articles. This video was also, very popular in Twitter, right? So that's why I'm saying that this question has indirect relation with current affairs. ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ होगा ना that one fine day the paper setter will think about Yoga Vashisht to be in the paper, right? So this has much more link with current affairs than any random question being kept in the paper, right? So that's why, newspaper reading that too, I again feel, because there is a question often asked by these students that how do we make notes for prelims or mains for that matter from newspaper. I feel note making is a very personal choice. Things which might interest you will not interest someone else, right? This news item might have clicked to someone who must have, just mentioned in his note that there is a book called Yoga Vashisht, and then he would have searched ki uska static relevance kya hai, that in whose reign, it was translated or who has written that book. For some aspirant, this might not have clicked, but those two aspirants might have read or saw videos relating to it, right? So that's why I say that it is a very personal exercise, and why we bring such kind of analysis to you is to reinforce the idea that newspaper reading is very important, right? And you know, this paper was mostly, you know, centering around current affairs. Even this question, if you see question number 95 on Ramanujacharya, everyone knows that Ramanujacharya was in news because of the Statue of Equality being inaugurated at Hyderabad. And a very simple question has been asked, the teachings of Ramanujacharya. So A statement says the best means of salvation was devotion. Yes, this is the most appropriate answer of all the options given, and this is the core of Ramanujacharya's teaching, right? And again, as I told you, that this was widely covered in many current affairs magazine, not only Vision. And there was a question also in Abhyas on Ramanujacharya where we, you know, very expressly mention that according to him, the best means of attaining salvation was through intense devotion of Vishnu. Right? So this was again a very easy question, right? Now coming to next question, question number 96. Again, this has bearing with current affairs, Somnath temple being visited by our Honorable Prime Minister, right? Again, you just see the link. They are linking current affairs with the static. Now, your task would be that you will not only read about where the visits have been to different cultural heritage or cultural places, but you need to prepare the static portion also surrounding those places visited by the dignitaries, right? So first statement says Somnath temple is one of the Jyotirling shrines. Yes. Second, a description of Somnath temple was given by Al-Biruni. Everyone knows that Somnath temple was attacked by Mahmud Ghazni, and Mahmud Ghazni accompanied, or Al-Biruni accompanied Mahmud Ghazni during the invasions. So 1 and 2 are correct. Now coming to third statement, again which has link with current affairs, and I'll tell you how it was linked. Third, Pran Pratishtha of Somnath temple was done by President S. Radhakrishnan. So it is very logical that a question would come to your mind, are we supposed to remember this for every temple? No. Why again this point is important? Because you must, go 2 years back when Ayodhya temple's foundation was being laid. There was a criticism from one section that, our Prime Minister should not be present during the foundation stone or, doing the yagna over there. So many editorials again at that point of time, justified his act by saying that Somnath temple, in 1951, the Pran Pratishtha of Somnath temple was done or installed by the president. And at that point of time, the president was not S. Radhakrishnan, but Rajendra Prasad. And if you see again the options, you eliminate 3, you arrive at the answer, right? So this again requires in-depth reading of newspaper. So there is a question, that how do we prepare culture and history? Newspapers are again playing a vital role. Any issue, controversy, any debate coming up, you should always look behind the static portion or fundamental portion surrounding it, right? So the answer is 1 and 2 only. So this was in news that PM to inaugurate new circuit house near Somnath temple. So again, when you see these headlines, prepare Somnath temple, right? Coming to questions on ancient Indian history. So there are 2 questions, difficult questions this time on ancient Indian history, but relevant ones again. How? So there is one question on Arthashastra. However, to this question, I would like to tell you that, you need not prepare such themes for prelims, right? Because there is no end to it. Arthashastra is a very important, yet very long text. You cannot remember the nitty-gritties written in it, right? So this question was totally a bouncer and a question which you need to leave. For such questions, you need not prepare or change your strategy in history, right? Having said so, all the 3 statements given in the question are correct. But again, I'm repeating myself that, you need not go for such type of questions. There are questions in the paper which you need to leave. This is one of those questions. Even I feel questions which are in pair format, where options have been made very difficult and specific, those questions also you had to leave and not waste your time on them. You know, the beauty of this paper was that UPSC was checking whether you have that decisiveness quality in you as a civil servant. When you're posed a challenge that everything looks familiar, can you make a decision which question to leave or which question to not leave? This year's paper was a paper of this kind, where you had to make very brave choices and intelligent choices to leave certain questions so that your negative marking is not increasing. So one tip which I will be sharing with you in the end is, different papers if you attempt specifically before prelims and mock tests as full length test or open test or abhyas, please make a strategy in these lines that, okay, abhyas 2 was familiar, how, what kind of strategy should I adopt to gain more marks? Okay, open test 1 was difficult, so shall I attempt more number of questions or again restrict myself? So this kind of judgment from the test series, if you gain, then you have higher probability of recreating the same thing in UPSC prelims. Otherwise, there is no, a set pattern, given by UPSC for you to understand how you are going to increase your marks, right? And if you compare this paper with last year's paper, if you all have seen, the randomness was more. There were students attempting more number of questions because they were not knowing many. So they had no choice to attempt more. This year's also, UPSC, just gave you on your platform familiar themes. But the kind of options and facts they had asked, they wanted those candidates to be weeded out who are not having a sense of judgment, right? So if you ask me, prelims, mains and interviews all about this personality. How you are having clarity to attempt paper or approach paper or questions, whether mains, interview or prelims, this is deciding your fate. And it's better you are preparing them beforehand by recreating it in the examination hall the way you will be attempting your mocks or full length test, right? So all the statements are correct. A person could be a slave as a result of judicial punishment, yes. Second, if a female slave bore her master a son, she was legally free. Third, if a son born to a female slave was fathered by her master, the son was entitled to the legal status of the master's son. So all the statements are correct, but it's better to leave such questions and not reorient your strategy, right? Then comes your 91st question. 91st question is a question which is important because Ashokan edicts are are always well prepared by the students because of its relevance in ancient Indian history. You have content in your NCRT also, whether 7th standard or R.S. Sharma regarding this. But the way UPSC has framed it is making this question difficult. So Dholi has already been asked by UPSC as one of their options. So Dholi is in Odisha, which is correct. Iragudi is in Andhra Pradesh. Jogada is in Odisha again. So this is not correctly matched. Kalsi, which is again a rock edict, major rock edict, is not in Karnataka but Uttarakhand. Right? So only 2 pairs are correctly matched. So you find major rock edicts in map form in your NCRT as well. So this question was easy, but the way UPSC gave you the options remained, you were having very less scope to attempt this question because of the precision it demanded from you, right? Now coming to the last section, medieval Indian history. So there were 4 questions. The 4 questions which UPSC asked in medieval Indian history were difficult, right? It's not as if they have not asked for 3 or 4 questions last year, but this year again, the number or weightage has been the same, level has increased. So let's see the question. There's always a terminology based question. But do you think there is an end to any terminology? No. But there is a pattern which you can adopt for future preparation. And that is what, when you're talking about medieval Indian history, there are certain kingdoms which you need to prepare. And always, almost every year, there is a question on Vijayanagar Empire. Again, this kind of coinage, although spans from different time periods, in Vijayanagar Empire, you have Fanam as coins being used as a medium of exchange, right? So again, if you are doing terminologies, you should prepare, those terms which are pertaining to very important dynasties. So when we say Buddhism, Jainism, yes, terminologies are important. When you talk about, Mauryan period, yes, terminologies are important. When you talk about medieval period, Mughals is important, Delhi Sultanate is important, Vijayanagar is important, Bhakti Sufi is important. So on those lines, themes were there. But the question which they had asked is not regularly found in your normal textbook. So if, again, you want to do research of higher kind, either resort to test series explanation or prepare dynasties on your own like this, right? So there were two terms during Vijayanagar Empire used for gold coins, Fanam and Tara, and these coins were issued by Harihar of Vijayanagar dynasty. Then coming to 57th question. 57th question, as I told you, is on Mongol invasion and Delhi Sultanate time period. This period is important to understand medieval Indian history from the very starting, right? But again, this topic is not prepared by the students, right? So you can add and understand the relevance of the topic, that why UPSC is asking such questions in UPSC, and even in their different papers like CDS or CAPF, you see these themes, right? So another tip which I would like to give it to you, for history especially, you can consult for themes which are important in the eyes of UPSC and refer CDS and CAPF papers for history, right? So that you are on the same page with UPSC, especially in history, right? So first statement says, the first Mongol invasion of India happened during the reign of Jalaluddin Khalji. It happened during the reign of Iltutmish, right? So first is wrong. So the only option left is 2 or 3. Now again, Alauddin Khilji is widely read and it's covered in the test series also. And the statement which they have asked was very easy, right? During the reign of Alauddin Khilji, Mongol assault marched up to Delhi and besieged the city. This is correct, right? So the answer is 2 only. However, to solve this question, you had to know the first statement, right? So 2 only is the correct answer. It's there in your Satish Chandra book. So this question is not unapproachable, unlike Fanam. But the topic is very important, and I told you, if you are to target the topics beyond the conventional themes, you refer CAPF and CDS paper conducted by UPSC to know which topics you need to prepare extra, right? Then comes your 58th question, a difficult question, again in medieval Indian history, the most difficult one, Kulhadaran. Again, terminology based question. With reference to Indian history, who of the following were known as Kulhadaran? Not found in your regular textbooks. Terminology based, you can leave this question, you should not have attempted this question. However, the Kulhadarans is associated with Sayyads, right? And it is a kind of a conical cap being worn by them, which is a distinguished feature, which makes them different looking than the others, right? So this question was made from this book, V.D. Mahajan, which is again referred by students who are having history as their option. Again, not recommended to GS students, and terminology based questions, there is no end, right? So there will be questions in next year also which you have to leave. So you have to make a call beforehand which questions to leave altogether, right? Then comes your 92nd question. Of late, specifically, if you are asking me, last year also there was a question on political history. This year also there is a question on political history. But having said this, Gujar Pratihar dynasty is in news for the last 1.5 years, right? So at least this question, if you were to solve and prepare, required knowledge about Gujar Pratihar dynasty. But again, what is increasing the difficulty level, which is not giving you scope for elimination, are the kind of options being given by UPSC. Even if someone was knowing that, Nagbhat II and Bhoja were kings belonging to, Gujar Pratihar dynasty, Nanuk and Jai Shakti were unknown. If UPSC had followed a regular pattern of options like these, then it would have given you some scope to eliminate. But here they are asking you only one pair is matched, only 3 pairs is matched, or all 4 pairs are matched, right? So this is increasing the difficulty level. Again, if you were to choose whether to attempt this or not in the real-time examination, this was again not a question to attempt, right? So Nanuk belongs to Chandela dynasty. Jai Shakti again belongs to Chandel. Nagbhat to Bhoj, Gujar Pratihar. So only 2 pairs are matched, right? But as I told you, Gujar Pratihar should have been prepared. And also, Chandel dynasty or Parmar or Rashtrakutas are those regional dynasties which are important. At least you should know the founders, right? So if someone knows that Nanuk is a founder of Chandel, again, I feel that this area is not prepared by the students generally, but there is a trend in the last 2 years which is being followed by UPSC that they are asking political history, right? Just say last year there was a question on the fall of Gupta Empire, who were the regional kingdoms at that point of time existing. This year also they have asked on this time period and regional kingdoms and the important kings, right? So this was all with respect to the questions. Now coming to the key takeaways. What learnings do you get when you see such kind of questions and paper? As I said, first of all, you need not change your strategy. You stick to your standard sources, they being your NCRT, right? Yes, definitely you need to now link your static with current affairs with much more concentration. Smaller news like Yoga Vashisht should also not be skipped, right? You all must be having Twitter handles. You all must be following something or the other in social media. If something is gaining news or attracting popular opinion, you should prepare and link it with your current affairs, right? Then, prepare important dynasties ranging from ancient to modern, ancient to medieval. So if you talk about ancient, you have to prepare modern period, you have to prepare Gupta period, you have to prepare Harsha. If you talk about medieval, you start from your regional kingdoms like Rashtrakutas, etc. in early medieval, right? And then you can go to Vijayanagar, you can go to Delhi Sultanate and Mughals, right? Now, apart from this, practice, as I told you, more number of questions and read their explanation, make explanations of the test series as your source again, apart from your standard sources, which will give you more depth and breadth to tackle questions in history, because there is no denial of the fact that history is factual, unlike economics or any other subject. So you need to gain more facts, but you will always be able to recall those facts only if you know the relevance why you are reading it, right? As I told you, if you are preparing terminologies blind-eyed, you won't be able to remember it. But if you attach learning of terminology with Vijayanagar Empire, you will give your brain a signal that, okay, this dynasty is important, I need to remember the terms related to it. Then only you recall, terms, right? So that was all. Any question which you would like to ask me regarding preparing for history now? I think this will remain the call, that you should not change your sources, have more in-depth knowledge by solving mock tests, relate your current affairs, and do the length and breadth of the most important topics, right? So all the best, guys. Have a nice day. Welcome. Yes, that will be your part of not current affairs, but newspaper reading. So what he's asking, I'm just repeating for the online students, that whether op-eds or editorials become part of your current affairs. Sometimes very random articles are given which has no relation with current affairs, specifically in history or culture. So if something is being covered in newspaper, whether it is not directly linked with current affairs, any mention of any important personality or book or any heritage, that you need to cover. Like Yoga Vashisht, that was a very random thing to be covered by any aspirant, but yet you are seeing the question. Okay, so your question is for how much time do you need to read newspaper, and for how long you will be able to recall the information given in the newspaper? Is it the question or anything else? Okay. So regarding this, if someone is preparing, let's say from today, after seeing the paper, they should not collect last 2 years papers, right? Anything which is important from news point of view or issue point of view, anyways, it will be going to be covered in your editorial, right? So you need not collect the last 2 years paper. Make your day as today your first day, but consistently reading newspaper is the key. If you are going to give yourself excuses that चलो skip कर देते हैं, ज़रूरी थोड़ी है from this day only question will come, no. Consistent reading, daily newspaper reading should be a habit to clear the UPSC exam, right? Whether you will be able to recall or not depends on how specifically or keen eye you are having to understand the relevance of the fact which you are reading. You are understanding. If you are knowing the syllabus, if you are knowing or having an idea about mains and prelims paper across the years, at least for 5 years, you will definitely be able to differentiate what is important from exam point of view and what is not important from exam point of view. Obviously, everything you cannot recall in the newspaper, but an intelligent eye on the basis of the previous papers, of UPSC, you need to be able to make difference in your newspaper reading. That's why even toppers say that previous year papers understanding is very important. If you don't know the syllabus, you don't know the previous year papers pattern, then finding the right fact for your preparation will become difficult, right? Yes. Now, you need to be selective in the topic. You need not read the whole book. NCRTs are to be read cover to cover for every topic. But if you are going to higher end books, specific topics can be chosen. For example, I told you in ancient India, Indus Valley civilization or Mauryas are important, Guptas are important, Harsha is important. Similarly, in medieval, you can go to higher level books for Jainism, Buddhism, Vijayanagar Empire, Mughals, that is it. But you need not refer to these higher end books from cover to cover, only specific topics. Topics which are always asked by UPSC. Yes. Any other question? You don't ask me. PIB is your current affairs only. I'm just including it in current affairs. That see, what is PIB? PIB is the information which you are getting from the government side. Any initiative being taken, any visit being given by any dignitary. So it is a part of your current affairs. How deep, what facts you need to take in, you have to rely on Current Affairs magazine to cover that topic, or your analysis of previous year papers and pattern of UPSC. Right? Everything you cannot remember, no. You need to differentiate, as I told you, that what is important and what is not important. Anything else? So the next faculty will take up your science and tech and basic questions. Right? So have a nice day, guys. All the best.
Hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. So we have 14 questions. I know this has been a very long discussion, so I will not take a lot of time. I will try to complete this discussion in 40 minutes, not more than that, 45 minutes. So we have 14 questions. Before I am not going to talk about the nature of paper and all that, overall nature of paper. I'm very sure other faculty members have done that. I'm going to comment on science and technology section. So science and technology was better compared to previous 2 years. Better in the sense that the quality of question was definitely better. The sources UPSC used, that was also better, because if you look at the question of 2020 and 21, there were few questions जिसके sources बहुत random थे. So sources were very random, and even if you are reading newspaper regularly, there were few questions. In fact, there were more than few questions which you could not have attempted. But this year the paper was that if you have dedicatedly studied Hindu, Indian Express, जो भी Indian Express का भी जो technology का section है, as well as the Hindu, you will be able to solve most of the question. The nature of question is that I think there are 14 questions. I'm going to take 14 questions. According to me, 2 questions I will categorize as an easy question. About 10 questions I will categorize as a medium level question. 2 questions I will categorize as a difficult one. So many of the questions were frankly attemptable. And I'm not talking about someone who has a technology background. Even if you do not have a science background, I feel that you could have attempted at least 8 to 10 questions out of 14 from science and technology. Okay, so what I have done is here that apart from the questions, I also have given the link, the sources UPSC has used, as well as the screenshot where they have directly picked the question from. Okay, so ये जो question number है, this question number is from section जो set A है, उसका है. So the very first question of science and technology is, consider the following Arogya Setu, Cowin, DigiLocker, Diksha, which of the above are built on the top of open source digital platforms, right? Now this question has been directly picked up. I remember reading this editorial 3-4 months back. I was reading the editorial and I actually liked the editorial because editorial में generally बड़ी घिसी-पिटी चीजें होती हैं. So when you read something new, you like it. So this was a good editorial. For example, let me show you where UPSC has picked this question from. The same link I have shown. Free and open source software has great potential in government applications. This was covered in Indian Express, I think in the month of August or September. मुझे exactly याद नहीं है. But this was an editorial. And if you look at the last line, it says that many solutions launched by government, including DigiLocker, Diksha, Arogya Setu, and the COVID-19 vaccine platform Cowin, built on the top of open source digital platform. So this question has been directly picked from this editorial. So even you have to read editorials in detail, and something you are coming across, something interesting, you need to actually go and read about it. Now, so apart from this editorial, one of the reasons why this theme has been asked, open source digital platform, is, if you remember, when Arogya Setu was launched, there was a controversy regarding that government is basically infringing upon people's right. Arogya Setu is collecting personal sensitive data, and it is not ensuring how that data will be stored or shared with third parties. So government said that in the nature of transparency, I am going to make it open source. So open source simply means that you have access to source code of a website. Or कोई भी app है, कोई भी tool है, you have, for example, I have actually given the link here also. You can go to this link and you can actually look at the source code of Arogya Setu app. So maybe I think that was the reason, because this topic was covered very well after that. ये 2020 में covered हुआ था, by the way. 2020 में open source बहुत ज़्यादा discussion में था, but ये जो editorial है, this editorial was I think in the month of August or September. So open source simply means that you have access to source code. Anyone can go and make changes to it, can look at it, make changes to it, and all 4 are correct here. So I am very sure that these 3 you already know. Diksha is mainly for education. So Diksha is for education. This is an education portal. Teachers, students can register here. Arogya Setu, Cowin, DigiLocker, they often remain in news. Diksha does not remain in news that much, but even it is open source. So I will categorize it a medium level question. I will not say that this is easy one, because if you have not read this editorial, or if you do not have idea about open source digital platforms, this question can be difficult one, right? But question directly एक editorial से pick करा हुआ है. So that was question number 31. The next question is again a very obvious question. This topic was covered so much in news, like you will find this topic in Hindu, in Indian Express, even in Vision IS का जो current affairs होता है, lot of students use Vision IS current affairs as a reference material for their current affairs preparation. However, I should tell you that, and in fact I tell students always in the class that when students come to me and ask, sir, a monthly magazine या PT 365, is it sufficient? And I always tell them that you have to read newspaper by yourself, right? So monthly magazines या PT 365, these are good documents. They will complement your knowledge, but you have to read newspaper by yourself. Especially in the initial part of your preparation, you have to give more than 1.5 hour to reading newspaper, और खुद से notes बनाओ, खुद से तैयारी करो. If you are coming across something new, something which you do not know, be a curious student. I think that is one of the expectation of UPSC, that you have to be a well-read, curious person. So be a curious student, go and Google about it. If you think that in this editorial or in this news article, this term has not been explained properly, so go and read about it. थोड़ा सा time Google पे spend करो. So we need to do that for especially current affairs section, for science and technology, for environment. So this was a very obvious question. It was again very much well covered in Hindu article, in Indian Express also, in monthly current affairs magazine, as well as in PT 365. Web 3.0 technology enables people to control their own data. In Web 3.0 world, there can be blockchain based social networks. Web 3.0 is 3.0, कुछ भी आप पढ़ सकते हो. Web 3.0 is operated by users collectively rather than a corporation. All the three statements are correct. The central theme here was that when internet developed as a one-way medium. Basic HTML codes that you go access websites like a library. आप library में book जाते हो, पढ़ते हो, वापस रख देते हो, right? So those who can code, they could design websites. But then in Web 2.0, which developed around 2005, what happened is that internet became much more interactive. Just for example, a very simple example can be that you can go and type something on social media websites. You do not know how to code, but you can actually go and type. You can, for example, let's say put your status. So web became much more interactive. Even जो websites हैं, they started collecting data from you. And that data was used to make your experience better. So a data-driven internet emerged in Web 2.0 that led to emergence of big tech giants like Google or Facebook or Microsoft, etc., etc., right? But there is an allegation, there is a basically criticism of how internet is being operated right now. Criticism is that most of the data is owned by these large companies. So there is Web 3.0 is an idea. First of all, you should know it is an idea which no one can claim that it belongs to them. Or Web 3.0 is not a company. It is just an idea based on certain set of principles. There can be many differences regarding how internet should evolve, but there are certain basic principles many technocrats agree upon, that this is how internet should evolve. For example, as of now, if you are giving access to your data, there is a very good chance that you do not have control over how that data will be used. So the purpose of Web 3.0 is that empowering people, access to data, use of that data, that will be done by people themselves, rather than using centralized servers, data centers here and there. Data will be stored in blockchains, and because it is being stored in blockchains, even if, let's say for example, if I want to sell my data, I do not need any third party. I do not need Google, I do not need Amazon. I can use a peer-to-peer transaction without a third party requirement. So I have control over my data, a corporation does not have. So all the three statements are correct here, that it enables people to control their data, it does use blockchain, and operated by users collectively rather than centralized corporations, rather than companies. So all the three statements are correct here. Again, all these three statements were given also. If you go to, for example, ये जो link मैंने दे रखा है हिंदू का, Web 3.0 का explainer है. If you read this paragraph, you'll find that here and there, all of the things, for example, you don't need social media accounts for participant to be able to perform this. The key concept in Web 3 seem so far are peer-to-peer transaction and blockchain. तो ये सारी चीजें दे रखी हैं यहाँ पे. So all the terms that, and ये भी important है, that transaction के लिए हमको corporations की जरूरत नहीं है. We require peer-to-peer transaction. It can occur on peer-to-peer basis, right? Even in monthly magazine as well as in PT365, same चीज दे रखा है. Who owns data? Who does transaction? Where data is stored? Blockchain. So everything is given, right? So this was again a very much expected question. Sources are not very random. All of these statements which UPSC did ask, it was given in newspapers. Okay, so एक जो चीज है, बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन आईटी के हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के इस साल. बट देखो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि दिस बिकम्स अ ट्रेंड. नो, नेवर ट्राई टू थिंक दैट यूपीएससी इज ट्राइंग टू सेट अ ट्रेंड हियर, राइट? तो ये हम नहीं करेंगे. सो फॉर एग्जांपल स्पेस का एक ही क्वेश्चन है, जनरली स्पेस के क्वेश्चन ज्यादा होते हैं, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी के क्वेश्चन और ज्यादा होते हैं, इस बार भी हैं, राइट? बट आईटी के क्वेश्चन सबसे ज्यादा हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस हैं. सो द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू सॉफ्टवेयर एज अ सर्विस. नाउ दिस क्वेश्चन आई विल कंसिडर इट टू बी लिटिल डिफिकल्ट. द रीजन इज दैट इवन दो दिस टर्म इज वेरी पॉपुलर, सॉफ्टवेयर एज अ सर्विस. अच्छा, बाय द वे, दिस इज ऑल्सो समथिंग विच यू शुड नो. सॉफ्टवेयर एज अ सर्विस, SaaS, आई एम वेरी श्योर कि कहीं ना कहीं आपने पढ़ा होगा. व्हेन यू रीड न्यूज़पेपर्स यू विल कम अक्रॉस दिस टर्म. फॉर एग्जांपल, देयर वाज अ न्यूज आर्टिकल इन द हिंदू दैट running businesses on cloud. What does it mean? There was a new article on Hindu that जो Indian software as a service industry है, it has grown by 170% this year. So this topic has been covered. But जो UPSC ने statements पूछे हैं, that you will not be able to answer from these two articles. So SaaS was in news, software as a service was in news, but it cannot be answered. So software as a service simply means initially if you are, कुछ साल पहले तक ऐसे था that if you are buying software, you get a hard drive, right? You get a copy, you install it. After that, you cannot make any changes. That was changed by Microsoft when they launched many of their products that you can actually customize your software. You can log in from any of the devices based on whatever is your requirement. Let's say, for example, Microsoft के बहुत सारे हम Microsoft Office यूज करते हैं. Microsoft Office contains many things like Word, Excel, PowerPoint. ये तीन सबसे ज्यादा हम यूज करते हैं. But then there are many other softwares, other tools which are part of Microsoft Office. But there is a software version where I can use just these three. I can pay monthly basis, annual basis, or anything. So basically, what I am doing here is that I am subscribing software, right? In a way that software is basically जो सेंट्रल वेब सर्वर से कंट्रोल होगा. बट द पर्पस हियर इज दैट आई हैव अ सब्सक्रिप्शन बेसिस हियर एंड आई कैन, once I have subscribed, then I can operate this software on any of the device which is connected to internet. Why? Because it is being operated through a centralized web server, a cloud server. That is the key idea of software as a service. So again, all the three statements here are correct. SaaS buyers can customize the user interface and can change data fields. अब ये जो statement है, देखो, this is frankly a difficult statement. It is not an easy statement. Especially can user interface and can change data field. But this is true for software as a service, and this they have actually picked from this website. ये directly यहाँ पे एक again ये random website है, तो यहाँ पे जो source है थोड़ा random है. The third statement that Outlook, Hotmail and Yahoo Mail are forms of SaaS. This they have picked up from Microsoft website. That Microsoft का एक page है, the link I have given. They have actually explained software as a service, and while explaining, they have given these three examples: Outlook, Hotmail, and Yahoo. So they have picked that statement from this website. So what I think is that somebody read this news, and SaaS, because it is a very popular topic, the question setter thought that let's dig deeper and let's make a sophisticated question, a little difficult question on this topic. right? And he went and searched, and when you search about SAS, for example, SAS Explained or things like that, you will find these two very famous websites. ये आपको Google के first page पे मिल जाएगा. So यहाँ पे I will say that sources, especially the statements which have been picked, those statements are not from what we use, but still this question can be attempted. Difficult है, but मान लो कि अगर नहीं है तो आप you always have scope to leave question. ये भी तो you need to learn ना. That there are 14 questions of science and technology, you do not have to attempt all the 14. There are always few questions, 3-4 questions which you can leave, right? So all the 3 statements are correct here. ये हिंदू में covered था. Cloud based services पे software as a service. The model of utility computing is called pay as you go, and it is the same principle behind software as a service. And then a line has been given with SaaS, a software user is charged based on how many transactions a customer makes and the volume of the transactions instead of a flat fee, right? So, yeah, but this, using this line, you can only perhaps eliminate 1 or 2 options, not more than that. And finally, ये जो Hotmail, Outlook और Yahoo वाला जो 3 example है, that is taken from Microsoft's website. Okay, question number 34. Question number 34 is a very good example that why reading current affairs is very important, and reading in detail and finding out something जो कि आपको नहीं पता है. So why this question was asked? अच्छा, by the way, I do think I will not categorize it as an easy question, but it is also not a difficult question. The reason is that it gives you a scope of elimination. Fractional orbital bombardment system. Right? So if you think about it, it is saying fractional orbit. Fractional orbit कुछ तो space से related है, इतना तो clear है. Option पर के भी लग रहा है. A hypersonic missile is launched into space to counter the asteroid approaching the Earth and explode it into space. A spacecraft lands on another planet after making several orbital motions. A missile is put into a stable orbit around the Earth and deorbits over a target on the Earth. A spacecraft moves along a comet with the same speed and places at its probes on its surface, right? The term fractional orbit gives you a clue. Fractional orbit basically means that we are talking about not a complete orbit, but an orbital motion. So this was developed as a technology by USSR, by Soviet during Cold War. Cold War mein there is a nuclear rivalry between US and USSR, right? Both these countries were making nuclear weapons and trying to find a way that how we can create more and more destruction, right? So one of the most powerful technology, powerful missile which was developed was intercontinental ballistic missile, right? Now intercontinental ballistic missiles jo honge, whenever you are talking about an intercontinental ballistic missiles, they have range of more than 5,000 kilometers. So intercontinental ballistic missile, whenever they are fired, they actually go very high into space and then they hit their target. They can go in fact as high as 2,000 kilometers. So they are into space for a significant duration of time. They cross atmosphere very soon. They remain in space for very significant duration of time and then they hit their target. Now here is a challenge that if there is a radar system here, अगर यहाँ पे कोई radar system है, it can easily intercept this coming missile and a missile defense system can neutralize this incoming missile. Right, so this is a challenge. Now both US and USSR was also developing missile defense system. US especially had developed missile defense system that just in case if USSR fires a powerful missile, it can be intercepted and can be neutralized at very high altitude itself. Now to overcome this challenge, what USSR developed is this technology, fractional orbital bombardment system. The purpose of this technology is that we are going to fly our missile at very, very low altitude, about 100-150 kilometers, not more than that. And before just reaching the target, it will deorbit. So an orbital path, but just before reaching the target, it will deorbit. Now what will happen that even if there is a radar system here, it is going to detect this incoming missile quite late. It will only have like matter of minutes to in fact intercept and fire a counter missile. Again, no one has this much capability कि minutes में 30 minutes में 40 minutes में intercept करके fire कर दे. Right? So this was developed by USSR and recently this was used Along with hypersonic missile, this was used by China. So why this topic has been asked? By the way, this technology was developed in 1960s by USSR. So why this has been asked right now? Because if you remember last year there was a news that China has demonstrated their hypersonic missile capability. Hypersonic missiles are those missiles which can travel with 5 times more than speed of sound, right? So China demonstrated this capability, and while doing that, they used this fractional orbital bombardment system. That the missile orbited around Earth, and just before hitting the target, it deorbited. So the answer here is C. A missile is put into a stable orbit around the Earth and deorbits over a target on the Earth. Now this was not covered in Hindu, by the way. ये जो term है, this was actually covered in Indian Express. I will show you a screenshot also. ये जो link मैंने दे रखा है, China orbital weapon करके, ये अगस्त या सितंबर का न्यूज़ है, अगस्त या सितंबर 2021 का. This was also covered, by the way, in Current Affairs magazine in security. जो security वाला section है, it was covered. So I will show you. If China tested a new orbital weapon, it's not much of a surprise. The technology was pioneered in 1960s by Soviet Union. Then it was known as fractional orbital bombardment system. This was covered in, I think, if I'm not mistaken, either in August or 21. So UPSC ने directly pick करा है. Now if someone is reading this news, what they should do is that they should go and search about it. That if they feel that यहाँ पे clarity नहीं आया, just by reading this article clarity नहीं आया, go and search about it. That okay, this is something interesting, we should know about it. So this is again a question directly picked from Current Affairs. It was also covered in Monthly magazine. Chinese appear to have combined a fractional orbital bombardment system. So it was covered in Monthly magazine also. Now next is, now this is perhaps one of the easier questions. Like as I was saying that there are at least 2 easy questions. I think this is an easy question. Quantum computing per se is a difficult topic, but quantum computing से जो सबसे easiest question हो सकता है, UPSC ने वो पूछा है. Question is very simple. The term qubit is mentioned. The answer is quantum computing. This term very popular 3 years back when Google announced that they have achieved quantum supremacy, that they have this quantum computer called Sycamore, which can calculate at least one problem much faster than fastest supercomputer on the planet. That was the news. After that, quantum computing keep coming in news. For example, as of now, we have a dedicated national mission. Government of India has a dedicated national mission on quantum technologies. 2020 के budget में government ने announce किया था. So quantum computing as a topic has remained in news a lot. And the quantum computing का जो fundamental working है, that is based on qubit. तो जो normal computers हैं, they use binary digits which are called bits. That is either 0 or 1 to store and process data. While a quantum computer uses a qubit, which is a superposition of both 0 and 1. A qubit can have both 0 and 1 value with different probability. Right? So explaining this part becomes difficult. That how qubit, what qubit is, how you can design a qubit, that is difficult. But this question is very easy, that the term qubit, the answer is quantum computing. बहुत सारी जगह covered है, Indian Express में, Hindu में, Monthly magazine में, PT 365 में, everywhere it is covered. For example, in Hindu though, I think this is news of September or October, heading है, April का news है, not even September, April का news है, Google builds qubit game to teach students quantum computing. If you have just read the headline, you can answer this question, right? So this was an easy question. In general, I think everybody who is preparing seriously know about quantum computing and at least know about the term qubit. It was also covered quite well in Monthly magazines and PT 365. Now this is again one of the difficult questions because of the source. Consider the following communication technology: CCTV, closed circuit television is nothing but CCTV. Radio frequency identification, ये चीज बहुत ज़्यादा news में थी. Wireless local area network, which is nothing but your Wi-Fi router, right? So the question is, which of the above are considered short range devices, technologies? The answer will be all of the above. Short range devices simply वो devices होते हैं, they use lower frequency, they consume very less power, and because of that there is a very less chance of interference among signals. These are the three main properties of short range technologies or short range devices, that lower frequency, lower power, very chances of interference is almost null. So CCTV, RFID and WLAN, all three are examples of short range devices. There is a website which actually gives you a list of all these things. In fact, it is a detailed list. It gives you that list. There is also a government website, right? However, the only thing perhaps which was in news a lot is RFID, and because of RFID, this concept of short range technology was in news. However, I should tell you that RFID was in news, WLAN and CCTV as a short range device, that was not in news. तो ये जो चीज़ है आपको एग्जाम में, if you want to take risk, you need to understand. For example, if you know WLAN is nothing but your Wi-Fi router, then you can have some idea that yes, it is a short range device, it does not consume a lot of power, right? Does not lead to interference. Similarly, CCTVs. So all three are correct here. Okay. However, again, I will categorize this as a difficult question. It is not an easy question, even if answer is all of the above, right? RFID तो बिल्कुल ही short range frequency है. So RFID is basically, for example, RFID is being used for many things. अभी तो हम टोल पेमेंट पे यूज करते हैं. That आपके कार के आगे एक RFID टैग लगा होगा, जो टोल बूथ्स होंगे, they will have RFID reader and they can actually access encrypted data, which is your bank related data, and payment will automatically occur. So RFID is being used for identification. Radio frequency identification is being used for identification for payment in many things, and these are examples of short range. They work at very, very low frequency in megahertz, and they consume very, very less power. So this is also an example of short range devices. I have not given any screenshot here because the nature of source. Next is, now again, this is also one of the difficult questions. This is not a easy question. Biofilms. Now, ये जो third part है, this was specially in news. Biofilms can exhibit antibiotic resistance. Okay, so let me explain what biofilms are. It's a very simple concept that on certain surfaces, for example, इस room में air conditions है. Air condition में आप देखोगे जहाँ पे भी गंदा लग गया है, you will, after some time, you will find that there is a sticky substance. There is a sticky, for example, आपके घर में अगर water pipe हो, tap हो, in all of these things, you will find that after a point of time, a sticky substance emerges. So what happens is that these areas are, first bacteria live there, and as bacteria multiply and in their metabolic process, they release many chemicals such as lipids, proteins, etc. Now those chemicals create a layer around bacteria, and that layer is called biofilm, and that layer actually gives them protection, that as long as they are inside this layer, bacteria will survive for very long duration, right? ये concept है biofilm का. Now why this topic was in news? Because in Hindu it was very much well covered that microplastics in sewage become hubs for drug resistant bacteria. And if you look at the, let me show you the screenshot. Certain strain of bacteria have elevated antibiotic resistance up to 30 times when living on microplastic biofilms. ये यूं का यूं दे रखा है. So this was the inspiration behind this question. So let's look at the statements. Biofilms can form on medical implants within human tissues. That is correct. In fact, बहुत सारे जो आपके lot of people go for, आपका मान लो अगर आपने root canal treatment कराया है, if your teeth is not good and if you have gone for root canal treatment, RCT जिसको हम बोलते हैं, it's quite a painful procedure, but आप जब dental implants लगाते हो, those dental implants can actually be infected and a biofilm can be developed there. So that is actually true that it can develop on medical implants within human tissues, and not only for dental implants, for many other implants also. They can also form on food and food processing surfaces. A lot of research has occurred here that in food processing surfaces, जो factories होंगे, if they are not taking care on sanitation issues, तो biofilms can develop, right? So biofilm को खत्म करने का simple सा तरीका है that you need to keep sanitizing things. For example, let's say ये door का handle है. On this handle of door, there is a biofilm. Now, because there is a biofilm, bacteria are not going to go very easily. So we actually need to sanitize that handle of door using alcohol. For example, the sanitizer which we use these days. So often you need to sanitize it so that bacteria can move out of this biofilm and now they can be killed more easily. Right? So second is also true, and third is also true because they are protected from a layer. So this protection actually gives them that they can multiply themselves and they can gradually, a strain can develop, let's say for example, which is drug resistant. So third is true, it exhibits antibiotic resistance. Ab jo bacteria honge, they cannot be killed by antibiotics. So all the three statements are correct here. But again, this is not an easy question. Even though it was covered directly in newspaper, itna easy statement nahi hai. In fact, it can be categorized as a difficult question. Now this is a question, again I will not categorize it as difficult, also not very easy. But देखो एक चीज मैंने बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस में देखा था साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में कि बहुत सारे ऑप्शन इस बार 1 2 3 नहीं है. तो 1 2 3 नहीं है तो उसका फायदा देखो क्या होता है, दैट यू नो दैट वन और मोर देन वन स्टेटमेंट आर रॉन्ग, राइट? सो दैट गिव्स यू elimination scope, that you can actually eliminate options and can arrive at the right answer. Now there are many questions like that. For example, this is one of those questions that there is no option 1 2 3, so you already know that kuch to galat hai. Probiotics are made of both bacteria and yeast. Organisms in probiotics are found in foods we ingest, but they do not occur naturally in our gut. Probiotics help in digestion of milk sugars. So those, अगर आपने कभी भी जाओ किसी भी रिटेल शॉप पे, you go and find this probiotic curd. So probiotic are, they can be bacteria, they can also be yeast, which help in digestion. Now there is a very common misconception that bacteria are harmful. Frankly, many of the bacteria are quite good for us. In fact, there are millions of bacteria, not even hundreds or thousands. Millions of bacteria which live in our gut and they help in digestion of food. So second statement is clearly wrong. That are found in foods, that is correct. This part is correct, that yes, they are found in foods, many foods, not all the foods, but in many foods we ingest, but they do not occur naturally in our gut. This part is not correct. So overall, this second statement is wrong, first statement is correct, and even third statement is correct. So the answer here is 1 and 3. अगर 1 2 and 3 रहता तो शायद क्वेश्चन मुश्किल हो जाता, थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट हो जाता. बट हियर क्वेश्चन इज नॉट वेरी डिफिकल्ट. अगेन इट वाज कवर्ड इन इंडियन एक्सप्रेस एज वेल एज इन PT 365. इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में आई थिंक, एंड दिस वाज कवर्ड नॉट इन अ मेन एडिटोरियल और समथिंग लाइक दैट. जैसे बहुत बार लाइफस्टाइल करके नहीं आता न्यूज़पेपर्स में, लाइफस्टाइल करके एक वो आता है, कॉलम आता है, तो इट वाज कवर्ड देयर दैट हाउ प्रोबायोटिक्स हेल्प टू इंप्रूव योर गट प्रोफाइल. Right? It was also covered in PT 365 regarding probiotics. Now this is an easy question. Why it is an easy question? Even though it is a 3 statement question, you should know all the vaccines which are there in India and the nature of those vaccines. 3 vaccines were approved initially: Covishield, Covaxin and Sputnik 5. Wherever you read about COVID vaccines, you need to understand the nature of these vaccines. So this topic was very much covered across newspapers, across study materials, across monthly magazines. ये बहुत detailed में covered था. Types of vaccines. So for example, Covishield is not a mRNA vaccine. The first mRNA vaccine was approved by Pfizer in USA. Second mRNA vaccine was approved in, again, USA by Moderna. Right now, few companies in India are actually developing mRNA vaccine. However, one of the vaccine which is not an mRNA vaccine but a DNA vaccine, that is ICOVD, that has already been approved. So first statement is clearly not correct, that it is using mRNA platform. It is using vector platform. It is actually a live attenuated vaccine. However, we are not using coronavirus. In Covishield, we are using adenovirus. And we are making changes to adenovirus to give this spike-like structure. Coronavirus is known for this spiked protein. So we are changing the structure of adenovirus to give this spiked protein, because this spike protein can be considered as an antigen by our body, right? And so body basically will recognize the spiked protein, and when you are actually infected, body will know which antibody to develop. However, it is not using mRNA for that, it is using live attenuated vaccine using adenovirus. So first is correct, वहीं से answer आ गया आपका 2 and first is not correct, sorry. Eliminate first, you have your answer 2 and 3 only. Both are correct. Sputnik 5, first vaccine which was approved for COVID-19, Russian vaccine hai, using vector-based platform. Again, this is also using adenovirus, by the way. ये भी पता होना चाहिए. Even Sputnik 5, even though it is using vector-based platform, it is a live attenuated vaccine, but it is not using coronavirus. It is using adenovirus. Third, Covaxin is an inactivated pathogen-based vaccine. This is correct. This is inactivated vaccine, and here we are using coronavirus. Coronavirus in its dead form, right? So that body can elicit an immune response system. So the answer here is 2 and 3 only. Now again, this was covered in Hindu also, in monthly magazine also. जैसे हिंदू में देखो कवर है, what is the significance of Pune company developing the first indigenous shot using mRNA technology? First, and it is not Covishield, it is some other vaccine which is being developed. वहीं से आपका आंसर आ गया. So this was again in news in last I think 4-5 months. Type of vaccine was very well covered in PT 365 also. अगर आपने ये पढ़ा है type of vaccine, examples पढ़े हैं, तो you can easily answer this question. Okay, now this question is quite interesting, and just because there are 7 statements does not make it a difficult question. There are 7 statements, right? If a major solar storm, solar flare reaches the earth, which of the following are possible effects on the earth, right? And there are 7 things which are given. Now why this question is asked is that there have been many probes in last few years, in last 2 years, in fact many probes which are being planned, जिनका purpose एक है सिर्फ, to understand solar flares. Now solar flares are these highly energetic particles. For example, what happens is that inside solar surface, magnetic fields from time to time realign, and because of this realignment, lot of energy and along with that lot of particles, highly energetic particles are released into entire solar system, right? A part of that is also going to reach to Earth. The good thing is that we are protected because of Earth's magnetic field, right? So many of these particles are actually deflected because of Earth is a magnet, right? So Earth का खुद का magnetic field है. Now because of this magnetic field, जो solar flares होंगे, they will be deflected. However, in polar regions, of course, that is not going to, there are polar cusps, these regions are called polar cusps. Particles can enter and they can interact with Earth's atmospheric particles, especially with ionosphere, and in the process will lead to development of auroras, right? I hope that geography में आपने aurora पढ़ा ही है, aurora borealis, aurora australis. On North Pole and South Pole, you will find these shimmers of light, very beautiful light, right? For example, if you ever get a chance to visit Norway or Iceland, you can witness it, that you have beautiful auroras in the sky. So that normally occurs. However, Earth's magnetic field is not powerful if the solar flare is actually of very high intensity. So it actually depends upon the intensity of solar flare. So solar flares, if they are of very high intensity and a very high intense solar flare is actually reaching towards Earth, then what will happen? First, our satellite system will break down. जो हमारे satellites हैं, they will not function properly. There will be a surge of electricity in our power distribution line, and because of that surge of electricity, our power distribution line is going to be destroyed. The problem is that we are dependent upon power distribution. Suddenly there is a global blackout. Imagine a scenario that there is a global blackout. कहीं पे light नहीं है. Think of the chaos it can create. So solar flare are a real threat. They are a dangerous threat, right? So now if you know this much information, I think you can easily answer this question. GPS and navigational satellite system could fail. That is correct. Tsunamis could occur at equatorial region. कोई relation नहीं है. Tsunamis occur because of tectonic shift, because of earthquakes. They do not occur because of solar flare. Eliminate 2, आपका answer ऐसे भी आ गया. ठीक है? Answer is C. If you eliminate 2, your answer is here. But look at the other statements also. Power grid could be damaged. That is correct because of surge in electricity. Intense auroras could occur over much of the earth. That is also correct. So not only in polar regions, now these charged particles have entered into Earth's atmosphere. So you can actually see aurora in many part of the Earth, and intense auroras. That is also correct. Forest fire, कोई relation नहीं है forest fire से. Orbit of the satellite could be disturbed, right? And so that is true. Orbits can be disturbed, and shortwave radio communication of the aircraft flying over polar regions could be interrupted. This is also true. So 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. That is the correct answer. जो statement 2 है and statement 5 है वो सही नहीं है. That is why I said that just because there are 7 statements, I just knew 2 concepts, 3 concepts mainly. That it first I knew that solar flares के कारण aurora होते हैं. I knew this concept. Second concept I knew is that they can affect satellites, and third I knew is that they can affect power distribution system. If I know these 3 things, I can easily answer this question. Now this topic was covered. Sun lights up high latitude countries in a solar Deepavali. ये हिंदू में covered था. It was also covered in monthly magazine of January 22 as well as in PT 365. So for example, Hindu में not only it was covered, but a explainer image was given regarding very powerful earth directional coronal mass ejection can cause failure of power grids, affect pipeline and deep sea cables. They can cause spectacular aurora in the high latitude and polar countries. ये सारी चीजें दे रखी हैं. So this is directly given in the Hindu. This image I have taken from Hindu. Even in PT 365, it has been covered that solar flare, if their intensity increases, they are actually classified based on B, C, M, X. तो जो X level का solar flare होगा, high intense, they can cause damage to satellites, communication system, power distribution stations, electronic equipments. So even if you are reading monthly magazines or PT 365, this question can be answered. Next is question number 69. Again a topic which was in news a lot. Non-fungible tokens. And again, because of that you will find that it was covered in Hindu also, Express also, monthly magazine also. So हर जगह ये covered है. So this topic is a very much expected topic. UPSC ने question पूछ भी लिया. However, question is little tricky. If you are not updated enough, you can actually get it wrong. The good thing is because there is a third statement. So first statement is tricky. देखो, जो first statement है वो tricky है. But the good thing was that there is also a third statement. अगर third statement नहीं होता तो ये question मुश्किल हो जाता. First statement says that they enable the digital representation of physical assets. Right? Enable the digital representation of physical assets. So those of you who know non-fungible, what non-fungible token is, the idea is very simple, that if I have a digital piece of art and I need to authenticate that it belongs to me, I want an ownership. Generally जो digital artists होंगे, they will face this problem that their art piece can easily be copied and distributed. So a non-fungible token using blockchain technology creates a key which assigns ownership to a particular person. Now this NFT belongs to a person. This NFT can be traded at trading platforms. Because it is an art piece, it is a unique piece, many people, there can be many buyers, people often accumulate such digital pieces of art, right? However, it is non-fungible. The term non-fungible simply means that just because, let's say for example, just because you have bought something in 1,000 rupees, does not mean that you are going to get 1,000 rupees from another person. If I have a 100 rupees note, then I can give you this 100 rupees note and I can ask for 250 rupees note. कि मुझे 250 मुझे change चाहिए, right? So this is called fungibility, that it is fungible. But let's say for example I have a painting, right? मैंने एक painting खरीदा, मैंने painting खरीदा 10,000 रुपए में. और I come and say you कि ये 10,000 की पेंटिंग है, give me 10,000 rupees. Why do you feel that okay this painting is not meaningful for me? आप बोलोगे मैं तुमको 100 रुपए दूंगा सिर्फ इसके, right? मैं 10,000 रुपए नहीं दूंगा. By the way, this has happened. Non-fungible token, which was very much in news. First tweet of Jack Dorsey, Twitter के जो former CEO हैं, उनका जो first tweet था, that was sold as a non-fungible token in some $50,000. Jack Dorsey took that money, gave that to charity, right? The person who bought this NFT thought that this is very valuable. He tried to resell this NFT and buyers were willing to give him $100. So I'm actually not kidding when I give this example. So it is non-fungible, right? So third statement says that they can be traded or exchanged at equivalency. यहीं पे गलत हो गया. They cannot be traded or exchanged at equivalency and therefore can be used as a medium of commercial transaction. ये भी गलत है. दोनों ही पार्ट गलत हैं. They cannot be traded at equivalency and they cannot be used as a medium of commercial transaction. Eliminate 3, you have your answer. However, first statement is still tricky, that we use it for digital art. But recently, if you are not updated enough, recently now people are making NFT even for physical assets. That let's say I have a piece of land. I want a NFT for a piece of land. I have, let's say, gold, precious metal. I want an NFT for that. So now many people, many companies in fact are working that NFTs can enable, the word is, it can enable digital representation of physical assets. So it was started for digital assets, for digital art, but now it is being used for even NFTs are being designed for physical assets also. So first, that is why I said that first statement is tricky. However, third statement is very clear that it is wrong. So the answer is 1 and 2 only, right? देखो ये हर जगह explained था, जैसे for example ये हिंदू में explained था, नहीं सॉरी इंडियन एक्सप्रेस का है. दिस वाज एक्सप्लेन्ड इन इंडियन एक्सप्रेस. इनफैक्ट एक लाइन यहाँ पे दे भी रखा है, इवन डिजिटल रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ फिजिकल एसेट्स एट ओपेनसी. सो दिस वाज कवर्ड इन इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ऑल्सो, राइट? हिंदू में भी जो एक्सप्लेन्ड है, बट हिंदू में वो फिजिकल एसेट वाला पार्ट नहीं है. हाउएवर दिस नॉन फंजिबिलिटी वाला एस्पेक्ट इज वेरी मच कवर्ड. जो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट गलत है वो हर जगह आपको मिल जाएगा. इन मंथली मैगजीन fungibility and non-fungibility has actually been explained, that what do you mean by fungibility and non-fungibility. If you know this concept, third statement you can easily eliminate. Okay, this is one of the easier questions again. Which of the following statement best describes role of B cells and T cells in the human body? So this is related to immune system. Our immune system is quite complex, frankly. It has two parts mainly. First is called non-specific, second is called specific immune system. Non-specific immune system में होगा that let's say whenever you are infected, body का immune response similar होगा. For example, body's temperature will become higher. That is, many bacteria or many pathogens cannot survive very high temperature, right? तो however this can cause problem. अगर आपका fever बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाए तो आप inflammation से जो है fever से फिर आपको problems हो सकते हैं. But this is your body's immune response system. So every time you are infected, there is a chance that the immune response will have similar response. That is why it is called non-specific. But let's say there is a very clever pathogen which cannot be killed, cannot be neutralized by non-specific immune system. Then your specific immune system kicks in, and that specific immune system is comprised of B cells and T cells. They develop specific antibodies for specific pathogens. They will identify an antigen and help body in preparing an antibody for particular pathogen. So the answer is very simple. They protect the body from the diseases caused by pathogens, right? So this is integral part of your immune system. Again, this was covered everywhere. It was covered in Hindu, immune response seen a year after infection. It was covered in Indian Express. It was covered in PT 365 also. जैसे हिंदू का एक हेडलाइन ही है, टी सेल इम्यून रिस्पॉन्स सीन अ ईयर आफ्टर इन्फेक्शन. यहीं से आंसर आ जाएगा आपका. मार्च का न्यूज है, मार्च 26, 2022 का न्यूज है. इन PT 365 वेरी वेल टी सेल्स एंड बी सेल्स क्या होते हैं, दैट हैज एक्चुअली बीन कवर्ड इन डिटेल. तो वहां से भी आ जाएगा आपका. Last two questions of the paper of Science and Technology. This was again one of the easier questions. Why it is easy? Because of the options. There is no 1, 2 and 3. So I already know that एक तो देखो गलत है, कम से कम एक इसमें गलत है. Let's look at, read the statements. Other than those made by humans, nanoparticles do not exist in nature. यही गलत है सबसे पहले तो. First is nanoparticles are very much, they are everywhere. Right? Whenever, let's say for example, जो air pollutants होंगे गाड़ी से निकलते हैं, air suits, these are examples of nanoparticles. Aerosols, lot of aerosols. Aerosols can be of micrometer, can also be of nano dimension. Nanometers, nano dimension simply means from 1 to 100 nanometer, right? And 1 nanometer is 10 to the power 9. So first is clearly wrong, that they do exist in nature. In fact, in many volcanic eruptions, we find nanoparticles. So nanoparticles are everywhere. They do exist in nature. You eliminate first, you know that third is true. Nanoparticles of some commercial products which enter the environment are unsafe for humans. That is also correct. Nanoparticles, because they are highly reactive, they can enter human body, they can make free radicals, they can create, they can make toxins inside our body, right? So third statement is also correct. And second statement, nanoparticles of some metallic oxides are used in manufacture of some cosmetics. This is also true. A very popular example will be sunscreen lotions. That in sunscreen lotions, titanium dioxide, zinc oxide, ऐसे बहुत सारे nanomaterials use होते हैं. So second and third both are true. First statement is not correct. Answer is 2 and 3 only. So this question could have been difficult अगर 1, 2, 3 होता या कुछ अलग तरीके का option होता. But how the options have been set by UPSC, so they are giving you clear scope of elimination, that you eliminate and arrive at the right answer. This type of questions I really admire, because they are not checking your mugging up knowledge, they are actually checking your if you have analytical aptitude and can arrive at the right answer. Nanotechnology was covered very much in detail in PT 365, वहाँ से आप कर सकते थे. Last question I think. Yes, DNA bar coding. अब देखो ये क्वेश्चन भी मुश्किल है. बाय द वे आई स्टिल थिंक दिस इज अ डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज व्हेन यू रीड अबाउट biotechnology you generally read gene editing, gene sequencing, things like that. You do not go and read DNA bar coding. But if you, होता क्या है कि मान लो किसी स्टूडेंट ने पढ़ा पहले ही छोड़ दिया क्वेश्चन को कि ये तो पता ही नहीं है. But let's read the statements and let's look at the options. Again there is no 1, 2 and 3 here. तो ये तो क्लियर है कि एक या दो स्टेटमेंट इसमें गलत है. So let's read these statements and try to find the odd one out. That either there will be one odd one out, right? देखते हैं. Assess the age of plant or animals, DNA barcoding. Second, distinguish among species that look alike. Identify undesirable animals or plant material in processed foods. Now, if you know the purpose of DNA, then second statement does look correct, right? Barcode का purpose क्या होता है? Barcode जब हम normal shops में जाते हैं, retail shops में, एक स्कैनर आएगा, बारकोड को स्कैन करेगा, इट विल टेल यू व्हाट इज द मटेरियल, ये आपका जो भी आप खरीद रहे हो क्या है, उसका प्राइस क्या है, राइट? सो डीएनए बारकोड में क्या होता है, दैट इन डीएनए बारकोड अ जीन, पर्टिकुलर स्मॉल जीन एंड अ स्मॉलर स्ट्रैंड ऑफ डीएनए is used as a barcode to identify a species. So the purpose is identification, that there are many species which look alike but their DNA is different. So second statement is correct. Distinguish among species that look alike. In fact, the reason why UPSC did ask this question is because it was covered in news. ये देखो हिंदू का न्यूज है, अगेन ये पिछले 5-6 महीने का ही न्यूज है. Genetic barcodes reveal 3 frogs unreported in India. This was covered in newspaper. तो second statement आप clearly वहां से pick कर सकते हो. Third statement, identify undesirable animal or plant materials in processed food, because again undesirable animal or plant, it's not talking about undesirable pollutants. Remember the difference. It is talking about a biological species, either animal or plant. Both animal or plant have their own specific DNA which can be identified. So even third is true. So second and third both are true. First statement is not correct. But यहाँ पे देखो अगर D रहता 1, 2 and 3 तो मुश्किल हो जाता. आपको सेकेंड एंड थर्ड तो फिर भी आप सोच लोगे कि सही लग रहा है, बट फर्स्ट अगर आपको नहीं पता, सो यू विल बी वेरी मच टेम्प्टेड. आजकल मार्केट में वो भी चलता है ना, डी कर दो आंसर साइंस एंड टेक के, सब ऑल ऑफ द अबव. तो यू विल बी वेरी मच टेम्प्टेड टू मार्क डी 1, 2 and 3. डी का मतलब यहाँ पे है 1, 2 and 3, बट यहाँ पे है नहीं. देन यू नो दैट एटलीस्ट वन स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग. सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज नॉट करेक्ट. डीएनए बार कोडिंग एज ऑफ नाउ देर इज नो वे यू कैन असेस द एज ऑफ प्लांट और एनिमल. एंड ये चीज अगेन हिंदू में डायरेक्टली रिपोर्टेड था. Genetic barcodes reveal 3 frogs unreported in India, right? So as I told you, most of the questions were inspired from current affairs. most of the questions could have been answered if you are reading the Hindu, Indian Express regularly. And this year the paper quality was better. However, that does not mean, even though sources are more authentic, unlike previous years where there are very random sources, but that does not mean that paper was easy compared to last year. I think paper was as tough as last year, if not tougher, right? And based on that, I again think that cutoff will also be in very similar range. Anyways, that's it. I think more than काफी time हो गया, 7:30 हो गया. So in any case, if you have any doubt, you can always send me a mail here. So thank you guys and all the best.